Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 1 of Killing Off the Blue Uchiha. Summary. In this alternate universe, the Blue Uchiha always knew he was just going along for the ride. Disconnected from the world around him, he was content to stay in the shadows, until his scars refused to let him forget the past. Now, operating as an elite ANBU Hunter Ninja, Naruto has become a melting pot of epic proportions. His power is unstable, his trauma is surfacing, and the people he once called friends are watching him change. Concern has warped into deep paranoia. They fear the worst. And in the Shinobi world, when an Uchiha becomes a threat, something deeply regrettable must be done. Will the Blue Uchiha survive his own comrades? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Foy the Snooze Button, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 1. He was drowning. His hands and feet were bound in rope, tightened so much not even dislocating his wrists could give him even the slightest bit of freedom. He thrashed about, his cerulean eyes wild with panic as he sank deeper and deeper into the water. He closed his eyes for a moment, telling himself that this was a dream and that he should wake up, but he was slammed back into that nightmare as water rushed into his mouth and into his nose, choking his brain for air and occupying every part of his lungs. Adrenaline racked his body, thumping up into his heart and coursing through his veins. The water turned of red sulfur, charring his throat and burning his lungs to a putrid black, incinerating his soul. He opened his mouth and roared, a horrendous bellow of air bubbles that exploded from his mouth and rose up as he descended to his doom. He was calling a name, one he didn't quite recall but apparently was the one he sought after in his desperate situation. He couldn't find his weapons, not his kunai, not his shuriken, and not his senbon launchers. His flailing became more violent as the shinigamis grasped into his body and held his spirit in its searing, spindly skeletal fingers. The depths gradually quenched light, and the blue-eyed man jerked once more. Blue? His eyes snapped open and he yanked out a kunai from under the couch cushion propping up his head, grabbed onto the hand on his shoulder, and flicked the blade under the person's neck, panting heavily with deranged, stubbornly alive eyes. Blue's eyes refocused and surprise seeped into his eyes as he saw that it was a young boy hovering over his chair, one that was trying not to quake in fear at the blade scraping his throat, and one that had his hands hastily raised up in surrender. The shinobi exhaled and dropped his guard, releasing the poor boy's arm with a muttered apology. He swung his legs off the couch and planted them on the ground, returning the kunai back under the cushion and running a sleepy hand through his hair. The boy eyed him for a moment, rubbing his hand at the place the blade nearly bit into his throat, before he said, "You fell asleep watching TV." The man didn't answer, only yawning widely and rubbing his eyes tiredly, rolling his stiff shoulders. The black-haired, black-eyed 7-year-old called to him again. "Blue. That's Uncle Blue to you, Itachi." The man corrected with a dry grunt, coughing into his fist and standing up, towering 6 feet and some inches tall and having a moderately balanced build, one that was trained to a sharp point in the aspects of maintaining his stamina despite running for hundreds of miles, carrying heavy objects, and with an air of mysterious patience about him. The boy blinked up at him, his lips screwed to the side and following the man as he stalked around the chair and entered the kitchen, though not before giving the child a familiar tousle of his hair. "Can't sleep?" The boy went with him into the kitchen, and with a casual look over his shoulder Blue saw that Itachi was visibly still trying to muster up his courage and seem bigger than he was, saying without saying that nearly getting his throat sliced open didn't faze him. Itachi nodded his head and hopped onto the man's kitchen counter, confirming with a nod. Can't sleep. The man hummed and scratched his chin, opening the cabinet and bringing out a loaf of sliced wheat bread. You're lucky this isn't a school night, kid. The Uchiha boy raised an eyebrow, distractedly swinging his legs. Or you'd knock me out? The man nicknamed Blue turned to his nephew with a wide, honest-to-Kami smirk. Yup. He tore open the bread leather and handed the boy a slice, looking in the pantry for a second before he retrieved a jar of strawberry jam. No artificial flavors. Very expensive but very much worth each ryu spent. Your parents entrusted you to me for the weekend so they can have their wedding anniversary in Snow Country. The boy nibbled on his bread, watching as his uncle spread a thick layer of jam on another slice, placing one more slice atop and forming a sandwich, putting it on a saucer and handing it to Itachi. No, their first choice was to give me to Lord Minato and Lady Kushina. Dad thinks you're a flight risk and Mom thinks you're unstable. Blue chuckled and ruffled the boy's head. Even for a kid, you're too honest, Itachi. The young boy raised an eyebrow. You're not mad your sister thinks you're unstable? The man flicked the boy's forehead. Finish your sandwich, kid. He looked down at his left wrist and checked his watch. 11:49 p.m. Way past Itachi's bedtime. Blue shrugged. It's a Friday, no harm, no foul. The boy, chewing on his jam sandwich, said with his mouth full. I don't think you're unstable, Blue. Uncle Blue. Uncle Blue. The man was now bustling around the kitchen. He put a pot of water on a burner of his gas stove, setting it to bubble as he chopped spring onions, green peppers and chili. He washed a few fresh tomatoes under a cold stream of water from the tap, diced them into tiny bits, and slid them off the chopping board, into the pot on the stove. As he waited for the tomatoes to properly boil in the pot, sprinkling and sea salt into the mix and tapping a few condiments into the pot for added flavor, before pouring in the previously cut combination from his chopping board to the pot. Itachi was staring at him cook, memorizing each ingredient and the order in which they were added. Of all the many things his uncle could cook, this was one of his most basic. The recipe was straightforward and it wouldn't take long for it to finish cooking. Naruto turned to his nephew and asked, Why not? You don't have anger problems like my dad and you're a pacifist like me. Blue laughed heartily, a sound that brought a slight smile to Itachi's tired face. The sleep bags under the child's eyes lightened as his uncle patted his head, passing him and entering the kitchen store, coming out with a box of rice. I've killed more people than you can even begin to imagine, kid. That's not what I meant. Blue poured the rice into a separate pot on the stove, setting it to a low, slow boil. I mean, you don't like fighting and you don't like people fighting. I've been watching you. Weirdo. Not like that. Itachi snapped. A light dusting of red washed over his nose and his cheeks. Idiot. The blue-eyed man tumbled into another laugh, coming to his precious nephew and bringing him into a headlock, digging his knuckles into Itachi's head. Gah! Stop! The ninja released the boy with a small push and stood upright before the boy. He tapped Itachi's forehead with his pointer finger, saying, There isn't a logical reason for people to fight, except for training purposes. I prefer to resolve my problems without needing to confront anybody. But, the man's eyes swirled and shifted, changing into a peculiar, unseen variation of the Sharingan. While others had black tomo, Itachi's uncle had blue tomo. 3 blue tomo, a small dot in the center of each stationary pinwheel in his eye that was a darker shade of cerulean, and the whites of his eyes turned a chilling shade of black. Itachi suddenly felt self-conscious at how generic his eyes looked compared to his uncle's. If my superiors say I should kill, maim, or torture someone. He shrugged carelessly as Itachi instinctively activated his one tomo dijutsu. No questions asked, I get the job done, get my money and come back home. That was why Blue's body count was up to the thousands and his net worth rivaled Minato Namikaze's, even for a 20-year-old Uchiha like him. The man was an immensely valuable asset during the Third Shinobi War. So much so that every month or two he was shifted to another command base or another war front by either the Night Aim or the Sand Aim, for his skills had not only liberated his comrades when they were in tight situations but had also turned the tide in favor of his home village, Konoha, and the villages allied to the Leaf that desperately needed assistance, like Suna. Blue the Uchiha was a well-traveled man. He had seen many places and conversed with many people, and even though he had been paid in full for every single head, after the war had ended when IWA broached for the fighting to stop, realizing that they and their allies were painfully on the back foot, the Uchiha voluntarily took himself for therapy, unpacking years of mental trauma he had to endure for the sake of utilizing his skills for his village. Since he was 8 to when he was 19, when the 30-year war ended almost too abruptly. It was why his sister thought he was unstable. The standoffish, prideful woman wanted Naruto to be admitted into the Konoha mental institution and begin full therapy, where he would stay for a short while in a controlled psych ward for a while to treat each and every one of his mental scars before he did something he would regret. Naruto wasn't too keen on voluntarily staying in a psych ward. 6 months after the war, he had begun actively taking missions, primarily high B rank to high A rank, not because he needed the money, for Blue was comfortably set for the rest of his life, but that he honestly, truly liked his way of life. Being a ninja was one thing, but doing what he did was an entirely special thing altogether. "Tell me a story, Blue," Itachi said, bringing him out of his mind. The man exhaled, frustrated. "Uncle Blue. If you can't at least call me Uncle Blue, then call me Uncle Naruto. Uncle Blue. You already know all my stories." Itachi lifted his shoulders freely, swinging his feet and following his uncle with his eyes as the man drained the rice into a sieve. "You're supposed to be some sort of prodigy, aren't you? I think you're too old to hear my stories. Shows what you know. I'll tell you one later. Go set the table." The bearer of the world's only blue Sharingan smiled genially as the boy rolled his eyes and jumped off the counter, heading into the dining room. He didn't much mind the way Fugaku or his sister thought of him. The Uchiha clan generally didn't understand his way of life. Blue the Uchiha was an anomaly. Naruto Uchiha, familiarly called Blue by his friends inside and outside of the clan because of his peculiar, never-seen-before cerulean eyes, was a Tokubetsu jounin of Konohagakure no Sato and the brother-in-law to the Uchiha clan head. He had a messy head of black hair with a natural blonde stripe neatly running down a small part of his hair, and noticeably sharp canines. He looked so much unlike any Uchiha any person alive had ever seen that his sister, Mikoto, made fun of him and said he was adopted. "Wait, no." The man paused as he stared at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. Mikoto said her father had picked him up from inside a trash can in the red light district. Hurtful, yes, but that was Naruto's childhood. The blue-eyed Uchiha scoffed and ran a towel through his black blonde hair, walking casually into his bedroom to get ready for his late-night mission. Needless to say, he didn't get along too well with his sister. Naruto was a hunter ninja. Some hours after the midnight dinner with his nephew, when he was sure Itachi was fast asleep in the boy's appointed room in his house, Blue the Uchiha had gone for a quick shower and put on his shinobi clothes. A short-sleeved black shirt and black and dark red pants that reached above his ankles with the dark green Konoha special jounin vest over his torso. A pair of dark red sandals on his feet, and decided not to wear his hideite or his mask. He fastened his shuriken holsters to the side of his right thigh and his kunai holder to the other side of his other thigh, a dark blue backpack on his back and a pair of blood-red gloves. The blue-eyed man sat down on his desk chair and strapped on his custom-made Saban launchers onto his forearms, staring at them with his activated Sharingan for anything amiss. Before he put a cartridge of 5 clear white Saban in each, placed a slightly curved forearm guard over the launchers, though not so that it blocked any of the 4 silver nozzles peeking out from the top, over his wrists. Naruto flexed his hands and rolled his shoulders, ensuring there was no tightness in his body and that his clothes didn't hinder his movements. Good. He exited his room, making sure to lock the door and seal it shut at the same time. He crossed the hallway and looked into Itachi's room, watching the boy breathe peacefully for a minute. Naruto was about to close the door but stopped when his nephew groaned loudly, his voice heavy with sleep. "Done, close the door." Okay, okay. The man laughed under his breath, not wanting to disturb the boy's sleep anymore. He left the door open a little bit, allowing the light from the hallway to beam inside. You know where the food is? I'm heading out. Fine, go well. Naruto promised himself he was make fun of Itachi's sleep voice when the child was awake. His feet ghosted over the polished wooden floor, scarcely making a sound as he tramped down the stairs, stalked to the front door, and stepped out of his apartment. Top floor, room 42. Lilac Zen Escort Services. A town 5 miles from the Wind River Country border. River Country. Nanami sat before her dresser, looking at her reflection and attentively touching up her makeup. Her last customer was a short, stout man that had wanted her to cry and beg for mercy, and her first inclination was to decline and kick him out of the room, but her matron would cut her weekly earnings in half if she followed through with what she really wanted to do. She huffed angrily and ran a brush through her curly brown, shoulder-length hair and turned her face from side to side, admiring her perfect tan and the seductive simmer of her brown eyes. She wanted to be an actress when she was younger, but her parents fell into a bad debt with the Yakuza and sold her off to pay it off in full at the height of the Third War, and if she was still alive after paying off the huge debt, then they would get her back. The pay was shit, and barely anything went to her, straight into the Yakuza boss's pocket. Nanami spat hatefully away from her dresser. She had only been able to eat when she went on compensated dates with some of her customers, and even then she had to act according to how their fantasies, either eat daintily and pick at her food like a spoilt princess, or cram the food down her throat without savoring any bite, like an animal. She was their best girl, that was why she had one of the rooms on the top floor, and yet she was being treated like less than a human being. She rubbed the sides of her sorely throbbing temple. She was a debt slave. She should be thankful that she was getting to eat at all. The whole town was being run by the Fire Country Yakuza, and most of the people that frequented her room were affiliated with them in one way or the other. Knock, knock, knock. She hissed out a curse. She wasn't ready. That choke wounds from her last visitor was still showing on her neck, and she needed at least 30 minutes to conceal it properly. Standing up from her chair and straightening her dangerously short, purple silk nightgown, her bare feet patted on the carpeted floor, and she opened the door. Nanami's head craned back and she swallowed thickly as she saw the person on the other side. He was a 7-foot-tall man with thundering, barrel-like muscles, a worryingly deep tan and hungry, beady black eyes that immediately narrowed as they saw her in her more than revealing clothes. He was breathing heavily and his fists were clenched, veins popped at his knuckles and up his arms. He didn't have shirt on, though he wore a pair of black suit pants that strained painfully against the scarily large bulge on his crotch. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she wondered if his dick was as long as her arm. He shoved her back, making her trip, and he stomped into the room, having to duck a little to get through, slammed the door shut without looking away from her, and his ham-like fingers began undoing his belt buckle. His voice was exactly as deep and as rough as she assumed it to be, though her body was frozen with fright at the thing he was pulling out of his pants. Get on your knees and say ah! Her body was shaking. It didn't want to respond to her, and the man got even angrier, if that's even possible. He grabbed her hair and lifted her clear off her feet. Fucking bitch! He threw her onto the bed, and he ripped his pants off his knees. More than anything in her entire life, Nanami suddenly didn't want that thing inside her. 700 kilometers from the building and lying down on a sand dune, Naruto peered into the scope of a 6-foot-long contraption that resembled a complicated tube made out of metal, plastic, and, in some places, rubber. He double-checked the identity of the naked man that had jumped onto the woman's bed, looking away from the scope of the complex machine to a single sheet of paper, matching the face of the man in the room with the one on the mission specs. Then he looked back into the extremely long distance, single-eye scope, humming expressionlessly as his target grabbed the woman by her legs, positioning his man neat on her womanhood. His Sharingan eye flared and spun steadily. In his mind, he performed a quick calculation of the wind speed, especially the difference between the wind of Wind Country's desert and the relatively humid air of River's summer, and compared it to the weight and length of the samban loaded inside the contraption. The hunter closed his left eye. Focus. Naruto inhaled slowly and released the breath just as easily. There was a sharp burst of air from the tip of the launcher, and the needle soared through the air at breakneck speeds. Nanami wailed in agony as her visitor got a quarter of his mast into her, filling her up completely, and he yelled as he pushed harder, unyielding. Then there was a wet thunk and the man went still. He then slowly leaned forward and groaned deeply, like a tree being felled. Nanami screamed, this time in horror, as the man's blood splashed over her face. Back in Wind Country, Naruto shifted the launcher aside and ticked his mission specs with a pencil. Lion Gamataro. Dead. His target had been a waterfall missing ninja that the Fire Country Yakuza had recruited. Lion had risen through the ranks, using his near-unmatched muscles to barrel through his comrades and reach the point that he was personally guarding the Yakuza boss. The Fire Country Yakuza was a serious thorn in Konoha's side, as they always found a way to smuggle drugs into the village and somehow kidnap young women and children to sell in the black market. The Sandaime and his ninjas were close to finding and raiding the Yakuza's base, but Lion posed a dangerous threat to the success of the mission, for the giant of a man had killed many leaf shinobi that had come near his boss. It had reached the extent that the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had personally called Naruto to ask him to find a way to dispose of the Yakuza boss's personal bodyguard, and for Naruto it was a simple matter of calling one of his connections in the Fire Country capital and tracking down the town and river that the Yakuza basically owned. An inhabitant told him that every day some of the gang members went to the escort building to be taken care of. Lion visited there once a week, every Saturday, under the shade of midnight and with not less than 50 Yakuza members with him, for the Yakuza boss too was concerned for his guards' safety. The Yakuza's boss wasn't any of Naruto's business until the Hokage made it his business. His mission was to kill Lion, and at that exact moment, the Hokage was wiring his dead target's bounty into his bank account. Naruto didn't really know how much, but for the missions he took, the bounty rewards were no less than 500,000 ryu, 500,000 ryu. His targets were high profile and extremely dangerous up close. Killer intent could be detected from as far as 50 miles away, and in the case of those that could sense killer intent from that sort of distance, they could be classified as more than a threat. No person could sense killer intent from 800 kilometers away, and the Senbon darts Naruto used as bullets didn't whistle too loudly as they flew, making them nearly silent and completely deadly. The needles were weighted, in case the skulls or bodies of his targets were resilient, and those weights activated within 100-kilometer range of hitting home, canceling the chakra from being detected by most opponents. Though Naruto had to account for the added weight in his mental calculations each time he was to use them. Blue the Uchiha was a long-range expert. Sitting up on his knees, Naruto smirked at one of his trusty, long-range weapons, his long-range Senbon launcher. An old classmate of his dubbed it crystalline, a play on the blueness of his eyes. Just like his forearm launchers, Naruto had built it himself from scratch, starting from before he entered the academy to the present. The Long Ranger launcher could hit a target from as far away as 800 kilometers. In Naruto's capable hands and sharp Sharingan eyes, he could shoot the Skara of a moving target on a windy day from that same distance with pinpoint, deadly accuracy. The most people at once that Naruto had killed from 800 kilometers away were 21 people in 10 seconds, and he had to hastily reload 3 times. There was only a small recoil, little to no chakra expelled, and a faint, quick blink of light from the tip until his target knew no more. His skill with the long-range launcher made him famous among his comrades back in Konoha, though only a few people outside of the village knew he was the one that was felling people from hundreds of miles away. And even though, deep in Naruto's heart, he knew that this secret wouldn't last longer than another year, he was happy to not be known and to not be included in any hidden village's bingo books. He snapped the 2 stands back into his launcher and gently dropped it into a similarly shaped bag, zipping it up and sealing it into a storage seal in his backpack. The Senbon cartridges, exactly 10 needles inside each, were also sealed inside the bag, though in a separate seal than the long-range launcher. Naruto mused on his clan's continued reaction to his infamy. They didn't understand. It wasn't an angsty way of thinking for Naruto, but it was exactly that. The Uchiha clan didn't understand. They were a clan of tactically thinking, muscle-bound people that specialized in either close combat hand-to-hand or ninjutsu, or both. The older generation couldn't wrap their heads around one of their own, an aspiring young man that was a war veteran and already had more than 1,000 kills under his belt, could not use his skills to fight at close range. For the longest time, his clan saw him as a coward, fearful creature, weakling. And for the longest time, Naruto couldn't muster up enough in him to care. He really couldn't. His and Mikoto's father had tried his possible best to squash his talent and force him to confront his opponent, but the black blonde-haired Uchiha preferred using evasion tactics to give himself some sort of distance from the person he was fighting before he prevailed using two thrown shuriken, one that went ahead and seemed to be going in the wrong direction, and the other following close behind it and clanging behind the first, changing the direction of the first ninja star and sinking it into the neck of his aggressor. Carefully coming down from the sand dune, backpack intact and the area he had been lying on devoid of any of his belongings, Naruto sighed. It wasn't even that he was bad at taijutsu, ninjutsu or genjutsu. Now, that he was 20 years old and a tokubetsu jounin, his skills in those three things were up to mid-jounin. He could handle his own and his clanmates were just beginning to understand that. Well, it took him breaking Fugaku's arm for them to see that he was a tangible threat up close as he was afar. His sister, Mikoto, didn't seem to like it, but Itachi certainly found it funny. It had happened on the boy's 6th birthday after all. Thinking back to that day brought a satisfied smile to the blue-eyed Uchiha's lips. He enjoyed hearing his sister's husband squeal in pain. Blue looked up to the starless night sky and he shivered as the cold desert winds licked his bare arms and neck. So he took out a jacket from inside his backpack and threw it on, murmuring with a faint smile as the warmth of the seals washed over him. His blue eyes flicked to his right and his eyebrows furrowed when he saw a large bonfire in the distance. From that place beat a familiar drum rhythm, one that Naruto easily recognized, and coupled with the triumphantly sonorous singing it sounded like the camp was having a party. Naruto's blue eyes sparkled and he ran in that direction. The Saikata people were a clan of nomadic desert dwellers. Naruto had once traveled with them during the war, on his way to another assignment in grass country. It was for a short while and the Uchiha was about 15 then, but he had enjoyed his time with the hospitable desert settlers of Wind Country. Skidding to a stop by a tent, Naruto waved to the old woman sitting on a stool before the tent. She was dressed in thick, colorful clothes that had intricate patterns and a harmoniously curious mixture of materials. These were the kind of clothes the Saikata clan wore. The woman beamed toothlessly and waved back to the average-clothed shinobi that had entered her clan's present settlement. "Hey there," Naruto said as he got closer to the lady, bowing respectfully. He straightened up and faced the sounds of the drumming and singing, coming from the center of the clan, where men danced around the bonfire with heavy-looking blowing instruments, hooting in tune with the drummers. The woman squinted at him, taking in Naruto's facial features as the young man focused more on the dancing and singing a short distance from them. "Have I seen you before?" Not hearing her question, Naruto asked. "What's going on?" The woman scratched her chin, trying to remember who she was speaking to. She answered, "The chief's son is marrying a girl from Suna. She's so pretty." She pointed past the bonfire, to the couple sitting there, wearing the ceremonial marriage clothes of thick, stark white materials. Naruto followed her hand and bobbed his head affirmatively. He felt a small smile touch his lips when he saw the clan head's son shuffle nervously as his new wife hugged his arm. "He got married, huh?" He didn't know if they would remember him, and he didn't want to introduce himself and take the spotlight away from the newlyweds. He couldn't really wait for the ceremony to finish because his nephew was alone in his house and the boy, though not saying it, had serious abandonment issues. Fugaku had left the boy alone in the forest of death and Mikoto had somehow been convinced to go along with it, but Naruto had been the one to bring the boy out of the forest before any more damage could be done. Naruto promised himself that he would visit for longer soon. This clan had played a big part in forming his sense of personal awareness, and even if there was a chance that they might not remember him, Naruto still felt at home with them. He had been privileged to attend 2 weddings during his time with them, and they had been nice enough to dress him appropriately, taught him how to dance and gave him singing lessons, and laughed at his expense because his voice was less than pleasant. From those 2 times he recalled that friends of the newlyweds could give the couple money, so that they could buy some animals to begin rearing. Raising sheep and goats were a source of income for the nomadic clan. Naruto patted down his pockets and fished out all of his money from his wallet. They didn't collect checks, unfortunately. The money wasn't enough, not for his pride, and so he unsealed a stack of 1,000 ryu notes from inside his backpack, amounting to 20,000 ryu in total. That should be enough. A good goat from grass country or waterfall costs 1,000 ryu, at least, and sheep were a bit on the cheaper side. 20 goats or 30 sheep sounded like a good wedding gift, Naruto decided with a satisfied nod. As he searched the campfire, the drum circle and the dancing singers, looking for the chief of the clan, Naruto suddenly remembered something he had been itching to buy ever since he parted ways with the nomadic clan. He spoke to the old lady, breaking her deep mental sweep for his identity, and asked her, "Do you know who I can buy some goat milk from?" 4:12 a.m. Naruto's place. Uchiha clan. Blue stayed in 3-bedroom house in the heart of the Uchiha clan, a stone throw from the clan head's residence. There was a wide living room connected to the parlor, a basement downstairs where he had his boilers, circuit breaker and backup generator. There was a storeroom in the kitchen and another storeroom at the back of the house, different from the small shed in his fenced-off backyard. Going upstairs, there were 3 rooms, 2 of which were fully furnished for the daily life of him and any one visitor, while the other served as his office, and there was an attic going further up, where he kept old souvenirs and childhood mementos. At the entrance of the house was a thermostat, a coat rack and a place to keep shoes. He made sure appliances and machines in his house were state-of-the-art and up to the minute, like having a petrol-powered lawn mower instead of the kind that didn't have an engine and having a television that didn't look like an explosive device. Naruto wasn't much for gardens, so he really just paid Itachi or any available genin to mow his front and back lawn once every week. It wasn't too different from the other houses lined on his street, but Naruto kept to himself most of the time, so he didn't think too much of any additions his neighbors made to their homes. One thing that set him and his house apart from the line of similar houses on that street, and in the whole clan, was that Naruto was loaded. The people's street Naruto lived on weren't poor either, but by comparison, the black blonde-haired Uchiha was better off financially. He didn't speak about how he had 2 bank accounts, one in the National Bank of Fire Country, and the other in the National Bank of Iron Country. His reason was that some of the places he had been to don't accept to deal with Fire Country's bank, and seeing as Iron Country was neutral to all people of all national affiliation, they could tolerate dealing with them. Presently, Naruto's 2 accountants, one in the capital and the other, a former master samurai, in iron, were representing him in companies and making him silent partners in their affairs. The Uchiha had known both accountants before, and they had proven to him on many occasions that they could be trusted with his money. The sniper bustled through the front door, and the door clicked shut behind him, locking. He spied the light of the hallway upstairs was still on, and there were sounds of flushing coming from the bathroom, and he assumed Itachi was awake. The boy didn't sleep longer than 3 hours at a time, and Naruto contemplated whether or not to lace the boy's food with sedatives to put him out for longer. The Uchiha uncle didn't like the sleep bags under his nephew's eyes. "I'm home," he called as the person in the bathroom turned on the tap at the sink. The sound echoed down the stairs and to Naruto as he walked into his kitchen with 5 satchels made out of goat skin, filled to the brim with milk. "I bought some sweetened goat milk," he called to the boy, dropping the animal skin on his counter and shrugging off his bag, tossing it carelessly into the living room through his kitchen door. Though he missed the taste of the Saikata clan's sweetened goat milk, he also primarily bought the milk for Itachi. The man wanted to diversify his nephew's palate and widen his perspective of the many delicious kinds of food he could find in the world. He could have very well provided a few empty bottles of water for them to pour him the healthily sweet goat milk, but experiencing life in the clan and traveling with them through the desert for 2 weeks on his way to grass country reminded him that the milk was immeasurably more sweeter if drank from an animal skin satchel. Some would worry of the cleanliness of the milk, people like his sister and another old friend of his, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Naruto always told them that the milk was purified of any harmful bacteria. He was present, and he had watched in fascination as they cleaned the milk, sweetened it, and provided it to him to taste. The man closed his eyes with a longing smile. It was the best milk he had ever tasted in his life. Nothing could compare. What helped with the taste was that he was surrounded by such nice people as they told him stories and listened to his own. Blue not only promised to visit them but swore he would. During his travels, mostly by himself and at the behest of the Hokage, stationing him in different war fronts during the 10 years Naruto had been on active duty out of the 30 years the war had been going on, the blue-eyed Uchiha had eaten and drank many remarkable, interesting people. There was another nomadic clan he had traveled with for a very short while. This one was in mountain country, and he had gotten to eat a savory dish of fried rice and crispy plantains. Those days, meeting those people, felt like there was no war going on. The bathroom door slammed shut, and Naruto's mind tumbled into a memory. Bang! A 13-year-old Naruto kicked the door open and stepped aside as Kakashi Hatake 13 stalked inside. Turning to the left, Yugao Yuzuki 13 followed suit and blazed to the right while the blue-eyed Uchiha went straight ahead. They were the 3 core members of Konoha's advance guard in Waterfall, reclaiming 20 miles of territory from Hidden Stone, while the main force stayed several miles away and prepared to storm the land once they got the affirmative from the advance guard. He was also tasked to not only provide cover for Kakashi and Yugao as they went in their previously assigned directions but to also protect their advance guard team medic, Kirino Aburame 13-. This warehouse was a recently built hidden stone stronghold that Naruto had discovered with the help of a few locals in the region. It used to be the abandoned grain store of a wealthy merchant, but Stone Shinobi claimed the property and used it as a command center, spreading their influence throughout the 20 miles of conquered waterfall land. Some reports also said that this same building was being used to interrogate captured Konoha shinobi. The stone ninjas inside came at them without mercy. The long-range fighter might not have been in his element, not with how the 2-story building contained Stone's strongest shinobi and how his superiors had ordered him to provide close-up support, but the young Chunin delivered an astonishing display of clearing the path ahead and supporting from the back, while still ensuring to maintain his march forward as his 2 advance guard comrades went left and right. Blue the Uchiha was unstoppable. His Sharingan burned darkly, whirring blindingly fast. He lifted his right arm, fist closed, and squeezed out 2 needles, nailing a man in his throat, stepped aside from a hail of shuriken and spun on his left foot, kicking aside a blow to his chest and returning with a saban to the nape of the attacker's neck. He slid back a step and slapped down a punch to his face, caught the kunoichi by her head and leaped up, cracking his knee into her face. He didn't stop moving. He dove under a bounding water tiger, righting himself and shooting a single needle to his right. The senbon ricocheted off a wall and stabbed the former attacker in the side of his head, proceeding through the man's skull and jamming into the right eye of another shinobi, straight into his brain. The Uchiha turned to the medic following close behind him, and he brought down a stone ninja sneaking up on her. His blue eyes spiraled hypnotically as he turned to his left and reached over his shoulder, into his partly open backpack, pulling out a 7-foot-long launcher and facing the left side of the warehouse. Kakashi! He pulled the trigger. The one Sharingan-bearing teen bent low, and the weighted needle jammed into the heart of a stone ninja that rounded a corner with a battle axe hefted over his head. I had him! The Hatake spat, pulling out 2 kunai from the holster on his lower back and deflecting several rock spears from a female ninja, racing to her with stoic wrath festering in his eyes. He skipped away from a kick from the older ninja, pushed off the wall and soared over another kick, landing on the opposite wall and rolled between her legs, spinning back and stabbing his blade into the small of her back, ending her pain by cleanly slitting her throat. Did you hear me, Uchiha? You're welcome! Blue used his long-range launcher to block a katana stroke that would have cleaved his head in half, kicked the abdomen of the ninja. Seeing as the man was taller and stronger than him, he only ended up kicking into a backflip behind his medic, sealing the launcher in the process, and he fired off 3 needles from his forearm launchers from above the Aburame medic's duct form. The man deflected the first two, but the last burst into a smoke bomb. Blue launched off Kurino's shoulder and blurred into the smoke with a kunai waiting in his clenched fist. Kurino Aburame, the fourth member of their advance guard as well as a genius medic, nearly tumbled forward at the unexpected action. She sighed heavily as she first heard a chilling crunch before horrifying gurgling sounds followed inside the man-made smoke her blue-eyed teammate had pelted into. "Why am I even here?" "You're our dash." The Uchiha paused as he swiveled the head of his opponent with a wet snap, perforating his chest with 5 stabs from another kunai. "Team medic," he continued. His disembodied voice echoed to the girl, a non-combat person that could only heal wounds with her special kakaichu. She heard his lilting, playful tone from the smoke. "And besides, Kakashi might get himself injured any moment now. I'm out of my depth here, so I'll probably be next." The girl scoffed and made to reply, but Yugao yelled, "Blue!" Yugao called as she held her place on the ground using her chakra as she entered a stalemate tussle with another sword user. Naruto cleared the smoke, standing over his former opponent's bleeding form with narrowed Sharingan eyes, and faced her as he reloaded his forearm launchers with a new pair of Samban cartridges. "They're retreating!" She swung the opposing sword to the right and ran her knee into the man's stomach, following through with a clean slash through his stomach, when her knee didn't faze him too much. She flicked her katana of the blood and smoothly sheathed it, a grim image of death, from the mangled and shredded bodies left in the teenage girl's wake. Them retreating from the building wasn't such a bad thing. Other members of the advance guard would pick them off as they fled, but... "I found a tunnel! Could be where they're keeping our captured comrades," Naruto mused, seeing as the stone shinobi weren't using that tunnel to escape. "Head in, I'll be right behind you." "Kakashi!" he shouted, and the masked team turned to him, now unoccupied as stone ninjas ran from him, only to be struck down by Konoha ninjas outside of the 2-story warehouse. Dozens of their dead comrades that littered after the 4 core advance guard members meant that they would try their luck with escaping rather than certain death. "Bring up the rear dash. I'm the one leading this team. You don't get to make the orders, Uchiha. We don't have time for this." Blue hissed and motioned for Kurino to follow Yugao into the trapdoor inside a downstairs office the sword user had discovered. He dutifully went after the Aburame, guarding her back as well as providing a set of eyes that could also see better and further ahead than Yugao's, thus covering her as well with his mid-range launchers. Before he entered the trapdoor, he said to his Hatake teammate, "Either you're with us or you're not." He dropped down into the tunnel and proceeded ahead. What they saw would stain their minds for the rest of their lives. Human beings being kept in dirty cells, barely enough for them to stand up straighter than a deep hunch, or wide enough for their arms to come up even a little. There was basically no visibility except for a few oil lamps, illuminating the bloody, muddy faces of the Konoha shinobi prisoners. Naruto gave the order for Yugao and Kurino to stay back and open the cells, as Kakashi was yet to catch up. The medic would heal them, and he gave Yugao his bag of ration bars to give the underfed, underweight hollow-eyed skeletons that collapsed forward as the cell doors were smashed open once the lock seals were disabled. It would take them months of physical therapy to correct their postures. At the end of the tunnel was an interrogation room. There was only one person inside, slumped to the side on the wooden, seal-reinforced interrogation chair. His ankles and wrists were strapped down by leather belts, also augmented by high-level seals that constantly drained the occupant's chakra, and his upper abdomen was held back into the chair by a strip of jagged metal. Bao rose up the 13-year-old stomach. The man's eyes had been dug out by burning hot pokers, which lay haphazardly on the ground and stained with his blood. The extreme ends of his thumbs and ring fingers were nailed down to the wooden arm of the chair by 4-foot-long nails, while his middle finger and pinky had been sawn off by a rusted kitchen knife. Blue saw the same knife on display on a metal table where other terrible instruments of torture were strewn about, and his Sharingan told him that it wasn't only this man's blood that were on the tools. The man's face was battered, a shattered left cheek, 2 black eyes from eyes that would never see again, dark purple and blue bruises around his neck and chin, a nose that had been cut off and pulsing with blood from the visible hole, and the top right part of his head had the skin seared off, showing his skull. What hair he had was reduced to pitiful tufts of brown that was matted down by sweat and blood. The blind man didn't have a shirt on, only a pair of tattered, dirted boxers, and he could see that the words leaf scum and filthy pig had been drawn on his chest with a hot, sharp item. Looking back to the torture tray, Naruto wasn't even sure what had been used. His teeth had been pulled out and Naruto could easily identify what sick instrument had been used, as well as a tray of whitish-brownish teeth. The man wept blood, heaving out pieces of his battered lungs out of his toothless mouth. Blue could only see a little life in the man, but the boy knew a lost cause when he saw one. Yet, how was he still alive? "Kurino!" he yelled, unstrapping his Konoha comrade's ankles and wrists, not sure what to do with the nails driven into his fingers. "Kurino!" The man was breathing haggardly, panting for dear life. "Iron Thokin, Iron Thokin, Iron Thokin, Iron Thokin." He repeated those words, like a broken record, and Naruto tried his best to keep the man quiet, to conserve his non-existent strength. He didn't want to look at the state of his tongue, which had been jaggedly cut from the tip to the middle, hence why the man had a lisp. "Kurino! Goat milk?" Itachi said from the top of the stairs, violently yanking him back to reality. He blinked as the world briefly blurred before his cerulean eyes, reorienting and placing him back in the present, away from the horrors of war. "Sweetened goat milk, from the Saikata Desert clan of Wind Country." The man cleared his throat and answered, not turning around. The 5 goat skin bags were a gallon each and he took 4 of them, storing them in his fridge and briefly taking his time to check if he needed to run to the grocery store for anything, distracting himself from what his mind had dragged up from the past. The boy took his time coming down from the stairs. "Cow milk isn't good enough for you." The man chuckled and snagged a single goat skin of milk, tossing it to the boy standing by the kitchen door. "Just try it." Itachi uncorked the satchel and sniffed the contents hesitantly. Naruto leaned into the counter and crossed his arms, observing his nephew as he tipped his head back and took a large mouthful of the milk at once. Itachi froze. He was suddenly a baby, swaddled in soft, delicate clothes and was being rocked gently. There was a merrily burning fireplace that warmed the room soothingly, and his nose perceived the wonderful scent of his mother winter rose perfume, back when he was truly close to his mother. Naruto saw the sleep bags and the haggard lines on his 7-year-old nephew's face clear up ever so gradually, making the child face glow as his whole being was washed through with the delectable taste of the desert dwellers' goat milk. The man wasn't sure what sort of goats they used or what they were feeding the goats, but whatever it was, they should never stop doing it. The man laughed deeply as his nephew collapsed into the frame of the kitchen door, exhaling slowly, breathing out every single stress and releasing it to the world. Blue raised an eyebrow and smirked proudly. "I take it you like it." The boy listlessly nodded, swallowing another mouthful of the milk and sighing again, sliding down the frame and sitting on the kitchen's tiled floor with his back propped up by the door. This time he took his time drinking the goat milk, savoring each drop. Naruto spoke as the boy groaned, realizing that his 1-gallon goat skin bag was now up to half. "We can make it into cheese, we can make it into butter, and we can make it into yogurt. The sweetness in the milk isn't artificial, so don't worry about how it'll taste when it's turned into cheese or butter. I'll show you how to make them into cheese, butter, and yogurt, and when you're older you can do it yourself." Itachi hugged the goatskin bag to himself and groused. "Where did you get this?" "Saikata clan, I'm pretty sure I told you. 200 ryu for a gallon, way cheaper than how much it's sold for in Suna. Over in Sand, it's 500 for a gallon." "I need more," Naruto snorted. "That's a gallon of milk. You're telling me dash." He stopped when Itachi inhaled the last few drops of milk, darting his tongue into the satchel for any little drop left inside. You know what?" The blue-eyed uncle squatted down to his weeping nephew's side and placed a hand on his head, though it seemed Itachi was too busy squeezing the goat skin bag. "If you get into the top 3 of your class at the end of the semester, I'll give you as much goat milk you want." Itachi groaned, this time louder, throwing the empty skin bag away. "Give them to me now. I swear on my life I'll get first place. On my life." No, Naruto patted his head and stood up, entering the living room and hopping onto his couch. He clicked on the TV. That's not what I said. At the end of the semester. He sent a wide grin over the couch to his festering nephew. You'll have to make do with the milk your mother buys. Then and there, Itachi contemplated two things. Make a run for it to the fridge and leap out of the window with at least 2 more satchels of goat milk, or he could ambush his uncle and threaten him to comply. Those 2 ideas went up in flames in his head when he remembered that Blue the Uchiha was an expert marksman and could sooner shoot him with a barrage of saban before he could make it past the kitchen door. Naruto was also a special jounin while he was yet to make it through his first 4 months of the academy. Another helpful tidbit about the blue-eyed Uchiha was that he had once snapped his father's right arm in 2 places, and Fugaku was a full jounin. The boy's shoulders slumped, and, without looking back to see the defeat in Itachi's eyes, Naruto chuckled heartily. Sometimes he always forgot that the boy was still a child, especially when Itachi read and spoke on a higher grade level than those his age, and his father touted him to be a prodigy when he activated his Sharingan when he was only 4. Against Naruto's wishes, Fugaku had enrolled the boy in the academy a whole year early, and the semester was coming to a close in the next 2 weeks. At Itachi's age, Naruto was already in the academy, and when he was 8.5 he graduated, and was immediately shipped off to the war front. He got 2 field promotions, from Genin to Chunin and then to Special Jounin. Resigned to never tasting the heaven-sent milk for another 2 weeks, for Itachi was confident that he was leagues ahead of his classmates, the boy tramped over to a chair in the parlor and slumped into it, heaving out a grating, frustrated sigh. It's not fair. I want you to be the best in your class. Oh, and hey, I did say we'd make cheese, butter, and yogurt. What good is that? The corners of Naruto's lips turned up. Well, you can melt the cheese ever so slightly and put it on bread. In Itachi's mind, he imagined himself seated on the counter of his uncle's house and chewing on toast with the melted cheese atop, stretching the cheese as far as it could go. Not sure you know this, but butter can also go on bread. This time, the bread wasn't toasted. It was the plain white bread his uncle liked buying. Even in his imaginations, he was surprised when the buttered bread melted in his mouth. And the yogurt is pretty self-explanatory. Yes. It was. You can't just get me hooked on that stuff and take it away from me. Itachi grunted and crossed his arms, turning his body away from his uncle and facing the TV as an old samurai movie from Iron Country played. It's not fair. Naruto idly wondered if he was spoiling his nephew too much. The boy hadn't behaved like this with his parents, or that many other people, not since he was 3, and for Naruto this was the only Itachi he knew. Entitled and cold, like his sister. Then he shook his head. If the boy trusted him enough to be himself and be open with him, and only him, then who was he to judge? He was glad Itachi trusted him. The blue-eyed hunter ninja removed his kunai and shuriken holsters from either side of his thighs, both made from the standard leather, and each was a forest green, and he chucked them at his nephew, who turned back to him and caught it with a questioning look in his eyes, predominantly a question of why a 20-year-old adult would give a 7-year-old boy lethally sharp weapons. If you stop pouting. He wiped out a single, new shuriken between his pointer and middle finger. I'll show you how to do this. A small movement of his fingers and that 1 multiplied into 3, and another motion and the 3 multiplied into 10, fanned out in both of his hands. Itachi's one-tomo Sharingan was working a mile a minute to slow down Naruto's actions and to relate to his brain how it was done. All he saw were the shuriken dividing, and that didn't make sense, not even from an illogical standpoint. He forgot about the goat milk, and his whole face became a question mark. He looked down to his uncle's shuriken holster, and wondered how he would even begin to perform the shuriken trick. It's to something your Sharingan can't copy, not now anyway. Is it Fuinjutsu? The boy asked, honestly confused. Naruto raised an eyebrow, saying in a somewhat lilting voice. Do you think it's Fuinjutsu? I don't know. You want to figure it out for yourself or you need help? Let me see if I can get it myself, if not I'll ask you. The boy nodded and plucked out 2 shuriken from his uncle's ninja star holster, turning them in his hands and under the intense scrutiny of his one-tomo Sharingan. "While you're at it, think of what you want for breakfast," the man added, sitting back comfortably in his couch and watching the samurai movie on the TV, one that was apparently about a ronin that was protecting a princess from bandits and assassins sent by her late father's relations, all for her to not claim the throne and become shogun. Itachi grunted. "Okay." Blue seeped his concentration into the movie, but it seemed to become an idle buzz somewhere in the back of his mind, throwing his attention onto other things. By the end of the war, last year, Naruto had become a millionaire. This was due, in part, of when inhabitants of an allied towns or cities paid him for his services once he was done being posted to that area, or when Konoha paid him for every person he had shot down with his mid-range, or long-range Senbon launchers. The Hidden Leaf had gotten this apparent fortune from an agreement from the daimyo after the Yondaime, and the former princess of Whirlpool had saved him and his family from certain calamity. Leaf had also raided enemy camps and looted treasuries. The Sandaime Hokage had led the village through to winning the war, and the Yondaime Hokage made sure that the other hidden villages, allied or otherwise, knew for sure that Konoha wasn't to be trifled with. Naruto didn't know what to do with his newly acquired wealth, so he put a majority of his money into his two separate bank accounts, Iron and Fire banks, and left them to the devices of his two trusted accountants, who took it upon themselves to expand on their employer's wealth by making silent investments into ventures and companies, ensuring to keep Naruto's name unknown, but the Uchiha's money spoke on his behalf. Though no major decision with his money was made without Blue's express permission, he paid them well and they lived well, and so they worked for him loyally, no problem. There was a major, leading textile company in Kumo that Naruto owned more than 50% of, essentially making him the CEO and the primary decider of anything that company did, but he left the main control in the hands of the existing board of directors. That company in particular exported to all over the continent. An entire book can be written on Naruto's savings and investments, his silent partnerships, and the companies he owned. Understandably, Blue the Uchiha didn't want to stretch himself or his two accountants too thin by having them shadow manage and fund too many organizations, so he limited their spending to 4 major corporations and 8 up-and-coming, prospectively profitable businesses, to be shared among them however they mutually agreed to. From what the statements sent back to him, the Iron accountant, being able to manage Naruto's neutral account, had his fingers deep in 3 major organizations and 5 prospective ones around the continent, while the Fire accountant was only able to get the rest due to the condition that dealings with Fire Country was too deeply investigated. And investigations were the last thing Naruto needed, seeing as he wanted to stay anonymous for as long as humanly possible. He didn't keep track of it all, and in hindsight that wasn't very smart, but in his defense it was a lot. It was working for him, and his 2 accountants were doing a commendable job. His accountants multiplied his millions into billions, and the directors of the national banks he had accounts with were adequately bribed to speak nothing of it. There were 2 things he was actively putting his attention into. He was funding a program to provide food and relief for civilians that had lost their homes and livelihoods to the war, in Fire Country. They only knew their benefactor as the man from Chill. He had the money, and half of the time he didn't know what to do with it. Might as well give what he could to people that needed it, right? Another thing he was doing was pouring a portion of his money into a medical research facility in Hidden Chill. Last month, he had received his bank statements, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the number of zeros in the 2 spiral-bound books and where those zeros were going. Another bank report, the Fire and the Iron, was expected to come that morning. The secret billionaire had learned to not completely trust anyone, so he had different sets of outside eyes check up on what his accountants were doing without them actually seeking the 2 money managers out or making their presence known, for Naruto hated being cheated, even if he still didn't know what to do with his money. Those outside eyes did not make up a spy network, like the ones Jiraiya of the Sannin had, but a complicated network of contacts and connections Blue had accumulated over time during his travels, conversing with the locals and relating with them at some level. He didn't want them sticking their necks out for him, only to keep their eyes open and their ears on the ground. Any information they thought would be valuable would be relayed to him, and he would properly compensate them for their worries. There was a whole system of coded messages and sealed scrolls. It wasn't a spy network. It was a vast network of contacts and connections. Contacts being people that knew would have the information he needed, and connections were people that could point him the direction of who he could ask to find what he needed. A contact can also be a connection, and a contact can be different from a connection. They were how Naruto was enlightened on events before most of the population. His contacts in Fire Country affirmatively reported that there was actual change being made to alleviate the lives of the scattered masses. The people around the northern and eastern regions of the country, those in towns and villages close to Iwa and Stone, had been hit worse by the war than the rest of the country. One funny thing a contact in Iwa told him, backed up by 2 other strings of connections in Demon Country, was that there was a conspiracy theory going round of a shadow organization that owned and controlled most of the influential, rich corporations, and they were based in Fire Country, tripling the suspicions behind any Fire Country dealing done outside of the country. This could easily not be about Naruto, whose money and silent partnerships was placed firm around the lifeblood of 4 major and 8 minor businesses, but it could also be about Minato. The Namake's Hokage was another millionaire that had gotten his riches during and after the war, and though the man was 5 years older than Naruto and was in the same age group as his sister and the present clan heads, the man didn't limit himself to the 4 and 8 but to anything that looked like it could rack him more money. He wasn't able to hide his wealth as quickly as Naruto was, but, capitalizing on being a legend-class shinobi as well as a business tycoon, he swerved into the skid and made his money into billions, not trusting his own accountants to do anything but hold his money and give him when he ordered it. Minato wore his money on his sleeve, and though not dressing like a pompous idiot, and drawing an even larger target on his back, the man acted the part. Kushina Uzumaki, his wife, was also rich, but her money came more from old, inherited clan money and land. Being married to Minato, she didn't really need to spend her money, so she just kept it aside for the moment. The 2 men, the Uchiha and the Namakes, were tied when it came to riches. The man's Sharingan activated and he swiveled his head to the front door as the mail slot rattled. Some letters were pushed in a second later. Naruto checked the time. 6:01 a.m. "The mailman's a bit early," Itachi commented absent-mindedly, still deciphering the shuriken trick Naruto had shown him. "Maybe father ordered him to come by earlier." "Yeah, maybe." Blue trailed off with a raised eyebrow. Fugaku, the clan head, didn't like birds randomly flapping into and out of his clan compound, so he made it so that the falcon messengers left mail at the front entrance with the Chunin guards, and the guards there would deliver the mail by hand every morning. Anyone expecting would have to go to the front entrance and inquire about it. It was honestly making an easy thing more troublesome than it needed to be. "Could be the water and light bill. I haven't gotten them yet. I thought the clan head pays for clan light and water." The 7-year-old looked up, his eyebrows furrowed inquisitively. "The clan head is more like a representative when it comes to paying the water and light bill. We give him the money and he pays it on all of our behalf," the man said in a lecturing tone, standing up. "If anyone can't pay up, it's up to the clan head to decide what to do with them." "Oh." Blue the Uchiha ruffled the child's hair as he passed him. "Keep working on that." "Sure, Blue. Uncle Blue. Uncle Blue." The man sighed tiredly and stomped to the door. He bent down and picked up the mail. His spinning blue digitsu checked them from traps or concealments. Nothing. What is it?" His nephew called from the parlor. His voice was partly drowned out by a sword-fighting scene on the television. "Don't worry about it," the man answered, craning his head forward and shuffling the letters in his hand. His Sharingan never stopped whirring, doing so slower and seemingly more methodical. "You haven't told me what you want for breakfast yet." "Working on it." Naruto grunted. 2 white envelopes had the Fire and Iron Country postage stamps, reliably the 2 bank statements from his accountants. Like for the past year, the handwritten letter inside was of the accountants sending him their pleasantries, inquiring about his health, informing him, in summary, of family matters and that there was nothing to worry about concerning his money and his investments. There would be a for authorized eyes only seal at the bottom of the letter, containing the blue back spiral-bound book where the full statement was typed, from computer to printer. The two accountants, in their individual reports, would list out, in full, the number of industries, companies, ventures and small businesses his money was going to, how profitable they currently were, how profitable they would be in the near future, and their advice for him on where to go from there. The statements also had smaller, summarized reports from the companies he owned a majority of, usually containing how the board of directors wanted to meet him in person, to put a face and name to the silent partner/owner. The accountants could say that the relief funds was coming along nicely and that the medical research facility in Chill had made several breakthroughs, contained in a differently sealed letter by the director about the many amazing things they had done with his financial support. Lastly, the accountants would ask him to let them know if he was in town, for he was always welcome in their homes. The format was always the same, varying a few times. Naruto had come to expect that from them. He appreciated how much they respectfully dumbed down their words and the numbers, not wanting to sound snobbish or rude to the person paying their salaries and also not wanting to create some doubt in his mind on their capabilities of ensuring the privacy and prosperity of his accounts with them. They were nice people. Blue the Uchiha had befriended them while he was on the road to another station. And speaking honestly, they knew that there was no barrier and no distance that would stop him from harming them if they stabbed him in the back. He tucked the two letters in his back pocket. He'd read them later. Another letter was from his sister. She wasn't yet used to using a phone, so she still sent letters. It was to ask about Itachi, remind him not to keep the boy up too late at night, feed him properly, and to generally not rub his instability on her child. She also told him she and Fugaku would return to the village the next day instead of in 2 days, cutting their anniversary short. Her reason being she couldn't leave him for prolonged periods of time with her son, not when she had another child on the way. His return letter would contain his home telephone number and the words "bite me." He didn't get along well with Mikoto, but she was still his sister. She knew not to take offense at his insults, and neither did he to hers. The last one wasn't an envelope but a hand-sized scroll. He rolled it open and he skimmed the contents briefly. His blue eyes saw red. Minato Namikaze barely got himself settled on his chair before he heard a commotion on the other side of his office doors. The doors slammed open and Naruto stormed in, his blazing blue eyes glowing angrily. "I'm under surveillance?" He slapped the open scroll in his hands on the Hokage's desk, as the blond man sat forward in alarm at his Uchiha friend barging in at so early in the morning. On the scroll, clear as day, were official orders for Naruto Uchiha to be classified as a Class A flight risk and to be watched at all times, stamped and made official by the Hokage's seal at the bottom, accompanied by Minato's own signature. Minato blinked down at the document, then his blue eyes looked up at the younger man breathing fire on the other side of his desk. He didn't even claim the document was forged. The Hokage's seal couldn't be forged. He motioned for Blue to calm down, for the ANBU and Chunin mission dispatchers that had tried to hold the long-range master back and were currently on guard, standing defensively in readiness to protect their Kage. "Let's all just settle down." He waved his hand to the others to leave his office, and they dutifully exited. "Now, Naruto dash. Why the hell am I being watched?" "Sit down, Naruto." Blue spat balefully. "Answer me, damn it." Class A internal threats were given to people that were still active within a village's ninja force that were less than mentally stable and were also rightly powerful. They were not only a threat to themselves but also a threat to those around them, people that would snap at any moment, and of whom their watchers were tasked to bring them down at the slightest sign of a crack in the foundation. They were people physically and psychologically falling apart at the seams. Only a matter of time before the person had a mental breakdown. Minato coolly sat forward on his desk. "Aside from the fact that you have continually refused to give us the schematics for crystalline for us to mass produce in defense of our village?" The Uchiha exhaled through grit teeth. "I've told you before, once my launchers are mass produced, then sooner or later they will get into enemy hands, and after that people that aren't trained or qualified to hold them will find a way to acquire them, like children and crazy people." He brought down his fist onto the Hokage's desk, growling. Blue the Uchiha couldn't claim to be an inventor, though he was the one that built and designed his forearm and long-range launchers. If your inventors can't come up with how I could make my launchers, then I think it's best to not arm anyone with it, Naruto said with finality, stepping back and centering himself once again. Our friends are worried about you, Naruto. The black blonde-haired man's eyebrows lifted up. Oh, so they're in on this as well? They think I'm crazy? The war changed you, Dash. It changed all of us. Naruto bit. None more than you. Minato fired back, feeling his temper rise. We all seeing how hard it is for you to forget. We only want what's best for you. So you classified me as a Class A man? Naruto asked incredulously. Minato nodded. Your launcher and your Dijitsu make you more dangerous. Every year of the war and every news station the Sandaime posted you to not only made you more brazen but more unfit to be out on the field. For obvious reasons, Hiruzen couldn't take you off, so he squeezed as much out of you as possible. I can't believe what I'm hearing. My own friends think I've lost it. Blue grabbed his head. I am not crazy. I'm fine. Understandably, you were an asset that helped us win the war, but all that weight of expectation would have been lifted off your shoulders if you gave us the blueprints for your launcher. Is this what that's all about? Naruto hissed, clenching his fists and stepping back again, centering himself. I will not give you those plans. Not even if you order me. Finally, Minato lost it. He shot up from his seat and said, jabbing a hard finger at Naruto. That right there is one other reason I gave the council permission to make you a Class A threat. Blue didn't even rear back in intimidation, glaring darkly at the shouting Hokage. Your inability to listen to orders. Because you are an asset doesn't mean you aren't disposable. Naruto's lips became a straight line and he tilted his head to the side a little, lifted an eyebrow, suspicious. What's that supposed to mean, Minato? Daylight Sagittarius. The Yondaime suddenly reminded him. This time Naruto paused. His knuckles cracked. His eyes hardened. Not only was it none of our business, it was also insubordination. Minato ground, coming around his desk and standing at equal height with the other tall, though younger, man. The corners of Blue's lips twitched down, staring right back at his Hokage. I could do something, so I did. You disobeyed a direct order, Dash. They were children, Minato Dash. IWA children. The Namikaze corrected. Whatever Onoki does with them is up to him. Are you even hearing yourself? Are you? Minato returned venomously. You had one job to do, take them all down, and you fucked that up, Dash. You watch your mouth, Blondie. Blue snarled, his Sharingan spiraling into life and glowing wrathfully. I did more than what you wanted. Are you going to blame me for having the sense to end the attack at the source? Don't forget who you're talking to, Naruto. The two men glared hard at each other, not speaking, until Blue closed his eyes and cracked his neck. His Dijitsu cooled down and returned back to Naruto's sky-blue orbs. I know what you're doing, and I won't give you that satisfaction. Minato smirked, a small, secretive expression, and he chuckled, raising his hands in surrender that his plan for Naruto to strike him hadn't worked. That action would have resulted in him being arrested, his wealth and assets being seized by the village, including the much-coveted launchers Minato was vying so hard to acquire. Blue the Uchiha notoriously hated when the superiority card was used on him, especially outside of a war scenario. I won't call off the order, Naruto. For your own good. Naruto turned around as his Hokage spoke, walking to the door at a slow, easy pace. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, sparing only one hand to open the office door. We only want what's best for you, Naruto. Don't forget that. The Uchiha didn't reply. Kushina is planning a little get-together tomorrow night. Naruto stopped, silently looking over his shoulder with one hand on the doorknob. She wants you to be there, Naruto. Blue the Uchiha pursed his lips and nodded solemnly. Sure, I'll be there. Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Chapter 2. Daylight Sagittarius. It was Naruto's 17th birthday, and he was celebrating it the best way he could, lying prone, chin deep in soggy, rain-soaked grass and pointing his long-range launcher in the general direction of where one of Jiraiya's spies had said a strange transaction was taking place in an abandoned village in marsh country, and staring with his right blue Sharingan eye open through his launcher scope. No better way to spend a birthday. Sarcasm was remarkably therapeutic. The Blue Uchiha usually performed missions by himself. He didn't always confront enemies closer than 10 miles, but in this particular mission, he was within a 5-mile range and, naturally, he didn't have any support. His commanding officer for Konoha's main force in Iwagakure, Minato Namikaze, had sent him here by his lonesome to watch the meeting, report what he discovered and pick off any ninja weaker than a rank that wasn't an ally using his long-range launcher. Matter of fact, anyone within a 400-kilometer range that wasn't an ally or a helpless civilian was to be brought down without hesitation. That was Daylight Sagittarius. Already, within 20 minutes of his arrival, Blue had killed roughly 20 IWA ninjas, 5 Kumo ninjas and an A-rank grass shinobi. He wasn't to make any decision on his own and he wasn't to engage closer than a mile of them. He had shown time and time again that even though he was nothing to be underestimated at close range, he was truly a master of long-range attacks with a weapon that could certifiably kill shinobi before they could be aware of the needle lodged up in the base of their skulls. For that moment, he was observing a hooded man sitting inside an uncompleted building. The man had lightly tanned skin and whatever other feature was covered by the dark rain cloak, except that his hands had hard calluses and his fingernails were cut much too short. Naruto blinked as he saw a carriage come up from the horizon, dragged by a sickly-looking horse along a wet, muddy path. The sniper swiveled his sights slowly and turned a small knob on the side of his scope, focusing the scope on his target and improving the sight quality. Zooming closer to the oncoming carriage and his Sharingan spun sluggishly, keeping track of the minute movements around the carriage, ensuring there was no illusion or trickery at play. Not that many things could get past Blue's Sharingan. The Hunter Ninja took in the features of the person sitting on the carriage. The man was reedy thin and wore the Iwagakure forehead protector on his temple, a light brown shirt, black pants and blue sandals. His eyes were sunken into his skull and his mouth almost nearly hung open, as if he was eternally exhaling in hunger. His hair was as thin as one would expect from a malnourished man, though his hands held firm to the poor leather harness that controlled the horse as the animal clopped down the rain-wet road. The carriage had a dark-looking tarp thrown over and a stray wind lifted up the edge a little, showing that it wasn't a carriage, but a large cage that had been fitted with wheels that the horse was drawing. The edge of the tarp went back down, showing nothing. Naruto hummed and adjusted himself on the disturbingly soppy ground, relaxing his finger on the trigger of his launcher and keeping his expression neutral. Only 4 Chunin guarded the carriage, and they too looked as bad as the driver. IWA didn't seem to be in a good place at this point in the war. Too many people, not enough food and a drastic reduction in the number of able-bodied shinobi while the number of untrained, unusable civilians rose. Minato's last rampage, the one that turned him into the Yellow Flash, had created thousands of orphans, and it didn't look like that Tsuchikage could sustain all of them. His one open eye followed the carriage till it stopped beside the uncompleted building the first stranger had been sitting inside, now whom stood before it, and rubbed his hands with what Naruto perceived as eagerness. The carriage stopped, and the driver came down with a heavy huff. He cleared his throat and Naruto read their lips, his other eye now open and both blue orbs flicked from person to person. "Here they are, as Lord Owanoki promised," the driver said, catching a scroll of what Naruto guessed was money. "There are 4 more carriages on their way." "Have they been prepped?" the cloaked person asked, pulling his hood back to show a fair-faced man with a Kumogakure forehead protector on his own temple. "Or are we doing it ourselves?" "Aye, they've swallowed the explosive seals," the driver answered flippantly, handing the money to a Chunin guard, and the man stashed it into his flak jacket. "They won't be digested until the next 11 hours. 11 hours? The Kumo ninja raised an eyebrow. "Special paper, I try not to ask." The IWA driver answered flippantly. Well? The Kumo man shrugged. It's more than enough time to get them close to Kiri. We'll tell them to head that way for food. His voice strayed and he asked, skeptically. You starved them, right? The driver squinted and looked over the Kumo man's shoulder, seeming to expect more of them to come out of nowhere, but Naruto's Jujutsu had positively identified that Kumo man was by himself. We've starved them, no problem. He stopped looking over the Kumo man's shoulder and asked him directly. You the only one here? I'm more than enough. The IWA ninjas didn't bother asking. The light-skinned lightning shinobi then asked, more than curious. How did you get them to be quiet? Drugged them, was the simple answer. Naruto frowned and he forced his trigger finger to relax once again. It's some trippy grass that grows all over the place back home. One of the guards answered. Causes kidney damage if it's taken too much, but who cares, they're gonna die anyway. Mind if I take a look? The Kumo man answered, and without asking, he walked past the driver, flipping open the tarp. Blue's eyes hardened. Children were packed inside the cage, at least 30 of them, and they were glassy-eyed and catatonic, swaying side to side and twitching every little while. If possible, the children looked even hungrier than the ninjas picked to guard them on their very last journey out of IWA. You know, the Kumo man said, a small smirk lingered on his lips. It's funny how your Kage always boasted about how big his ninja force was, but now he's crying at how many useless civilians he's got. The driver shook his head as one of the guards reared up in anger. They get to be useful to IWA in the end, I guess. Blowing up Kiri? Yeah, that's pretty useful. As Blue could recall, Kiri had a loose alliance with Konoha, but they absolutely detested Kumo. The war had completely gotten to Kiri's shores, and what little fighting was being done out on the sea, by shinobi that could water walk and perform jutsus at the same time. The Uchiha pieced together their plan. Kiri would accept the dizzy-looking children refugees, not knowing of their natural affiliations, and the bombs that they had been forced to eat would detonate once they got into the heart of the country, through a remote detonator somewhere close to Kiri. Naruto reported his discovery to Minato, as the driver and his guards waited for the other carriages to arrive. The Namikaze's order to final. Kill them all. Naruto cleared his throat. What about the kids? Leave them in the cages. They'll probably starve to death. It's better than being blown up. Don't forget, they're IWA kids. This is as merciful as I can get. Naruto didn't reply affirmatively, and the blond man, just returning from another battle along Kumo's borders and washing his hands in a puddle, speaking into a headset. Is that a problem, Naruto? They're kids dash. So? You were a kid when you were drafted. Minato and most in his generation had the time to be around their mid-teens before the war erupted. Naruto was drafted into the war effort when he was 8. This is different. We can't just let them in those cages. We can't just let them starve to death. His fingers twitched on the trigger, and his lips turned down. This isn't right. I'm not even ordering you to kill them, and you know if I order you, you have to obey. He paused when he realized himself, already sensing the hard silence on the other end of the line, the tensed muscles of the sniper shinobi. Naruto dash. I'm not leaving them like this. Don't dash. But Naruto had already torn off his headset and fired off 4 bullets, reloading quickly and firing out 2 more, bringing down the 5 IWA shinobi and 1 Kumo ninja in the blink of an eye. The Senbon had been weighted since they had been in their cartridges and not weighted while they were in the air, so as to prevent a burst of detectable chakra, and those needles jammed into the sides of their throats, tearing through their lungs. Unable to breathe, blood pulsed from the small wound. They fell down grasping their necks, gurgling pitifully and blindly searching for their killer. Naruto's Sharingan saw that the driver made to shoot chakra to a seal on his back, between his shoulder blades, and he blasted the 2 remaining needles into his head, ending his life. The sniper reloaded his launcher. He could predict that his actions would get him court-martialed before the Hokage and probably demoted, but they wouldn't release him from active duty. Not when he was their best and only long-range sniper. The Uchiha still hadn't submitted the schematics for his launcher. He didn't like the idea of a weapon as versatile and powerful as his launcher being mass-produced. Blue already had plans to upgrade his long-range weapon to pinpoint targets at even longer range, lock on with deadly accuracy and shoot them down. For now, the range limit was 400 kilometers and his Saban cartridges only allowed 4 needles at a time, but when he was done with working on his launcher, it would reach 600 kilometers and 10 Saban in a launcher. The forearm launchers only accepted a 2-needle reload at a time, though no less dangerous. That day, Naruto stretched the bare limits of his chakra. He made a shadow clone to guard the cage, and since his weapons couldn't replicate along with the jutsu, he could only spare the clone a handful of ninja stars, some kunai, and charged it to use ninjutsu, as long as it didn't dispel and leave the children defenseless. The man wasn't sure why he was going so far for these children. He set himself up on the top of a building and rained down hellfire on the approaching carriages. Those slave-carrying carriages weren't very spaced apart, and it took Naruto 10 minutes of continuous firing, 15 Saban cartridges and an overtaxed eye. When the carriages behind noticed that the guards in front were dropping like flies, they would panic and lead Naruto to unleashing death in its swiftest form, before they could raise an alarm. IWA wasn't too far back, and no doubt they had headsets with them or some sort of alarm seal, like with the driver, so each kill was a definite kill. A weighted needle between the eyes and lodged deep in the skull. With each liberated carriage, Naruto created a shadow clone to bring them to the deserted town he was sniping from, weakening himself drastically and making his vision blur more and more. The man wasn't so abundant in chakra, one of the reasons he favored long range as well as, if forced, hand-to-hand. He slapped his cheeks and got up off his stomach. Minato could be sending Shinobi to his location to bring him back. Disobeying orders wasn't something the Hokage liked, not when one of the people he had designated power to was the one that had been disobeyed. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw it as a direct insult. Blue broke open the cages and took them out of their cages, though the drugged-up children didn't stray away from their wrought iron prisons. Naruto found some dog shit, and he forced the children to smell it. They threw up. It would take 3 more cycles of this process of making them smell dog excrement and vomiting before they were purged of the drugs in the system. Then when that was gone, Naruto pressed on, making them throw up bits and pieces of the explosive seals. He was no master of Fuinjutsu, but he was sure that whether the paper was intact or not, the bomb would still go off. He disposed of the explosive seals with fire, at safe distance, and by sunset, he ushered them back into the cages, and he and his clones guided them to north of marsh country, to frigid country, bypassing as much of the war as they could. The real Naruto lay prone on his stomach on top of the cage, firing needle after needle to clear their path, until he ran out of Saban and had to engage them directly. The IWA children watched the Konoha Shinobi defend them. They didn't talk much, only when they were hungry or thirsty. It took 2 whole months for them to safely get to frigid country, and much longer to get to Hidden Chill. Naruto was long since out of needles, and the standard weapons he used were the ones he picked up from dead bodies. He had a friend stationed in Chill that would help him. Orochimaru took the children off his hands. The Blue Uchiha and the Snake Sannin had an understanding. Trust. That was what he had with the odd Sannin. It was what he hoped he had with his friends. Now, Naruto didn't know who to trust. His friends thought he was crazy. The black blonde-haired man left the Hokage's tower, his eyebrows furrowed and his hands clenched into fists in his pockets. Those outside so early were people setting up their shops or ninjas trooping into the tower for missions. They gave the grim-faced man a wide berth, and in turn Naruto was too in his mind to respond to their greetings. "Hey, Blue!" The man bumped into a smaller form and he blinked, looking down with fractionally narrowed eyes to the culprit that had blocked his path with their body. His blue eyes stormed with festering anger but summarily withdrew into itself, hiding the rage, when they focused on Yugao Yuzuki, who wore a sports bra under a white half-shirt, black tights underneath a pair of knee-length shorts and trainers. He spotted a few beads of perspiration on her forehead and the small, heavy exhales from her mouth. The only makeup she had on was face powder and dark purple lipstick, and this made Naruto raise an eyebrow. "Blue? He grunted and stepped aside to continue his was, though the Jounin hopped back in front of him with a curious crease of her forehead. She searched his eyes and he looked back down at her, masking his previous emotion with a half-empty, half-sleepy expression. How's it going, Yugao? Something wrong? I called your number but Itachi said we're here. Naruto was silent for a moment. His lips became a straight line and his clenched fist cracked, then he gave her a wide grin. Nah, just wanted to talk to Minato. What are you gonna call him, Lord Hokage? More people were gradually coming out, and life was restarting in the village. When I feel like it, Naruto answered tightly. His cerulean orb swept over her, from her messy purple hair, tied up in a ponytail, to her feet and back up to her eyes. Noticing his gaze as she tipped a bottle of water into her mouth, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. Yup, came back from my morning jog. She perched a fist on her hip and smirked up at him. You up for a spar? The man leaned down a little and smirked right back at her. His eyes swam playfully. Shave that mustache, then we can talk. The woman gasped. Fuck you, jackass. Naruto's laughing smile never left his face. Do you really want me to answer that? You want to spar or not? She asked, plain and simple. She opened her arms and grinned up at him. Or are you scared you'll be beaten by a girl? The Blue Uchiha rolled his eyes and leaned back lazily. You want to fight that bad, huh? I mean, if your pride allows you to get creamed, then sure. The swordswoman shrugged. Training Ground 11. Blue put on his black gloves and rolled his shoulders, raptly watching his opponent stretch her arms over her head, swung them down, and closed her eyes, rolling her neck. How do you want to do this? She asked the man standing in the middle of the training ground. Naruto's response was a silent gesture to his childhood friend, as he patted down his short-sleeved blue shirt and the pockets of his black pants, performing a few squats and bouncing on the balls of his feet. I don't use my sword, you don't use your launchers. Hand to hand? I'm not with my gear. She jogged to him and stood a foot from her friend. Neither am I? No sword, no launchers, no kunai, no shuriken and no forearm or shin guards. They both took 10 large steps back and settled into their fighting stances, Yugao into a noticeably guarded stance, prioritizing the use of her arms to guard her middle and her legs to move, while Naruto took a less guarded stance, keeping his chest and stomach somewhat open and his legs bent into a ready position, though the sword master was far from deceived. She had grown up with the man across from her, spent the greater part of 14 years with him, whether or not they were out on the field or training together. For only a handful of years, they were teammates. Blue was a long-range fighter through and through, but his fighting style provided gaping false openings, making it look like he neglected to protect his vitals while in reality they were to lull her into a false sense of superiority, make it seem like he was a mere novice and she could very well take him down by attacking the open areas of his chest and stomach. She was woman enough to admit that she had fallen for this many times before. But those times was when her friend was fully geared with the standard shinobi weapons, his launchers and his senbon. She was beginning to think he really did have his gear with him. Ever so slowly, the ANBU operative shifted her stance from defensive to offensive, leaning heavily into counterattacks. She didn't like the secretive smirk that flicked up on the Uchiha's face. She didn't like the mysterious spark that lit up in his eyes, the one she had seen hundreds of times before he slit his opponent's throat open, a look in his eyes that bordered on manically exhilarated. Yugao tightened her core. TCH! She lifted up her forearms over her head when the long-range fighter bounded to her in 5 easy steps and came down with an axe kick. Yugao diverted the blow to her right and spun on her heel, delivering a heel kick that Naruto blocked with his own forearm, lowering himself soon after and surging 2 punches to her gut, which she dodged by hopping back once, running back with her head down, and rolled under an overhead kick from her Uchiha friend, dexterously bent her back away from a palm strike and speedily turned around, fully engaging him again. Blue shifted his head to the left from a straight punch and Yugao batted away a liver jab, grunting with her teeth clenched as the special Jounin cracked his knee into her gut, stepping closer to her after the blow and nearly taking her head off her shoulders with an elbow strike, which she just barely missed by tucking into a backwards roll. Stumbling back on her feet and rolling once again as Naruto came to her with an axe kick that seemingly fell down from the sky blue heavens, creating mild shockwaves as his foot smashed into the ground. The man doggedly followed her as she rolled back once again, exhaling tightly and suppressing the urge to activate his Sharingan and end the fight. She rose up and slapped a punch upwards with her palm, batted down a knee, swept aside a blow to her face with her forearm, ducked a critical palm strike to her chin and cursed as, unpredictably, his knee ran into her face. Stars exploded behind her eyes and the world dimmed for a split second. The knee strike banged her brain in her head and her body tumbled onto the ground. She rolled onto her front, away from a solid kick to her side, and pushed off the ground with her powerful arms, clear away from a stomp to her upper back. Yugao grabbed a blow coming to her neck with both of her arms, hastily tucked the blow over her right shoulder, and used the force of the Uchiha's blow against him by judo flipping him over her shoulder. The man's back slammed into the ground and Yugao, firmly holding the downed man's upper arm with her left hand, released her other fist and brought it down on the man. Naruto snagged the blow with his other hand and pulled, twisting his body and summarily bringing her down to the ground as well, flipping over her own downed form and straddling her. Her right arm was pinned under his left knee and her left arm was under his right foot. Her legs lifted off the ground, fully intending to wrap around his neck and throw him off, but he caught her right leg under his arm and rammed his other elbow into her left thigh. Pain burst from her left leg as it limply fell back onto the ground. Naruto knew Yugao's body to the finer details. He didn't need his Sharingan activated to know which areas he could strike that would paralyze that part of her body. "No," Naruto said, and the smile cleared from his face, replaced by frigid seriousness that chilled his childhood friend's very soul. "You have one chance to tell me the truth, or else I'll hypnotize you and get it out of you by force." The woman grunted and struggled, thrashing her arms and her restrained leg, until Naruto jammed his pointer and middle finger to her right hip and her other leg went still. Her eyes bugged out in horror at her inability to free herself. "How long has Minato told you to spy on me?" This time her eyes widened not in horror but in alarm, freezing from her struggle for freedom, and her mouth flapped, not sure what to say. "I'm not repeating myself." Blue ground threateningly and glared down at her. "Blue, hold on. I was gonna tell you dash. That's not what I want to hear." Naruto snapped as his blue eyes flared, transforming into the basic form of his Sharingan, the three Tomo eyes. "Truth. Now. We're worried about you, Naruto. I'm tired of hearing that." Naruto hissed, irritated that his closest friend was playing Minato's words back at him like a broken record. "You and me were deployed to Kumo on the same day, at the same time and at the same age. Why are you not a Class A threat?" Be because you have crystalline and your Sharingan," she exclaimed. Her body heaved and relaxed. Her eyes glazed over with tears and she cried. "Not only are your launchers dangerous but your Sharingan, what you can do with them, make you a bigger threat." Naruto felt sick to his stomach and Yugao's heart dropped at the disgust that twisted her best friend's face. "Of all the people that could stab me in the back, you of all people know how much this village means to me." He eased his knee and foot off her arms and plopped down beside her body, crossing his legs and closing his fists tightly on his knees. He could look at her and it broke Yugao's heart at how much she had betrayed him. "We've been ninjas for well over 12 years, Yugao," Naruto stated, his lips dipped and his eyes dimmed with suppressed sadness. The sore master couldn't bear to look at his torn face again. "And throughout those 12 years I have never once used my eyes or my launchers against a comrade or a friend outside of training." He looked at her and shook his head, his eyes shifted back to normal. "And you knew this. Of all people, you should know this most of all. Yet you think everyone thinks I've lost my mind. That I'll snap and turn against the village I've served since I was a kid. I tried to convince them, Naruto." "Stop lying." Blue scoffed and stood up. "You're a terrible liar." Contrary to Blue's words, Yugao wasn't a terrible liar. She was deputy captain of ANBU Team 2. She was a prodigious kunoichi and a master of her craft. Blue knew the woman so much and to such extents that he could tell when she was lying. And she was supposed to know him that well too. Turns out he was wrong. Naruto, we need to talk about this, she said, trying to sound firm, but the emotions in her voice betrayed her. Nah, Naruto replied with an easy, laid-back smile and an airy shrug of his shoulders. He pushed his hands into his pockets and began walking off. I think we've talked for long enough. Naruto, wait! She pushed chakra into her legs, restarting her muscles, and staggered to her knees, bashing her fists into her unfeeling thighs to get her blood flowing. Let me explain. I'm just gonna go. Before I do something I'll regret. He was too far ahead of her by the time her legs agreed to support her body again. A few minutes later. Konoha's eastern gate. Itachi looked up to his uncle and said factly, If we're running away, then you could have at least given me 5 minutes to pack. Itachi held his uncle's hand firmer and sighed dourly. His head dipped down, and he scuffed his foot on the gravel ground leading up to the gate, disappointed. This isn't how I imagined we'd run away, Blue. Uncle Blue. Uncle Blue. He corrected himself. I don't think I'm ready to hear about your fantasies, Itachi. The boy suddenly blushed, his face a worrying shade of red. Idiot. He spat. That's not what I meant. Ha, whatever you say, kid. They neared the gate and the man shrugged his backpack onto his front, briefly releasing his nephew's hand and then holding it again. And we're not running away. I just want to go and see an old friend of mine. Do I really have to come? I can't leave you by yourself for too long, the uncle replied. Besides, I'll teach you a low-rank genjutsu on the way. Itachi's eyes lit up. Genjutsu? Yup. What's it called? Mirror of Damnation, the boy said, skeptical. That doesn't sound low rank. The man hummed and scratched his chin, failing to hide his knowing smirk. Is B rank low? Catching on quickly, Itachi cracked a small grin. I think it is. There we have it. My friend might use some nifty illusions too, but we won't be out for too long. Is that why there are ANBU following us? The 7-year-old prodigy stated, turning his face to the right and spotting about 3 black operatives staring down at them from the roof of a 2-story bakery. The boy and his uncle had long since sensed their watchful presence, and they also caught sight of about 4 more black operatives trailing them from a short distance. Bah, we'll lose them. Before the boy could ask his special Jounin uncle how he could lose Konoha's elite shinobi, now whom numbered up to 10 following them, the man stopped at the gate and presented his and Itachi's passports. Izumo took them and asked, Mission? He looked around Naruto, at the smaller Uchiha boy hiding behind his uncle, stubbornly holding Blue's pant leg as well as his left hand. With your nephew? Nope. Heading out for a while. We won't be back for another few hours. Izumo then looked over his shoulder as the landline hanging on the wall of the gatekeeper's house rang. Kotetsu picked it up, and Naruto's eyes hardened at the short look Kotetsu gave him, turning back to the phone and murmuring into it. Kotetsu dropped the receiver and coughed into his fist. Is there a problem? Give me a second, Izumo said, taking with him Blue and Itachi's passports as he went to speak to his fellow Chunin gatekeeper. A few seconds later, Izumo came out and his expression was grim. I'm sorry, Blue. Lord Hokage ordered us to not let you leave the village, especially not with Itachi. Blue chuckled and stepped closer to Izumo, holding out his right hand open to the Chunin, palm up. Give me the passports, man. I am sorry. Lord Hokage's orders. He held Naruto and Itachi's passports in both of his hands, taking a hesitant step back, while Kotetsu subtly prepared to defend themselves. Naruto noticed their raised guards and he smirked slightly. I can't let you out of the village. Naruto's eyes curved upwards and his left hand held Itachi's own a bit tighter, though not uncomfortably so. It was a secret reaffirmation and Itachi calmed down once he received it. The Uchiha sniper tilted his head to the side and stood where he was, his right hand still waiting for the passports. What makes you think you're the one keeping us in the village? Wisely recalling how the long-range fighter's aversion to being ordered, Kotetsu introduced himself to the talk. No offense to you, Naruto, But our hands are tied. Blue exhaled. Well, that's too bad. The passports in Izumo's hands warbled, as if they were mere tricks of the light, replaced by pieces of paper of identical size and weight. Tell Minato to keep his panties on. We'll be back before they get together. Blue bent his knees and Itachi hopped onto his back, wrapping his arms around his uncle's neck. The bag on Naruto's front made it somewhat hard for Itachi to keep his legs around Naruto's middle, but he found a way. He turned his body, as the ANBU made to stop him from leaving, and spoke to an alarmed Izumo, who was surprised that an illusion had been used on him. Oh, and I'd appreciate it if we weren't followed. One of the ANBU, a tiger mask-wearing man, said, reaching for Naruto's shoulder with his hand. Naruto. The Uchiha's neck swiveled over his shoulder, and his Sharingan burned darkly in his sockets, spinning furiously. I dare you to stop me, Tenzo! Tiger retracted his hand and his jaw locked hard. Rightfully so, the other black operatives gave Naruto his space, doing so stiffly. Blue beamed at him, then faced ahead towards his journey. Smart man! Naturally, going against the Hokage's orders was detrimental to one's health, but what minuscule amount of respect Naruto had for Minato was erased to its very last atom after the meeting he had with the Yondaine in his office. Blue knew it was Minato that had convinced their friends that he was gradually losing his mind. Oh, he knew. At this point, the Blue Uchiha couldn't care less about any order from the Hokage. Sure, there would be repercussions to his actions, and some part of the Uchiha's mind tried to convince him to feel at least some sort of hesitation, or a bit, or regret at what he was doing, but he honestly couldn't care less. He just couldn't. It was probably why Minato didn't like him. One of the reasons anyway. As Konoha's eastern gate became a small dot behind them, Itachi craned his head over his uncle's shoulder, or at least tried to, though he ultimately settled for placing the side of his head between Blue's shoulder blades. What did you do that they aren't chasing us, Blue? Uncle Blue. Uncle Blue. Naruto's answer was simple. I stop being human when I'm pissed. They know that. It chilled Itachi how honest that statement was, and worse still, he was fairly sure that the man hadn't laid a hand on them, so curiosity drove him to ask. Did you threaten them with the Mangekyo Sharingan? Blue gave a tickling laugh. The one was Itachi liked out of all of Naruto's laughs, and the one that in turn made the boy smile in appreciation that he was the one that brought out his favorite laugh. It was a humorous laugh that acknowledged that his nephew had said something that genuinely made him smile. What makes you think I have the Mangekyo, Itachi? Because you do, was the sharp answer, a buzzing response from between Naruto's shoulder blades. I saw it when you were yelling at my dad after you picked me up from the forest of death. It's different from the ones I read in my dad's library. The eyes Itachi had glimpsed were akin to shattered stained glass that was made up of different shades of blue, white with a toxic, demonically black background. The Mangekyo Sharingan Itachi had seen his uncle shortly display as he laid in on Fugaka kept its pinwheel look, though with a stark resemblance to a hypnotic kaleidoscope. That day was the angriest Itachi had ever seen his uncle. He didn't want to see his uncle that angry again. It scared him, more than he wanted to admit. Blue stopped being human when he was pissed. Yet, time and time again, Blue was the only person on the planet that the young Uchiha was comfortable with talking to. Not even Shursui had gotten to that level of friendship, and the flamboyant Uchiha held nothing back. First off, Blue said, breaking him out of his thoughts as he jumped from branch to branch and further away from Konoha by the minute. You shouldn't have been in your father's library in the first place. There are many dangerous secrets in there that someone your age shouldn't even know about. I've almost finished the scrolls in that library anyway. The boy conceded, nestling himself closer to his uncle. I don't mind not heading there anymore. Well, I'll take it. And? Ah, yes. I do have the Mangekyo Sharingan. How did you get it? A close friend I fought alongside of during the war while I was stationed in Kumo was captured. I was sniping from about 500 kilometers away, out of Saban and low on chakra. I could only run so fast. He was long gone by the time I arrived. Naruto cleared his throat and focused half of his mind on the path he was running on, skipping off a branch and neatly landing on another, doing so with light feet and ensuring the branch didn't snap under his and Itachi's added weight. I went to look for him, and some days later I found him. The boy waited for the man to continue, but Blue remained silent. He was alive. The man chuckled humorlessly and shook his head. Oh no, he was in worse shape than when I last saw him. What did you do? There were no medics for another 5 miles and basic first aid wouldn't be of any help, so I had to put him out of his misery. A memory rushed into his head. Kneeling in the crumbling structure of Lightning Country's daimyo's palace, a 15-year-old Naruto cradled Ichiraku Yumino's lifeless body. A clean slice ran through each of his wrists, sluggishly throbbing with thin red blood. It was the most humane way for Blue to ease Ichiraku into death's arms, using his Sharingan to dull the pain to an ignorable thump and place Ichiraku's tortured mind in a state of perfect peace. The bodies of no less than 40 Lightning Country shinobi/samurai and Kumo jounin littered around them in various positions of distress and vastly different states of suffering. Some had saban rammed into the base or sides of their skulls, some were missing arms and legs, some didn't have their heads on their shoulders, some were simply curled up in themselves, vomiting blood because their hearts had imploded after a well-placed palm strike, and a staggering number of others had their entrails pouring out of their stomachs. Their flak jackets were unable to stop the tanto cut of a vengeful Uchiha. Those that weren't already dead or were dying moaned pitifully, and those that weren't dying but were in perpetual pain lay on their backs or on their sides, their eyes wide, their mouths gaping hollowly, and their bodies ramrod, forever unmoving. It was an ability only Naruto's Sharingan could perform. Blizzard. They were unresponsive, catatonic, for the rest of their lives as their muscles constricted with an impossible amount of pain. Later, Blue would find out he had evolved his Sharingan. The pain isn't worth it, Itachi, Naruto said solemnly. The twisted, gnawing agony of losing someone close to you is never worth it. He sent a short look over his shoulder, at the boy that had the side of his face placed between his shoulder places, his eyes closed and feeling the world rushing past him under his uncle's fleet feet. Promise me something, that if or when you acquire the Mangekyo, you get it through hard work and perseverance. Itachi's murmured answer wasn't delayed, not even for a second. I promise, uncle. I won't let you down. Blue found a smile growing on his lips. I knew I could count on you, Itachi. Having the Mangekyo Sharingan, for Naruto anyway, was a unique sensation. Even though he had only used his eyes not more than twice, and those were to check out what they could do and how it boosted his ninja way, the ocular improvement was astounding. It dwarfed what his normal 3-tomo Sharingan could do, and that basic form of his Jujutsu wasn't weak in any possible way, given that a unique to him jutsu he could perform was a complicated yet simple genjutsu called Blizzard, an illusion that, once he acquired eye contact with his target, allowed him to command the person's brain to disable bodily functions, including locking the limbs and tightening muscles. The mental images Blue subjected them to depend on his mood and the sheer depravity of his intentions for their sanity. Once his Sharingan evolved to Mangekyo, Blizzard became stronger and turned into Inferno. Naruto's Mangekyo made it look like he had been blind for all his life. The 5 basic Mangekyo jutsus he could perform implanted in his head once activated: Amaterasu, Incomplete Susanoo, Tsukuyomi, Izangi and Izanami, alongside the gradual loss of eyesight if he overused them. There were also 3 special Mangekyo jutsus that Naruto was sure weren't basic. One of them was Inferno, which deepened to not merely setting fire to the target's brain, but also forcing nightmarish images of monumental pain, suffering and torture to be experienced throughout their body. It was a fate worse than death. It couldn't be dispelled, not by any means he was aware of. Blizzard, the 3-tomo genjutsu, spared the victim from death, but Naruto could commandeer the person's brain and lock their body rigidly, like they had been frozen. He wasn't quite sure how an Uchiha with a Mangekyo would fare against Blizzard or Inferno, and in a way he wasn't too eager to find out, though he was sure that an average person would turn into a whimpering, slobbering mess of insanity and depravity once he hit them with his Inferno Sharingan genjutsu. The second Mangekyo jutsu Naruto could perform was Blue? Itachi called, interrupting his thoughts. Uncle Blue. He corrected, more out of instinct than anything else. He huffed and landed on the ground. The backpack he wore on the front rattled a little with the items inside: rations, weapons and scrolls, and he kept within the forest, avoiding the popularly used road leading out of Fire Country. Uncle Blue, where are we going? A small town in hot water country called Zyuki. Zyuki? Not yet at the stage in his studies to be well versed with most of the towns and villages of every country on the continent, Blue hummed at the question lingering in Itachi's voice. Your friend is in Zyuki? We agreed to meet there, yes. Zyuki town was a border town that was the gambling hub of hot water country, rivaling the lightning country capital and a village in fire country called Hanbai. Hot water was a country blessed with several pockets of natural gas packed in the ground, either sold for money or utilized by powering hot springs. But Zyuki only had 3 notable pockets of gas, enough to make only hot spring, so the hot water daimyo, before the First Shinobi War, scrambled to make proper use of that particular town and made the area the first place on the continent to legalize gambling. A decision that other countries and villages would criticize, though would later lead to Zyuki getting patronized by the continent's major yakuzas. That town was a hotbed of gambling and moral degradation, so much so that there was once a fight for dominance by the 3 of the continent's most powerful and most influential yakuza, the gangs of Fire Country, Iron Country and Lightning Country, 3 locations that surrounded hot water on all sides. It heated so badly that the hot water daimyo called the bosses of those gangs to his palace and organized a truce, declaring Zyuki a neutral ground for all 3 yakuza, where no gang-related crime or freelance individual crime was tolerated. So, even though prostitution was legal, drugs as well and gambling more so, Zyuki rarely reported any sort of crimes, for that town was under the protection and support of 3 hugely powerful yakuza. During 2 of the 3 wars, the 3 yakuza banded together and kept the violence and fighting outside of Zyuki. Black market dealings that involved the exchange of people or body parts was punishable by death, by order of the 3 bosses. No one was dumb enough to anger any of the 3 bosses. Blue gave a short summary of this to his nephew, who also hummed thoughtfully. Is your friend connected with any of the 3 yakuza? She's a part-time mob doctor for the Iron Country yakuza, from what she last told me, but for most of her time she's in Hidden Cho running a medical facility I'm funding. He laid out all the clues to her identity for Itachi and, connecting the dots, the boy's eyes widened. Do you know who I'm talking about? Orochimaru of the Sannin. The boy's arms around his neck tightened with suppressed fear. You know her? She played a big part in helping to form who I am and what I want to be. How did she do that? The nephew asked inquisitively, shifting only a little to get more comfortable, ready for a story. She told me something that I constantly think about, from the day she told me, even to now. Normal is boring. Start every day with a mountain of expectations and end it with 0 regrets, because the greatest weapon known to man is neither the human mind nor the soul, but the will to live. The will to survive. She really told you all that, huh? The younger Uchiha mused, thinking hard on the message his uncle had conveyed him, then idly saying, It explains a lot about who you are, uncle. The man gave a slight smile at the reflective tone of the boy's voice. The winds of Fire Country's northernmost grasslands whistled past them, nearly drowning out Itachi's words, as the Uchiha sniper blazed through a field of waist-length grass, far from a visible path but not in the least bit lost. But can it really be who I am? What do you mean? I mean... The boy dug his face deeper into his uncle's back and was silent for a moment, unsure if he should voice his thoughts. He finally said, I want to be like you, uncle. I'm not someone you'd want to be, Itachi. My honest wish for you, kid, is for you to see the world more than I ever could. But Blue Dash. Uncle Blue. Uncle Blue, you've already seen everything, Itachi said factly. Then you should see more than everything. Experience as many lifetimes as you possibly can. You don't have to put yourself in dangerous situations or always be out on the road. Just don't limit yourself to where Konoha wants you to go to what Konoha wants you to do. Along the way, You'll find out who you want to be. Itachi knew his uncle wasn't implying that he should spur the Hokage's orders like he had done or be disloyal to his village, and yet he still wasn't sure about the meaning behind Naruto's words. Despite this, he was absolutely sure he wasn't going to let his Uncle Blue's words be wasted. I'll try my best. Clearing the grassland, Blue climbed up a marginally tall hill and shaded his eyes with his hand from the sun, squinting down. There were horse carts, carriages and trolleys trotting casually, from fire country to hot water, making their way to the border town of Zayuki. Not that many people walked by foot, and even then, they remained on the left side of the road, on a paved path allocated for pedestrians. The line wasn't exactly going too slow, and it wasn't too fast. The Zayuki entrance gate had 4 lanes, 2 entering and 2 leaving, and they were manned by suit-wearing men and women, some of whom wore dark shades or medicated glasses. Those black-suited men and women were color-coordinated, wearing dark silver, long-sleeved dress shirts underneath, black leather belts, and rigorously polished black shoes. Iron Country Yakuza, Naruto identified, conveying this to the boy looking over his shoulder from his piggyback perch on Blue's back. Any hot water shinobi was there for show. Making his way down the hill and joining the pedestrians trooping to the gate meant specifically for non-carriage travelers. The Uchiha spotted the Yakuza holding their sheathed katanas in their hands or strapped to their hips, while their wakizashi were indeed strapped to their left hips. Their hair, build and facial features differed a lot. There was a man that was 4 feet tall and a woman that towered close to 7 feet, an effeminate man of slender build and delicate features and a burly-looking woman with strong features, a wispy beard on her chin, a fair-skinned woman and a dark-skinned man. As long as they pledged their lives and their blades to their boss, they were welcome to join the Iron Country Yakuza. Yes, Blue had a contact within their ranks. His contact was a female ronin that was high enough in their ranks to not need to constantly wear a suit but favored wearing a formal kimono, heeled sandals and her soft red tresses tied up into a loose bun by 2 chopsticks. He had once saved her from falling off a cliff. Long story. Nearing the front of the line, a male gang member spotted him. Blue was wearing a dark red short-sleeved shirt with black shinobi pants and black sandals with a pair of dark red gloves. His backpack was worn at his front while a wide-eyed, raptly cautious boy with black hair and cold black eyes blinked at him from over his uncle's shoulders. The child was in a pair of dark shorts, bright green short-sleeved shirt and black-green sneakers. Likely his uncle was the one that picked out his clothes for him. He wasn't wearing his Tokubetsu jounin vest or his forehead protector, so there weren't that many identifiable features on him to link him to Konoha. Not that many people liked Konoha, and they would make it more difficult than necessary to gain entry into Zayuki. It was possible his Iron Yakuza contact had told her subordinates to keep an eye out for him. The thing was that he hadn't notified her that he was on the way to Zayuki. Or, it could be the snake Sannin that had pulled some strings, using her position as part-time mob doctor to ease them off Naruto's back. The woman was a Sannin, a legendary kunoichi. She wasn't some sort of random grunt within the organization, even though the Iron Boss had given her a part-time status. From what Orochimaru had told him, the boss had given her a protection detail, the protection of the Iron Yakuza and a snazzy monthly salary. All she had to do was heal whoever they sent to her, and that wasn't really a problem for the renegade Sannin. The Yakuza man observing them muttered something to his comrade, the one checking passports, and said something else to another comrade, the one searching bags and people from dangerous items, like explosive seal tags and kunai. When Blue got to the front of the line, the Yakuza there simply stood out of the way. The man that first noticed him leaned to Blue and said, "Lady Orochimaru sends her regards, Lord Naruto. She is waiting for you." Itachi's eyebrows shot up into his hairline and Naruto smiled a little, pleased that he wasn't going to get hassled. "Thanks." The man bowed slightly and Naruto, with his nephew on his back, proceeded into Zayuki. Blue looked over his shoulder, at his nephew with a wide smirk. "Friends in high places." Itachi didn't comment on the haunting doubt in the older Uchiha's cerulean eyes. 10:02 a.m. Elder God Hotel and Casino. Zayuki Town. Hot water country. During the day, The Elder God Hotel Casino wasn't so packed, but that didn't mean it was any less patronized. Deep inside the ground floor of the 6-story building, past the slot machines, poker tables and dining tables occupied by people nursing their hangovers after a previous night of hardcore partying, seated at the right end of the semicircular bar was the person Blue was looking for. Orochimaru was a pale-skinned woman, as pale as the moon, Naruto often said, with straight, midnight black hair that flowed down to her lower back and also 2 neat locks framing the sides of her face. She had golden yellow eyes with snake-like slitted pupils that glimmered with hidden sinister laughter, as she curled her thin fingers around a glass of rice wine and took a sip. She wore dark makeup, dark lipstick, a humble whisper of eyeshadow, not too much to resemble an over-the-top escort, though little enough to be seen as a woman in the prime of her life, with black painted, perfectly manicured fingernails and toenails coated with black nail polish. There were natural black markings under her eyes, different from her eyeshadow, and Blue caught a glimpse of her fanged teeth as she sipped the rice wine again. The renegade Sannin was a stunningly beautiful woman. Her slim figure was hidden under his plain, violet robe, tied at the waist by a dark-colored sash that had a large knot at her back, underneath which was a dark gray shirt and blue pants with her bandage-wrapped feet nestled inside a pair of low-heeled shinobi sandals. Orochimaru wasn't a flashy lady by nature. It was her beauty that attracted the eyes and attention of both men and women alike to her, though it was her bloodthirsty, ruthless, sadistic streak that wisely kept them away. That was indeed wise of them. Orochimaru didn't have the patience to humor flatterers. Matter of fact, she didn't really have the patience for anyone, though she made one exception. Her son, Naruto. Her eyes swept the sleepy hotel lobby and lit up genially as she saw the black blonde-haired man approaching her, not even dimming when she saw her son heading to her with his nephew in tow. The snake Sannin graced the Uchiha with an honest smile. "Naruto, hey! Hey, Orochi!" was the man's low answer, helping the boy onto a tall bar chair. The bartender swept to him an Itachi with a flourishing motion. "Hot water for me, Ann." His eyes trailed to his nephew, and the boy, jumpy from being in the presence of Konoha's most sadistic missing ninja, stammered, "A apple juice, please." The snake lady, normally bearing either a twisted expression or a cold countenance, fully faced her son, leaning her right forearm on the bar and familiarly patting her son's knee with her left hand and wearing a shining, broad smile. "I take it you know it's me who sent you that letter." The man sighed and turned to his birth mother, not too interested in the hot water the bartender had presented to him, and not minding how Itachi idly drank his juice as he listened in on their conversation. "I know your handwriting, Orochi," the Sannin hummed, pleased. "When did you find out I was under surveillance?" "Yesterday. Security at the tower has really gone down. It's sad, really. You broken yourself?" "I was stopping by to get some of the stuff I forgot from my old lab skin and blood samples. A microscope that holds some sentimental value, the Shodane's index finger, my favorite pair of work shorts and my favorite night shirt. You know, the one you gave me for my last birthday dash." She prattled on like this, flippantly adding other minor, seemingly unimportant items she had forgotten while she was fleeing from Konoha with the ease only a parent that was truly comfortable speaking with her precious son could possibly have, and Naruto simply bobbed his head for her to continue. "But then I decided to branch over to the tower." She sat up straight, her posture regal and refined. "How come you aren't worried if there's a Konoha shinobi watching us? You've already taken them out." "I know you, Orochi." The woman scoffed amusedly. "Pshh. Any Kage that had a claim to common sense would keep at least a team of their shinobi in Zayuki, not to gamble or to party but to keep an eye out for missing ninjas that were of high importance. The Kage weren't bound to the Zayuki law that said not to fight or cause trouble within town limits, but that didn't mean that they were dumb enough to disobey it. Any of their ninjas that weren't valuable enough to keep that got themselves into trouble was effectively severed from the village and left at the mercies of the Yakuza. Of which there was no mercy. A Konoha team that was staying in the Elder God Hotel and Casino had sighted Orochimaru waiting for Naruto by the bar and, not wanting to incur the wrath of the any of the 3 Yakuza, they sat back and observed to see who the missing ninja was meeting with. For Orochimaru, it was only a matter of instructing her Iron Yakuza security detail to dispose of them however they saw fit. Her Yakuza guards found a way to anger the Konoha team, enough for them to retaliate, and then the Iron Yakuza killed them on the spot. The boss of the Iron Yakuza held nothing back in order to retain Orochimaru's services to him and his gang. The Uchiha man stared at his mother, long and hard. He went right down to business. "Do you think I'm crazy?" The snake sage leaned close to him and softly cupped his face. Her golden eyes beamed back at his cerulean orbs, ensuring that she maintained eye contact. "Their souls connected," she answered, sincerity seeped into every single uttered word. "Naruto, I think you're as crazy as me." Orochimaru beamed proudly. "Crazy for being different, crazy for going your own way, crazy for living your life." Naruto searched her eyes for even a sliver of a lie, something he was very confident he could detect within the icy fortress that his mother was known to be, and he found no lies. She sat back and Blue silently watched for any crack in her expression, a telltale sign of deceit. Nothing. She was someone he had known for several years that couldn't lie to him, like Yugao. Like Ichiraku. Like Mikoto. Kushina too, once upon a time. The Blue Uchiha could recall when he first met his mother, when he was 8.5 years old and the Sannin was 23. Back then, tension among the 5 great shinobi villages was at an all-time high, and this tight silence ended abruptly when IWA and Kumo launched a surprise joint attack on Konoha. Dozens of leaf ninjas had lost their lives in the fighting. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared war and sent out hundreds of his ninjas to strategic locations in order to retaliate. It felt like the second war hadn't had time to cool down before the third war erupted. Naruto Uchiha sulked over his bowl of beef ramen, lazily stirring his chopsticks in the cooling noodles with his left hand. Not even the sizable beef sitting in the broth seemed to excite him anymore. He was leaning on the counter, his chin perched on his right palm and his legs swung from the tall stool next to Ichiraku Ramen's counter. The few tables didn't seem to be that occupied, but he didn't feel like sitting there, and his irritated grunts made it obvious to the chef that he wasn't interested in talking. The pale moon shone down on the ramen stand and the evening wind sent a chilling wind through Konoha's edgy denizens. Someone sat down on the vacant stool on his left and lifted up her finger for the chef to see her, saying, "Shrimp ramen." "Yes, Lady Orochimaru." Not even hearing her name could elicit any interest from the dour blue-eyed Uchiha sitting near her, who sighed again, heavily. The snake Sannin flicked him a curious gaze and shifted in her stool. Uncomfortable, unsure of how to introduce herself. She was fairly sure that the chef calling her infamous name would cause at least even a small stir from the 8-year-old boy, but that plan went up in flames with the tired breath the boy released. She sat up straight and subtly turned her body to him, only just a little. No reaction. She cleared her throat and waited, her hands on her lap and not making any moves for her order as the chef placed it in front of her. The boy's sky-blue orbs slithered up from his bowl and an eyebrow slid up. "Can I help you?" The woman gave him a quick smile. "You seem distracted. What's it to you?" "Ah, well." She trailed off, once again not sure what to do or what to say, then an idea came to her. "Just curious, you know." He grunted and looked back down at his noodles. "I'm Orochimaru. Naruto." Her smile returned and she playfully patted his knee. "There we go, it's a start. Listen, lady, I don't know what your deal is, but I'm pretty sure you've got more important things to do." The scientist hummed. So he did know who she was. She then shook her head. That wasn't important, not right now. "I've got some time." She felt emboldened to continue speaking by the disinterested noise he made from his throat. "How about you tell me what's wrong?" "Meh." "Huh. Not sure if stranger danger applies to me anymore." The 8-year-old boy mused to himself and the woman chuckled lightly, hearing his muttered words. "Congrats on becoming genin, by the way. So young too. Very impressive." He grumbled tiredly, frustrated. "I know what you're doing." She raised an amused eyebrow. "And what am I doing?" "Getting me to talk. I'm not in the mood." She smirked slyly and leaned her elbow on the counter. I read from a book that speaking to strangers about your problems is very helpful. Go get your money back, lady. She patted his left knee again, and his eyes narrowed fractionally at that action, something that made the scientist withdraw a little. A sweat drop slid down the side of her face and his suspicions, making her wonder what exactly he had heard about her. Come now, Naruto. Give it a try. You're not giving up, huh? He said pointedly. Nope. Orochimaru chirped. Her bright smile illuminated her pale face and displayed her fangs, lighting up her golden yellow eyes. All right, he murmured in a grated voice. My father was killed last night, at the war front in snow. He noticed how the light and energy seeped out of Orochimaru's very being at the news. She struggled not to frown, and the Uchiha boy studied her expression for a moment, slowly continuing. They couldn't recover his body. That's... The woman spoke in a low voice, her golden yellow eyes churned with a mysterious emotion, one Naruto couldn't identify. Unfortunate. She briefly straightened out the invisible creases on her pants. I'm sorry to hear that. Nah, don't be. He gave an offhanded wave. Never liked him. We didn't get along, you see. She didn't say anything back, only fighting off the frown from showing on her face, so he asked her. Did you know him? I liked him. She perked up, a sudden jerk of her shoulders and a flickering expression that vaguely resembled satisfaction. Well, not for a while anyway. You two were dating? She scoffed. He wished. Before the conversation could turn around and put her on the spot, she asked him. Is that why you're down? Not really. He inhaled deeply and exhaled. Me and Yugao Yuzuki were put on the same team and we're being posted in Kumo. By this time tomorrow we'll be a quarter of the way there. It wasn't unheard of for a genin team to only have 2 members and no specific jounin sensei. There was a shortage of available teachers, so their team was going to learn as much as they could from the older ninjas that would go with them to Kumo. The Sannin knew that much, even though she had pressed the Hokage, her former teacher, to make her the jounin sensei of Naruto and Yugao's team. The 8-year-old genin went on, as if he hadn't paused. I'm glad I'll be out of this village before sunrise. Why? He coughed into his fist and murmured, so low the snake lady had to lean closer to him to hear what he was saying. Well, there's this girl I really, really like. So, I confessed to her. The black-haired woman sat back, surprised. Oh wow. The boy laughed quietly. Ha, yeah? Orochimaru blinked. Wow. This time, Blue didn't say anything. The scientist, panicking somewhat, fired off questions at him. Who is this girl? How old is she? Do I know her? What was her response? Kushina Uzumaki. 13. Probably. No. His eyes strayed to his cold ramen. In order. The older ninja was dazed, her mind reeling at what he had told her. Did she tell you why she couldn't accept? The boy laughed cheerlessly. She said that I was too young for her, that she treasured our friendship too much to jeopardize it by getting romantically involved with me. Orochimaru's eyebrows couldn't get higher, partly wondering whether those were Kushina's exact words, so Blue clarified. I'm paraphrasing. Oh. And besides, she said she already liked someone, and she was hoping they'd confess to her. Some guy named Minato, I think. He buried his face in his hands and groaned torturously. This is so embarrassing. I ruined it. Leaving the village is the best thing for me right now. The woman patted his back. A laughing smile grew on her face. It's not that bad, Naruto. You know, she said she wanted to see me off tomorrow. He looked at her, his hands still covering his face, and looked at her between his fingers. I should probably wake Yugao up so we can head out to Kumo. He nodded and said in an honest Tokami tone. Yeah, that's a perfectly logical idea. The woman giggled into her own hands, soothingly rubbing his back, and his face fell onto the counter, and he grumbled, louder and more irritated. Cliché, huh? I'm crushing on my sister's best friend. Wonderful. There. Orochimaru comforted. They're having a sleepover right now. I don't want to embarrass myself any more than I already have, especially not when I see her. Again, not surprising that an 8-year-old sniper was being sent out into the field before his 13-year-old sister. Blue's skills would be incredibly useful out on the field. It was a risky move by the Hokage, but that didn't exactly stop Hiruzen either. Having 12-year-olds evade bombs and killing enemy shinobi was bad enough. Blue breathed out, resigned. Maybe Mr. Gonta won't mind if I sleep in his stand. Orochimaru's first inclination was to propose she kill Kushina in retaliation for the Uzumaki Jinchuriki declining the Uchiha's affections, but she suspected that Naruto would be less than happy to hear it. Thus she suggested something else. I've got a spare futon in my apartment. Why don't you stay there until you have to leave tomorrow? Besides the fact that it's super weird having an 8-year-old boy sleep in the same house as a 25-year-old woman he doesn't know and just met tonight. Good point. Then I'll just leave my keys with you. Blue was too down to feel surprised. Where will you sleep? My former teammate, Tsunade, has a spare room at her place. You don't think I'll steal your stuff? The Sannin wanted to say that he wasn't that kind of person, from what she had observed from afar, though she wisely understood that those words would come off as spectacularly creepy. She then put on a faux stern face and perched her fists on her hips, mustering as much of a serious voice as she could to the son she had only just met face to face for the very first time. You better not. He opened his mouth to object, but she took out her keys from her pants pocket, snatched his hand in a blurrily fast motion, and put the keys in his palm, curling it inwards a little and pointing a strict finger at his face. Don't make me regret this, Naruto. Gee, thanks, lady. He examined the single key in his hand, one that was a metal key ring that had a plastic snake keychain. Call me Orochimaru, or just Orochi. Anything you want, really. She knew she was coming on a bit too strong, but she was confident that their former talk had left some little impression on the boy that she wasn't so bad. All up to you. He drawled slowly. Thanks again. The courage she had gathered up to that point, the one she wanted to use to reveal to Blue that she was his biological mother, fled her since the start of their talk. Some other time, she promised herself. You can repay me some other time. Repay you? He asked, wary of her intentions guarded. What do you mean? Seeing his apprehension, she said. We can talk. I want to get to know you if you want. I'm a bit too young for you, lady. He made to hand back her key, but she pushed his hand back, insistent. Not like that. It's nothing bad, honest. She placed her hand on her chest and swore. I promise. Your promises don't mean much to me, but... He shrugged and stashed the key in his pocket. Seeing as I'm homeless for the moment, I'll take you up on your offer. He then warned her. Don't think I'll let my guard down, okay? I'll sleep with one eye, so you know. Fine by me. I stay on the top of the Orion Hotel, room 33. There are some non-alcoholic drinks in the fridge and you can order room service, keep it on my tab, I don't mind the cost. Tonight's going to be cold, so you can look in my wardrobe, I've got spare blankets in there and as I'm not sleeping there tonight, the bed is all yours. Blue couldn't help but ask. Why are you helping me, Orochimaru? He pushed away his cold bowl of beef ramen. Did Lord Hokage send you to gain my trust? The Sannin was pleased to hear him using her name, though, deep inside her soul, she would have liked it more if he called her mom. She didn't quite like how he assumed the worst in her and her intentions. No, Naruto. I honestly want to get to know you. Orochimaru gave the man a lipless, reptilian smile. I will never betray you, Naruto. She lightly thumped her left fist on her chest and flicked her pointer and little finger out, placing the back of her hand, and thus the horned hand sign, on her forehead. I swear I love you. Believe me. It was a reassuring gesture she and Blue had come up with some years back, a secret handshake of sorts. What do you want me to do? She uncurled her fingers from her glass of rice wine. You want me to doctor the documents to call off the surveillance on you? Or... She gasped shallowly and said, excitement lingered in her tone. You want me to kill Minato? She enjoyed the uncomfortable jerk from the younger Uchiha boy seated on Blue's other side. I can get it done for you. Don't do anything, was his reply. Nothing? Nothing. The scientist was confused, and it showed in the nearly unheard stammer of her next question. Are you sure? I'm sure. I wanted to know who was really on my side and who wasn't. Yugao, his closest friend, basically spoke on behalf of his group of friends. They won't turn me into what they think I am. Not unless they forced him. Sooner or later, his friends would do something truly regrettable. Blue stopped being human when he was pissed off. Chapter 3. Wild boar? Itachi asked incredulously, as he looked down at his uncle, who was on one knee before him and attaching one of his forearm launchers to the young Uchiha's right forearm, first wrapping some bandages on the boy's arm, a single black cotton hand glove, and then fastening the leather straps of his mid to short range launcher. We're hunting wild boar? Blue nodded his head. Yup. Never killed a boar before? The boy teetered from the side to side, not sure of how he should respond. He then said, I've killed a rabbit before. A rabbit? The older Uchiha asked, pausing in what he was doing and peering up at the black-eyed child with his sky-blue orbs. Like one rabbit? The boy bobbed his head, self-conscious at the mildly astonished way the man had spoken, and at how Orochimaru, standing some feet behind her son and watching him attach the launcher to Itachi's forearm, hissed laughingly. The man went back to what he was doing, tinkering briefly with the right launcher. Huh? By Itachi's age, Blue had already killed his first person, a Kumo shinobi that had kidnapped his crush, Kushina Uzumaki. He didn't want to make it a standard for his nephew to abide by. If the boy hadn't taken his first human life yet, all the better. Not bad for a kid. The 7-year-old found a proud smirk flick up his face. I know. Orochimaru, knowing better, wisely didn't make any comments on the matter. We'll be hunting for 2, maybe 3 boars. I'll be using crystalline to bring them down, and you'll get up close and finish them off if they haven't died using this. He handed the boy a tanto from inside a storage seal in his backpack. What am I using this for then? Motioning to the forearm launcher but reluctant to actually touch it, else it might go off, or some other unpredictable thing. He had tried using his one-tomo Dujitsu to analyze the device his uncle had invented, but what he had seen beneath the metal and plastic body were complicated connections that made his eyes turn. Foxes in this part of grass country tend to come in and try to steal kills if you're not fast enough to snag it. He tapped the launcher with his pointer finger once, and there were a series of clicks and snaps from within the device, some of which startled the wide-eyed child. Now listen carefully. He then ran down a quick explanation of what his launcher was, not how it functioned, for even though Itachi was a prodigy, the Blue Uchiha didn't think his nephew was ready to hear how his forearm inventions worked. His short to mid-range launcher, for Itachi, encompassed the whole forearm. It had 4 prominent nozzles protruded forward. The 2 in the middle were half a centimeter longer than the 2 outer ones, and those 2 in the middle were aptly named primary nozzles, while the outer ones were called just that, outer nozzles. The primary nozzles were where Blue's Saban shot out of at high speeds and deadly impact. The outer nozzles were for other purposes, which Naruto didn't speak of. The man turned the younger Uchiha's arm over, showing his inner wrist, pointing at a slot within some leather straps and saying, This is where you reload. This launcher only allows 6 needles at a time and the firing rate is 0.2 seconds. He looked up from his creation, raising an eyebrow. Do you understand that? Yes. The launcher shoots fast. Exactly. Like crystalline, the short to mid-range launcher made maximum use of air pressure and short spurts of heat before blasting the needles to propel them, increasing the distance, and ensuring that the speed was sustained for as long as possible, so that once it reached its target it wouldn't simply bounce off them. But unlike crystalline, they didn't have a piston. The longer-range weapon had the air pressure and a powerful piston that was kicked from behind by a burst of heat, propelling his needles further and faster. That single thing, Blue's self-made piston, differentiated the range and use of his launchers. There was no logical way to add a piston to his forearm launchers without making them overly bulky, and he wasn't too keen on adding more weight to his short to mid-range launchers, for their combined weight was less than a fifth of crystalline's. The last thing he showed the boy was a sleight of hand trick to quickly reload the launcher. An easy maneuver of fingers that even a one-tomo Sharingan could catch. Boar hide is extremely strong, so you need to be a bit close to it. The sniper got off his knee, and his blue eyes sparked as he remembered a vital piece of information. Oh, and the kickback is pretty strong, so brace yourself before and after each shot. Seeing as he made use of pressure and heat, and the firing rate was magnificently quick, then if he hadn't warned the boy, then the child would have surely been thrown off his feet after just one shot, probably with a dislocated shoulder. The older Uchiha scratched his chin. Should he have given the boy this sort of weapon? He shrugged airily. You'll be fine. Clench your fist to fire, relax your fist a little and then tighten your grip again to continue firing. Simple. Point, clench and brace yourself. Got it. His nephew nodded resolutely. Orochimaru had tried firing the forearm launchers once, the right one, and it was because of her reaction that time that Blue remembered to warn the smaller Uchiha about the recoil. Naruto had apologized for her bruised ego by having brunch with her. Blue wanted to pretend that it was a simple device, but it really wasn't. If it was, then Minato's inventors would have made their own version of it long ago. They were presently in knee-length grass, and 2 feet before them was chin-length grass, spotted with a few stumpy trees. It had rained the other night, so the grass was speckled with tiny droplets of water and the soil was wet, not so difficult to tread though. The Sannin watched her son place a headset over Itachi's head, test it, and then send him out into the high grass to find them wild boar. The man's Sharingan didn't flare on. He tracked the boy's movement by the distinct sway of the grass, staring at the boy treading through the wet ground and searching for their target, until Itachi's own lesser powerful Sharingan spotted a small group of wild boar feasting on what looked like a rabbit. These boars had thick, grayish fur and beady yellow eyes, pink snouts that snorted heavily and powerful jaws that snapped at the bones of the unfortunate rabbit. Orochimaru fascinatedly kept staring at Blue as he reached over his shoulder and pulled out crystalline from his backpack. He held the long-range weapon up and positioned it on his right shoulder, peering into the scope and zeroing in on Itachi as the boy waited outside of the hearing range of the boars, bent down in a crouch and with his childish face devoid of emotion. It was no easy feat holding the weapon up in a firing position while standing. With all the gears and items packed in, as well as its sleek metal and plastic body, it weighed almost as much as an average man. Over time, it was a little bit lighter than when he was a child, though he didn't mind the weight and recoil of his launchers too much because he used it as strength, stamina and endurance training. The recoil was capable of fracturing bones, and yet the design was adaptable to the environment, whether Blue was firing from a desert or in a swamp. The blue-eyed Uchiha had trained and developed his skills since he was a child. Orochimaru couldn't be any prouder. "You've been awfully quiet, Orochi," the man murmured. His mind ran through a quick set of numbers: the wind speed, length of his needle, the weighted seals already activated on his samban, the distance and positions of each boar, as well as the grass his needle would have to rip through before it could successfully tag its targets. The distance wasn't so far that he needed his digitsu. Pulling back on the trigger twice and lodging the blasted needles into the sides of 2 wild boars, scattering the rest in a mad dash for self-preservation. For the 2 animals, the feeling was akin to being rammed in the side by one of their own. It packed an incredible punch in a single area, and the shockwaves of the weighted needle smashing into their sides jostled their muscles, allowing the needle to shoot inside and impale just under their hearts. Naruto's clear green needles were custom-made, thick enough to deal actual damage instead of bruising the skin, streamlined so as not to whistle once shot. With the added feature of a weighted seal, Naruto applied himself to all his samban before he went on a mission. There were a few of his needles that were hollow, space inside for an assortment of poisons, toxins and tranquilizers, and him using those hollow needles depended on the sort of mission he was on, requiring a whole other dimension of calculation so as to account for the added weight of the liquid materials inside each needle, or if he ran out of his normal needles and was in a desperate situation. He refocused his eyes on his nephew, having to activate his blue Sharingan to see clearly through the foliage. Itachi bolted in and his Tanto swiped down for the final kill, putting them out of their misery with a clean slice through their necks. The sniper hummed and slowly brought down his long-range launcher, keeping it at his side with the practiced ease of a trained marksman. There was hardly any sound after the 2 needles were sent flying out of the tip of the launcher, and the man barely flinched from the recoil. The only sign of him using his launchers was the heavy billow of wind around him and the flutter of his shirt. He exhaled with a smile when Itachi grabbed each boar by their tails and started dragging them back, through the tall grass and the wet soil. He was struggling, and rightfully so, though the man allowed the boy the chance to figure it out by himself. He didn't even warn Itachi of the foxes sneaking to him from his right and left sides. "Anything on your mind?" The snake sage tapped her cheek, facing her son with a furrowed brow. "I'm wondering what you're up to." "What do you mean?" He grunted and hefted his long-range launcher back into firing position and brought down 3 foxes with 3 squeezes of the trigger, before the small red-orange animals could ambush the already occupied boy from behind. Itachi had released the tails of his 2 kills and was busily fending off the foxes, using both his uncle's launchers and his tanto to fight. It was tough because the foxes were using the grass to hide. Blue casually popped out the empty Senbon cartridge from his weapon and replaced it with another one, tossing the empty cartridge in his backpack to be reused for later. He didn't seem to be in any rush to aid his nephew. The boy looked to have everything under control. Orochimaru coughed into her fist. "I mean, what are you going to do when you get back to Konoha?" "Well," he pointed crystalline into the tall grass again but stayed his trigger finger when Itachi swiped at the fox he was targeting, one that bound him into the air with the intent on sinking its teeth in the boy's shoulder, cleaving it in half with the dangerously sharp blade, at the same time whirring around and pointing his fist at another fox, clenching and using the hard recoil to bash his elbow into one more fox that was squealing in his direction, crunching the poor animal's nose and impaling the first through its right eye. The man hummed, impressed at how his prodigy nephew used the momentum of the kickback from his forearm launcher as an attack. His jujutsu spun sluggishly in his sockets as he replied to his mother's question. "When I get back, I'm going to grill one of those boars. Don't worry, I'll send you some." The woman wasn't impressed by his answer, but she was interested in the thought of her son's cooking. "I'm not joking. I don't know how, but that Yondaime found a way to convince your friends," Chier quoted sarcastically, "that you are unstable. To be honest, I don't know what I'm going to do," he admitted with a heavy sigh. "Minato managed to convince them that I was shakily insane. Who knows what else he managed to compel them to believe about me." Orochimaru shook her head and a dark frown crossed over her face. "And all to get his hands on crystalline. That, and my iron accountant says that Minato is trying to buy into a solar energy developing company based in Sunagakure that's showing promise, a company I own a 75% majority of," the Uchiha billionaire explained. The scientist silently listened, enthralled that her child, her flesh and blood, was so influential and yet so young. "The others that own smaller parts of the company don't want to sell, 'cause clean, solar energy is revolutionary, and they want their names to be written in history. Minato wants to buy the whole joint 'cause, and even I see it, the place is going to be raking in the millions in a few years. More money at once than any other company on our side of the continent. How does he get the solar energy developing company if he keeps making it that you're crazy? Didn't you say that no one knows you're rich? There are only 9 people on the continent that have enough net value to be referred to as billionaires, and 8 of whom are popularly known." The snake lady bobbed her head as understanding slowly came to her. "Minato and maybe Kushina are probably the only outsiders that know I'm pretty wealthy, and seeing as my 75% investment is a silent partnership with Suna's solar energy company, Minato could continue calling me crazy, prove that I'm crazy, reveal my identity to that company, and they, not wanting anything to do with me, would give me back all my money and send me away, allowing Minato room to spread his money into the company." Orochi scoffed. "That weasel." Rightfully so. Naruto's iron accountant had scouted out the Suna Solar Energy Company early, so early that 1% of the company, at that time, cost a measly 10,000 ryu. They needed the money to conduct surveys and research, and not many people saw the value of solar energy. The retired samurai turned accountant convinced the founder of the company to cede 75% of his company to his client Naruto, and that his client still Naruto was a mere silent partner in everything they were going to do. He left any decisions in the founder's hands. Naruto's role was to keep most of the money flowing, and in return he would get all of his investment back plus a 75% interest on that investment. Their ultimate plan was to begin developing and selling solar seals and solar panels across the continent by next year at a reasonable, affordable price, irrespective of the wealth status of their buyers. The company was rising to popularity, so much so that the Yondaime Kazakage, Sabaku no Raza, had taken personal interest in them. Presently, as other affluent people noticed them, 1% of the company equaled a million ryu. Minato was one of those that didn't want anything to do with Suna Solar Energy, at first, but he saw the profit later on. The other investors held on to their investments with tight fists, unrelenting and unwilling to sell. Essentially, it was too late to invest in Suna Solar Energy, but the Yondaime Hokage was a man that was in constant search of how to multiply his billions. Minato wore his wealth on his sleeve. Blue was more reserved in his affluence. The Uchiha shrugged and threw a larger-than-life grin to his mother. "You're right, though, that he wants the schematics to crystalline." He rolled his eyes. "He wants to put this weapon in the hands of every Leaf Shinobi. TCH. If that was to happen today, then I assure you, I'll get my hands on a crystalline by mid-morning tomorrow. Not by too dubious means either." Orochimaru could name, from the top of her head, members of the council and top Konoha inventors that would be more than willing to sell to her the plans to Blue's crystalline. The Hidden Leaf's corruption ran deep. Far too deep. Minato could very well know of the in-depth corruption and fraudulent activities of some of his counselors, namely the council elders, but it would then seem that he was turning his eyes away from it. That or the Yondaime thought he was the one reeling them in or restraining them, but the truth was that Konoha wasn't innocent. The Uchiha sniper might have loved his village, but they were the very last people he would ever entrust with crystalline schematics. "I also want to prepare Itachi for the road ahead, in case something was to happen to me." The man's mother pinched the bridge of her nose and breathed out tightly. "Don't talk like that, Naruto. I'm serious," the man said. He moved to her and placed his hands on her shoulders, tilting his head down so as to catch Orochimaru's golden-yellow eyes with his cerulean orbs. "I've got a bad feeling in my gut. Something is going to happen to me, and I want Itachi to be in a good place, combat-wise, before whatever happens. If it's death, then that's how it is." He had a trust fund opened for his nephew just the other day, a few moments after he arrived in Zayuki to meet his mother. He relayed this message to his iron accountant through a contact in the Zayuki branch of Hot Water Bank. He didn't open this trust fund in Fire Country because it was likely Minato would find out and exploit it somehow. Blue was also giving the boy space to develop his own ninja way, whether he chose to follow in his uncle's footsteps and become sniper, or the boy would follow through on his fixation on genjutsus and become a genjutsu master. Orochimaru's face scrunched up as she peered upwards at her son's face, not amused by the tickled smile playing on his lips and the twinkle in his sky-blue eyes. "I don't like all this talk of something bad happening to you, Naruto. Nothing is going to happen to you, not on my watch." She wasn't going to argue with him on her place in his future plans. She wasn't in need of money. Her infamy warded people away, and she had a few allies that preferred to be with her rather than against her. She was in a good place in her life, even though she was a missing ninja, and she was also very pleased with the prosperous life her child lived, but she wasn't happy hearing him speak about his demise so casually. She softly placed her hands on the sides of his face, and her golden yellow eyes churned with emotion, a thick mixture of sadness, admiration, and an overwhelming amount of love. "I won't let anything happen to you, Naruto." The man smiled warmly and pulled her in for a hug, placing a small kiss on the top of her head. "I love you too, Orochi." She curled up into his embrace, feeling smaller than she really was while in his arms, and she basked in the radiating warmth ebbing from his soul. The woman knew she was being too protective of him. Naruto was a Tokubetsu Jounin with the Mangekyo Sharingan, a master of long-range combat, and a very formidable person in close quarters. If there was anyone she shouldn't worry about, it was Blue. The man had proven, time and time again, that he was a capable and respected shinobi in Konoha and among Konoha's allies. The thing was, as a mother, she didn't want to think about her child dying. Orochimaru loved her son. She loved her son more than anything in the world. Reconnecting with him all those years ago had opened a floodgate of emotions she never knew she would experience. She had been afraid of those feelings, fearing that she was getting soft and that her child was making her lose herself, yet those same emotions were some of the best things she had ever felt. She didn't quite approve of the way Blue's father raised him. A hard-faced Mikoto pinned Naruto down by his arms and the boy bared his teeth up at her, defiant. Their father stood over them, his arms crossed and his face devoid. His coal-black eyes reflected his daughter and his son battling with their differing Sharingan, one a black and the other blue, both were two Tomo. Blue's place under Mikoto made it all the more difficult to fend off her illusionary attacks. "Where are your launchers now, Blue?" Mikoto snarled, gritting her teeth and forcing her eyes to spin with blazing speed, pushing her will onto her younger brother's equally churning blue orbs, yelling angrily. "Where are they now?" Blue spat up at her. Mikoto cracked her fist into his face. Their father didn't stop her from continuing her physical onslaught on his face, bashing in the 6-year-old boy's face. Orochimaru detested his upbringing, and yet somehow Blue hadn't grown up to be a hateful, resentful person. Somehow. Talking to him and getting to know him, despite the war rampaging through the world back then, made her happy. Truly happy. In all her life, she never knew she could ever really feel love for anyone other than herself. She didn't know that she was capable of worrying about the well-being of another human being, for she didn't worry about her human experiments like she worried about Blue, and even then it was a much more different kind of worry. It was an incomparable worry. An unparalleled love. The love of a mother for her child. Itachi's spare Senbon cartridges ran out, and he turned to using genjutsus to fend off the foxes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, nestled in Naruto's arms, reflected on how a detestable person like her could have ever lucked out in having a kind son like Blue. She was 17 and Tsukumo Hatake was hosting a party in a hall close to the Hokage's tower to celebrate the end of the Second Great Shinobi War. Orochimaru had not wanted to come but, against her better judgment, she had allowed Tsunade to drag her there. Dressed in a casual black knee-length dress, dark gray tights and no weapons on her person except for a single kunai stashed in each sole of her white sneakers. Tsunade had complained and lamented on how the pale-skinned snake sage did not have any party clothes, and she almost opted to lend her a few of her own clothes, though she didn't when she remembered that Orochimaru was as endowed as her. Orochimaru was very self-conscious of her small cup size. Jiraiya had once made fun of her cup breasts, and she had promptly pumped his body with toxins that set his nerve endings on fire. Needless to say, anyone else that had a problem with her boobs wisely kept it to themselves. The party, supposedly a gathering of close friends, turned into a rave and the uncomfortable Sannin wedged herself in a table in the corner of the room, nursing a saucer and jug of sake and trying not to think of how the men and women avoided her table, not even wanting to spare 2 words with her for fear of their lives. She sniffed and turned her chin upwards. "Who needs them?" she thought scathingly, downing another saucer of sake and wincing as the hot liquid ran down her throat. "I'm having more fun here by myself." She leaned onto the table with her elbows and her golden yellow eyes turned to the dance floor, staring at Jiraiya making a fool of himself in front of a nameless Hyuga woman. Tsunade, shit-faced from who knows how many gallons of sake, tumbled into a belly laugh at a visibly awkward joke from Dan. The 17-year-old goth sniffed again and went back to her sake. Naruto's father was at the party, downing drink after drink and displaying exactly why alcohol brought out the most idiotic of everyone. He was 10 years older than her, and already had a 4-year-old daughter with another Uchiha woman, his wife, who had run away from the village during the war, for reasons best known to them. Hamato Uchiha spotted her lingering gaze and smirked widely at her, his Uchiha pride blazing as bright as the sun that he had attracted the attention of a Sannin, the weird Sannin but a Sannin nonetheless. Orochimaru looked away with a frown, shifting with discomfort that he had caught her looking at him. He was passably good-looking and he looked fit, nothing special, in her opinion. The alcohol buzzed in her head and the heavy thump of the music resonated through her body, dizzying her and throwing her senses in disarray. The sake had been imported from grass country, the strongest on the continent. The 17-year-old genius probably should have checked the alcoholic content beforehand. He staggered in her direction, and she took that as her cue to leave the table, exiting the hall for some fresh air. Hamato followed her out, and Orochimaru didn't seem too pleased that he had. The alcohol most likely dulled his danger senses and prevented him from seeing how out of place the young scientist felt at that very moment. Hamato slurred a few messy pickup lines. Capitalizing on his inebriated state, he pushed how close he could get to her, wedging her between his body and the wall. The woman's awareness was too dulled to take much notice. It wasn't Orochimaru's first kiss. That experimental honor had gone to a faceless Konoha genin when they were 13. The boy was long dead and she didn't feel inclined or encouraged to kiss anyone again. Her first kiss was to see if she would like it. She didn't. It didn't have the explosion of stars behind her eyes and her heart didn't feel any particular connection with that genin. The kiss she shared with Hamato in the shade and alley next to the hall wasn't special either. It was wet and messy. Though, it was her first time having sex. In her delirium, she had managed to convince him to not take her then and there, out in the open, in the alley and under the pale moon. He carried her in his arms and Orochimaru had guided him to Tsunade's apartment, as she wasn't so eager to show him where she lived. It was rough. He might have been far drunker than her, but he made sure to leave a lasting impression on her, bringing her to the edge and pushing her over. It was ironic that a young woman of her stature and scientific repute didn't have any condoms at hand, as she never anticipated that she would ever use them, and Hamato had forgotten his wallet in the dance hall, though he didn't want to waste the time heading back to get it while he could be nailing a sannin. He left before sunrise, much to her dual relief and consternation. She wanted to swear him to secrecy, and to see if he was up for a repeat sometime in the future. When she next saw Hamato Uchiha, he pretended not to know her, and she hated him for it. Hamato didn't say it, but Orochimaru knew that he really wanted it to have been Tsunade he spent the night with. Orochimaru didn't know she was pregnant for his child until 3 weeks later, when she began showing signs, which was another ironic thing for her. She could have sworn she had her tubes tied. Her first instinct was to chug down a phial of poison to flush out the creature growing in her stomach, rid herself of the bothersome morning sickness, swollen ankles and random dizziness. Hidden away in her laboratory in the forest of death, she already had the mixture ready at hand, a buck next to the bed in case it rose back her throat, and easy access to a bathroom to pass out whatever came from her body, but she stayed her hand when she decided against it. To spite Hamato, was her reason. Orochimaru didn't know that deep down, of all the lives she had ended, young and old, the one growing in her abdomen was one she didn't want to so frivolously throw away. Another part of her mind swayed her into thinking that she wanted to bear the child so that he or she could inherit her work one day. She kept up appearances, wearing baggy clothing to hide the fact that she was with child, shrouding her middle in a cosmetic genjutsu. She also abstained from alcohol and any kind of heavy medication that Konoha's pharmacy didn't recommend for expectant mothers, and purposely keeping away from perilous missions that demanded a particularly high amount of dexterity, though what she couldn't hide was a drastic increase in her snappy, irritable behavior. Gradually, she receded into the sanctity of her laboratory, easing herself away from her former teammates and those that would notice her absence, until she finally pulled the Sannin card on the Hokage and told him she won't be taking missions for a while, not until she felt like it, and the Sandaime caved. Orochimaru occupied herself in the lab by digging deeper into her experiments, sending correspondence to Danzo to leave living test subjects, commonly humans, close by, and she would in turn pay him for his services. She had to make a blood clone, one that didn't have a child growing inside itself, to perform most of her lab duties when her body became too heavy to carry. She wasn't going to lie. Surrounded by dangerous chemicals and volatile test subjects, the Sannin was under constant temptation to terminate her pregnancy. She didn't. People saw her less and less, and even then it was her blood clone they met with, an unenthusiastic version of herself, tired from having to take care of its creator on a daily basis, as was its primary function. Back in the lab, the genius scientist spent her time talking to the life growing in her belly, telling it adventures she had had with her teammates, and by herself, of how her goal in life was to attain perfect immortality, and to also learn all the jutsus on and off the world, every jutsu imaginable. She didn't know how to sing, as her voice came out as an unpleasant, foul hiss after more than a few tries at common lullabies, but she did sit near a radio and listen to broadcasts coming from parts of fire country, snow country, and waterfall. She still didn't have the patience for radio plays and talk shows, so she tuned off as soon as the singing stopped. A handful of months in, the Sannin found out the gender of her child. The blood clone worked double time in buying clothes and toys for the boy child she was about to give birth to, doing so secretly and without attracting anyone's attention. Orochimaru connected deeply with the child, and she relished in the warm glow she was exuding. The 7th month of her seclusion ran by and Orochimaru went into early labor. Orochimaru's heart broke. She had given birth to a stillborn. The feeling was akin to losing her very soul. Itachi stalked out of the tall grass, covered in fox blood and panting up a storm, heaving the 2 dead boars behind him by their tails. Blue moved to the right and slung only an arm over his mother's shoulders, doing so bit with no trouble, as he was some inches taller than the reputably tall Sannin, stuffing his other hand into his pocket. The black-haired snake lady almost instinctively mirrored his motion, prevented herself from putting her hands into her pockets in favor of crossing her arms loosely, facing the younger Uchiha with a sly smirk and a pleased shine in her eyes at the sheer carnage of Itachi had left in his wake. The Uchiha sniper smiled brightly, noticing that his tanto was chipped but nonetheless jammed into the back of one of the boars. Well done! He retrieved his arm from over his mother's shoulder, something the Sannin visibly dimmed over with a displeased frown, and he walked to his nephew. Want to take a bath first, or you want me to show you how to skin it? The boy, heaving for air and releasing the animal's tails, wiped his brow with the back of his wrist and used the end of his shirt to clean the blood from his face, smearing it dirtily, but the boy was far from caring how clean he looked. Skin it first. Bath later. The man's smile lifted at his reply and he tousled the child's hair, enjoying the proud shine from the boy as Itachi puffed out his chest. All right, let's do that. 1 mile from Konoha. 5:32 p.m. As soon as the Hidden Leaf's eastern gate was visible, Blue and Itachi were surrounded by no less than 20 ANBU operatives. The blue-eyed Uchiha looked from left to right, doing so slowly, meeting Dog's hard eyes through the eye holes of his mask. The black blonde-haired man breathed out in exasperation. I know how this goes. He bent down on one knee and Itachi got down from his back and he replaced the boy's position with his backpack, swiftly pushing it around his front to his back. He rose back up to his feet and shot the smaller Uchiha a quick look. Go on. Blue? The man's right eyebrow twitched. Uncle Blue. Uncle Blue. ANBU operative Cat came forward and grabbed Itachi by his shoulder, pulling him back. The deputy captain kept her eyes on her friend, sparing her left hand and subtly signing to him. We will talk, Blue. He didn't respond, flicking his cerulean eyes back to Dog. Weapons. The ANBU captain demanded, holding his hand out for Naruto's backpack. Naruto scoffed, rolling his eyes. You know I won't do that, right? Dog closed his hand and retracted it. It flopped to his side. Read the mood, Naruto. Itachi's eyes moved around the gathering of high-ranked shinobi, to the Tokubetsu jounin they had surrounded, and then he said, Uncle Dash. Naruto beamed widely at him. His eyes closed and the corners turned up genially. It's going to be okay, kid. His warm expression cleared when as he turned back to Dog, who took out a tri-pronged kunai from the pouch on his right hip. Do we have to do this in front of him? The wind changed and a yellow flash blinked from the Hiroshin kunai. Minato stepped forward, his white with red flamed haori billowing in the low wind, his radiant yellow hair shifted and his crystal blue eyes shone mysteriously as he said, Itachi needs to be here. He has to know that disobeying the Hokage's orders has consequences. Really now? Blue lifted an eyebrow and pushed his right hand into his pocket, coolly scratching his cheek with the other, as his eyes strayed to a single wandering leaf that blew into the ANBU circle he and Minato were standing inside. Mob justice? The yondaime chuckled deeply. We are not so barbaric, Naruto. We know. You probably. The Uchiha said honestly, facing his bright yellow eyes to the Hokage, maintaining an even countenance and a generally unintimidated air was about him, even as the heckles of a few black operatives were raised at his apparent remark. Ha! Minato laughed, tossing his head back and flagging his irritated shinobi to calm down. That's why I like you, Naruto, you're not afraid. Dare I say, you're not scared of anything. Blue shrugged airily, tilting his head to the side fractionally and raptly keeping track of the Hokage with his unactivated blue eyes, especially when the man walked closer, about 2.5 feet away, and said in an even voice. You're also a lucky man, Naruto. A few more seconds and I would have branded you a missing ninja. Lucky me. Minato came a little bit closer and lowered his voice, so that only the Uchiha sniper could hear. You think there won't be any repercussions for you making a fool of me? He snapped under his breath. His formerly bright blue eyes darkened and Naruto's own blue orbs swirled as he raised an inquisitive eyebrow. There are consequences to your actions, Naruto. His left hand motioned to his side, to Itachi, being held back by Kat's firm hands on his shoulders. You even got him involved in this mess. Shame on you, Naruto. Itachi's eyes narrowed and he clenched his teeth, holding back from snapping at the person restraining him by a quick flick of his uncle's eyes at him, telling him to relax. Minato crossed his arms and said in a louder voice. Where did you go? Wild boar hunting in grass country. It helps clear my head. I'm not an idiot, Naruto. We both know that's not all you did. Who did you meet? No one that should concern you. Is that so? The yellow flash hummed. Some hours ago, a team I stationed in Zayuki town went dark. You just so happened to be going in that direction. By any chance, do you know what happened to them? Blue's shoulders lifted carelessly. They could have gotten into trouble with any of the 3 Yakuza in that town. You knew the risks of sending them to that town. His forehead creased and it almost looked like he was curious as he asked. Didn't you, Minato? The man glared at the Uchiha and Naruto savored in the festering anger the yondaime struggled to push back down his gut. It seems, you don't know anything of their whereabouts. He coughed into his fist, tightly, and then said, I acknowledge that I have been too lenient with you. I will not be so forgiving now. Your insubordination will be remedied soon enough, but unfortunately my wife won't be too pleased if I throw you into prison. He enjoyed the frown that crossed onto Blue's face as soon as he mentioned Kushina, his wife. So, from this moment onwards, your traveling rights are revoked, and you are hereby placed on indefinite suspension from the Konoha Ninja Force. You will not be allowed to go on any kind of mission or be given any function that in any way relates to being a shinobi. As of this moment, until I say so, you are a civilian. Blue's face remained perfectly emotionless. You are not allowed to use any of your launchers within Konoha's borders without my say-so, the man said. A smirk grew on his face, and his eyes glowed pleasantly. Say goodbye to your ninja way, Naruto. Dog's posture didn't change, not outwardly. Kat winced, and her masked face lowered. It was like a punch to the gut. Blue loved what he did for a living. It made him feel like he didn't fit the fold. Different. He didn't care much that it seemed selfish of him to not share with his home village schematics to Crystalline, but that wasn't the point. Sniping was an art form he had created and perfected over the span of 16 years, since he first put pencil to paper and began planning his future weapon. He had been through more than his own fair share of trails to reach the stage of mastery he was presently on, and he appreciated each problem for they helped form who he was as a person and aided in directing his path for his ninja way. Another thing the yondaime had done was imposing his will on Blue, something the Uchiha hated with a burning passion, something that his friends and acquaintances knew better than to do. Minato knew what he was doing. He wanted to get a rise out of him. He wanted Blue to strike him, lash out, provoke the spectating ANBU into reacting. brand him as a criminal and have all his property seized. The Namake's eyes darkened once more and he tittered under his breath. Inside his pockets, Naruto's fist cracked savagely, and yet his face stayed impassive. "I know what you're doing," Blue grated, steadily bringing his right hand out of his pocket so as not to alarm the Leaf's black operatives. He rolled his wrist, and his highlight appeared in his palm in a short burst of smoke. He looked down at the forehead protector, his plain expression not giving away the turmoil roiling in his heart, and the heat rising up his throat that he so direly wanted to pour out on the Hokage. "I won't let you win. You're a smart man, Naruto." He collected the highlight, but the older Uchiha didn't release his hold, rather pulling the yandere closer with a quick jerk and leaning in so that his lips were near the blonde Kage's left ear. Naruto whispered between his grit teeth, "Don't forget this, Namake's." Minato drew back and yanked Naruto's forehead protector out of the other man's grip, saying with a derisive hum, "Not smart enough, I guess." Naruto's hair cast a heavy shadow over his upper face, and his lips turned downwards into an invisible frown. He returned his hands to his pockets. Minato looked at Itachi and nodded to Blue, saying, "Take a good look at him, kid. This is what happens when you are defiant to the Hokage's orders. Failure." He faced Naruto again. The level-height Uchiha glared darkly from the darkness under his hair. "He is a failure." Out of the two men inside the ANBU circle, Itachi had lost respect for one of them. And it wasn't for his Uncle Blue. "It's a good thing you're going for therapy," the yandere suddenly said, words that made Blue's eyes bug out with shock. "But I have to agree with your sister. Admitting yourself into a psych ward will be the best choice for you. Sort out that mad jumble of instability in your head." He chuckled amiably, savoring how Naruto hadn't come down from his surprise at him knowing about his therapy sessions. Only two people knew. His therapist and his sister. The former a respectable, reliable and reputable therapist in Konoha was bound by a moral code, an ethical code and a personal code of silence, to never divulge the proceedings of their meetings to any other soul aside from his patient, Naruto. Doctor-patient confidentiality, if you will. In Fire Country, it was a medical code that could only be broken after the death of the patient. Naruto couldn't say the same about other countries, but it was universally accepted that the privacy of the patient, any patient, was to be deeply respected. Anything on the patient was sealed by blood. That only left his sister, Mikoto. "Be thankful Kushina has a soft spot for you. I personally would have left you in Ibiki Marino's more than capable hands." He jabbed a finger on Blue's chest, and the other man held steady, his blue orbs spinning with suppressed rage. "I don't see why she's fond of you, but she is. Make sure you thank her properly at the get-together, okay?" He shoved Blue back a step and turned around with a swish of his cloak, disappearing in a yellow flash. One by one, the ANBU leaped off into the treeline and pelted to Konoha, until dog and cat remained, standing behind Itachi. "Blue dash. I'll talk to you later, kid," he interrupted his nephew, turning away from the boy with his back hunched a little and his pocketed hands closed into rigid fists. Because he knew that Mikoto and Fugaku would scrap their wedding anniversary and rush back to the village, the blue-eyed shinobi said in a low voice. "Tell you Mom I said hi." The deputy captain's hands tensed on Itachi's shoulders, not sure if she should speak, now of all times. Dog patted Cat's upper arm and the woman swept Itachi up into her arms. Both ninjas jumped into the trees, leaving Blue alone. The next day. 8:10 p.m. The Whirlpool Mansion. Western Residential District. Kanahigaku no Sato. By the end of the Third War, many shinobi of the Leaf realized that they had seen their full of the front lines and either filed for retirement, or to be placed on passive duty, to work as academy teachers or full-time gatekeepers. One of the people that outright stepped back from the front lines was Uzumaki Kushina, a former Jounin kunoichi and the holder of the nine-tailed fox. Her reason for this was simply that aside from being the Kyubi Jinchuriki, she didn't feel like she held any other obligation to the village her grandmother Mito supposedly loved. Despite being married to the Hokage and moving in with him into the Hokage's mansion, she ended up buying a mansion a short distance from the Nara compound on a clanless residential district. Kushina did this because she enjoyed having her own space far away from Minato. She felt stifled. Predictably, Minato didn't like this. Also predictably, Kushina did what she wanted. The former princess of Whirlpool did indeed live with her husband in the Hokage's mansion, as most of her things were there in that house, but she went to the Whirlpool mansion a handful of times to celebrate some holidays or to host small, friendly gatherings. Blue clambered over the wrought iron gate into the redhead billionaire's estate, and the seals on the gate recognized his chakra, seeping back its reflexive defenses before it could lash out at the Uchiha man. He landed on the other side with a soft crunch of his bright red sneakers on the gravel road, ignoring how the gate creaked behind him, as if to open but keeping shut as it found out that he was already inside the compound. There was a light breeze coming in from the east, blowing a subtle chill into the village and making the color-coordinated flowers in the front garden of the estate dance merrily under the pale moon. The man hummed quietly and pushed his right hand into his pocket, and his other hand held the handle of a large, blue food cooler. He proceeded forward, taking his time walking to the large house, where modest music and chattering voices reverberated from. His blue eyes flicked to his right, eyeing a statue in the garden, one of a downsized nine-tailed fox facing inwards to the path leading to the house. He looked at the identical Kyuubi statue on the other side, and sniffed distractedly when he heard some Inuzuka's chortle loudly. The Blue Uchiha was in a short-sleeved black shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol stamped on the back and black shinobi pants that stopped above his ankles. His dark clothes complemented his bright red shoes, more so that he had a pair of red gloves of the same shade on his hands. He removed his right hand from his pocket and ran it through his shaggy black blonde hair, stepping up to the front door of the mansion. Naruto pressed the doorbell. Ding dong! He breathed out with a grumble as the noise inside the house ground to a stop. News spreads fast. He could have very well snuck into the house through the attic, a secret entrance Kushina had showed him when she bought the house the other year, but he refused to hide or hang his head in shame. His opinion of his friends had gone down ever since he found out that he was a Class A threat, further giving him reason to care less of what they thought of him now that he was indefinitely suspended from the ninja force and relegated from being a Tokubetsu jounin to an average civilian. The man scratched his cheek with his pointer finger and waited for the door to be answered. A broadly grinning Kushina opened the door half a second later. Blue! Sup? She opened her arms wide and brought him in for a warm hug. It's so good to see you. It's been so long! She held him out in her arms, mildly discouraged by the polite pat on her back, and puffed out her cheeks stubbornly. Have you been avoiding me? Blue chuckled at her pouting face and felt a sweat drop run down the side of his face. Probably. She wasn't surprised by his honesty, and she tapped his chin familiarly. You owe me dinner, mister. As your apology. The blazing redhead swept her eyes at him, down and back up again, shamelessly ogling him, and she smirked. You look good, Blue. The man took his time soaking in how his crush looked. The woman was dressed in a purple and white kimono that stopped at her knees, black tights underneath and low-heeled shinobi sandals on her feet. Her waist-length red hair flowed freely down her shoulders and her purple eyes shone radiantly, illuminating the world around her. Blue coughed into his fist and held up the cooler in his left hand, saying, I made grilled boar hot pot. The woman's eyes lit up eagerly and she took the cooler with both of her hands. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to bring anything, so I dash. She cracked open the cooler a little and inhaled the tantalizing, knee-weakening, drool-inducing smell of the Blue Uchiha's cooking. I miss this, Blue. Your cooking, I mean. She smiled slightly and sealed the cover of the cooler back on again. What happened to us? We used to be so close. Bringing his face down, dangerously close to hers, close enough for their noses to just barely touch, the corners of his lips tilted up in a slight smile as she tilted her head upwards to match his height and very nearly stood on her toes. Her purple eyes dilated and her small lips trembled minutely, almost unseen. She blinked out of her hazy delirium when poked her forehead with his pointer and middle finger. You got married! The woman's face turned red and steam billowed from her ears in embarrassment, even as he passed her and entered the hallway towards the main room of the house. Kushina slammed the door shut and ran after him, holding the cooler in her right hand and her left hand crashing into his unprotected left upper arm with a hard punch. Tough luck. She forced her heart to calm down at how close he had been and on the lingering scent of chicken ramen on his breath. Her face stretched into another grin, a rather stiff one, but one she was thankful he didn't see. I'm happily married. The man rubbed his sore upper arm and rolled his eyes, not seeing but feeling the forced tone in that statement. If you say so. Blue didn't hide how much he liked the Uzumaki woman from her. He made it very clear to his crush that he still harbored feelings for her whenever they met. Since his fateful confession all those years ago, to the few times they met on the battlefield and to the conclusion of the war, Kushina knew how much Naruto liked her, but over time he reduced contact with her. Blue distanced himself. She would sight him somewhere in town, but when she turned the same corner as him, he was gone, or if she stopped by the Uchiha clan compound to visit him, he purportedly wasn't at home. This had started after she showed him around her newly acquired mansion 1 year and 10 months ago, a whole month after the Third War ended. She was particularly proud of the house she had bought, amid the disapproval of her friends, and was more pleased to hear that her blue-eyed friend didn't have a problem with her having her own private quarters away from her then-fiancé's house. She was so happy to hear his support for her decision that she gave him a spare key to the house and keyed him to the security seals. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision on her part, but one she didn't regret. Next time she saw him was at her wedding, 5 or so months later. He had stayed for the ceremony and the reception and had given the couple presents. He had given Minato a brand new suit, which her husband threw away moments after the wedding, and Naruto had gifted her a roll of coupons for Ichiraku ramen, and she rewarded him with a larger-than-life smile, a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Since then to now, she hadn't seen him. Kushina felt selfish in thinking that she had a special connection with Blue. A deep connection, a link she didn't share with those in her inner circle. She wasn't quite 100% sure what that connection was exactly or how his absence in her day-to-day life created a hurting pang in her chest. She jumped when she saw him make to open the door at the end of the long hallway. Wait a minute. She hurried to him and stopped before him, blocking his path to the main room, where the other group of conversing friends were anxiously awaiting the entrance of the recently discharged Uchiha man. Kushina scratched the back of her head and tittered liltingly, suddenly unsure of herself at his curiously raised eyebrow. Let's talk, we haven't talked in a while. He crossed his arms loosely and shrugged with a lopsided look, one between critical suspicion and vague interest. Sure. What do you want to talk about? Again, she felt selfish for wanting to monopolize his time. She knew that there was a chance that their friends would swarm him once he entered the main room and either bombard him with insults for defying the Hokage's orders or sympathize with him for losing his ninja way. There might not be a chance to talk to him again for that night, and she eagerly wanted to speak with him. Now, given the chance to do so, her tongue became dry and static rang through her head. An eyebrow slithered up his forehead at the way her purple eyes flitted to him and away from him, searching around for something to talk about as she gingerly dropped the food cooler onto the ground. She snapped her fingers as a topic came to mind. I had a girls' night out some nights ago. The man stared at her, wondering how that was any of his concern. Okay. Her face twisted with anger, and her cheeks reddened with shame. Anko said you broke her headboard, almost concussed her. Blue face palmed, mumbling with frustration. She swore she wouldn't tell anyone. Well? Kushina perched her fists on her hips. Her eyes narrowed and her lips turned down into a hard frown. It's what she was asking for. She said she wanted it rough and I gave it to her rough. He fixed her red face with a long look. Did you hear anything else? That you've hooked up with Korean Ai, yeah? Kushina huffed, suppressing her fiery breath into tight exhales from her nose, crossing her arms tightly and glaring up at him. And Shizen and some girl from Kumo and another girl from Suna and another one in IWA dash. Blue lifted his hands up in surrender as her voice became louder with each word, angrier, standing on her toes and shoving him back, or at least trying to. I'm an active person, you can't blame me. And besides, why are you so mad? You've got Minato, don't you? She withdrew into herself at the reminder that she was married. She cleared her throat tersely and tried to calm down her inflamed cheeks. I'm not mad. I'm only concerned with your health. He looked at her skeptically, not convinced by her logic. My health? Yes. You could tire yourself out if you keep on going like that, and what if you get someone pregnant? Huh? What happens then? In the first place, I don't go around humping anything that moves. The Uzumaki covered her mouth and sniggered into her hand. The sound tickled Blue to his very core. And anyway, whenever I do it, I'm very careful. I always keep a pack of condoms somewhere on me, and if she wants it raw, then it's likely she's protected herself in some way. He pointed to his eyes, and his blue orbs briefly flashed to its 3-tomo form, shifting back to normal a split second later. I know. Contraceptive seals were a common alternative. Naruto and Anko had been together many times. So many times that they had to outline, very clearly, that whatever they did that night or day would not affect their friendship. They weren't an exclusive thing, as Blue freely did what he wanted and Anko as well. But when they were stationed in the same post and were given a reprieve from the front line, they went at it like ravenous rabbits. One such occasion was in Anko's apartment 4 days ago, and it had resulted in him smashing the headboard with the top of her head. She didn't seem to notice much, not until much long after. Sleeping with Anko was always a tricky thing, as the woman enjoyed sex hard and fast, his hands around her throat, or him pulling her hair back, or him paddling her behind red. Kurenai was more passionate. The Genjutsu mistress enjoyed the gradual build-up when she slept with Naruto, and the Uchiha didn't mind the slow pace that much. Blue knew the right buttons to push, and not only did he push them, but he pushed them into a rumbling earth-rocking climax, leaving her with much less energy than she began with and glowing as he kissed her down from her high. She and Naruto didn't often spend the night together, as she was now in a committed relationship with Asuma Sarutobi, but she treasured each night with him in her heart. Secretly, Kurenai hoped that he was still single if things with her and Asuma didn't work out. Shizen was petite woman. Shy, insecure and unconfident, the slug Sanin's apprentice had approached Blue in Suna. He had been her first and, from what she told Kushina, he was her only. He took the lead and she shuddered back submissively. But Blue didn't take her hard like Anko or overly gently like Kurenai, but a mix that depended on how at ease with him Shizen was that day. The young medic wanted to be in a relationship with Blue, after their blisteringly hot night in Suna, but she didn't want to tie him down in Konoha while she traveled the continent with her mistress, Tsunade. The time she and Tsunade were in Fire Country, she would contact Naruto to see if he was available, and he would arrive at where she was. For hours they would learn more about each other's bodies, and the small rests in between. Shizen very much enjoyed hearing the man talk as they laid in bed. Especially his deep, rumbling laugh when she managed to say something even remotely funny. The women in their group could clearly see that the quiet medic was utterly infatuated with the Blue Uchiha. There were a whole slew of other women Naruto had been with, whether they were from enemy villages or allied nations. Much like how Naruto had contacts and connections in IWA and Kumo, he could also readily find women in those two notoriously leaf-hating villages that were willing to have sex with him for no charge. Those women were either apathetic of the war, disliked their village's position in the war, or appreciative of Blue for however he helped them. Though he had seen Yugao naked many times, too many times for it to count as decent, actually, it had never once entered the realm of sexual attraction. She was like a sister to him. Despite that, Naruto was still single. You're a real player, Blue, Kushina said with a forlorn sigh. Minato was completely different. He had wanted them to save sex until after marriage, and for Kushina, it was endearing and considerate of him, but after getting married, she found out that Minato was a very formal man in bed. He wasn't as adventurous or as commanding as she heard Naruto was, and when the deal was done, twice or sometimes 3 times, he was too tired for them to just talk or at least cuddle. Not that he was doing anything wrong and not that he couldn't satisfy his wife, but she was getting bored with the same routine. She didn't like how she wasn't feeling the connection she had with Naruto with her own husband. She didn't feel like a priority to Minato, she felt like a necessity. Like a trophy. She didn't feel that it was selfish of her to think that her husband could spare at least 30 minutes of his time for an uninterrupted date. She understood that the job of the Hokage was a busy one, she really did, but every day she would see her husband less and less, give her time to think of everything she regret in their union. A little while with her thoughts made her realize that the only real thing she had in common with her childhood crush was their love for ramen. Even now, he was still in the office. Kushina had made many efforts to make their marriage work, and in a way it was okay, as the yondaime hadn't noticed his wife's inner turmoil. But with time the Uzumaki found less and less reason for her husband's obliviousness at her frame of mind. Blue might have been her best friend's younger brother, but she often spoke with him about many profound things, their dreams and their dislikes. Those talks took place mostly when Mikoto wasn't present, but they were some of the best times she had ever had in her life. Just talking to him. Blue distancing himself from her hurt. It hurt a lot. They knew what they were getting into. He shrugged, without a care in the world, yanking her back to reality. The redhead pouted and scuffed her heel on the ground. It's dangerous, though. I can handle myself. She then smiled brightly and clasped her hands together, almost pleading, and her eyes widened innocently. Why don't you just stop having sex altogether, until you've found the right person? Naruto chuckled patronizingly. We both know that's not going to happen. She narrowed her eyes, suddenly mad again, and her hands reached forward, patting down his pockets and sliding around to pat his back pockets, knowing full well that Shinobi pants didn't have back pockets. She snapped, rightly pushing down the urge to flush at the firmness of his behind and keeping her mind from thinking of what lay underneath. You've got condoms on you. He didn't move, not even when she had cope a feel of his butt, and blinked in surprise when she patted his chest, again knowing that he didn't have any shirt pockets. Yup. I want to blow off some steam. Breathing out hot air from her nose, she didn't move back for space as she held out her hand. Give them to me. He tapped her nose and a traitorous blush bloomed across her nose, onto her cheeks. No. Why not? Because, Kushina, I want to stop being hung up on you. Her heart tightened at his words and the honest glimmer in his eyes. He smiled gently and ghosted the back of his hand on her cheek. I want to get over you. She swallowed thickly and her hands grabbed onto the material of his black shirt around his stomach, clenching hard. Her red face lowered shyly and her eyes noticed that she was now too close to him, too close for it to be called friendly. He discarded her pride and her roundabout questions, and threw herself out there, hoping to be caught. Why? The heat of her face seeped through his glove and she pulled herself closer to him, close enough for her face to press into his chest. Why do you have to get over me? The Uchiha exhaled with his eyes closed, his shoulders sagging and his arms dropping to his sides, even as the shorter redhead's own hands held his shirt tighter. Kushina dash. Stay over tonight. She muttered from her place in his chest. We don't have to do anything, not if you don't want to. He opened his mouth to reject her offer, but she interrupted him, seeking out his warmth and feeling the calm thud of his heart. I've had months to think about this, Naruto. Calling him by his name, instead of his nickname, she was being serious. She began to stutter. I know you don't like going F for married women and I respect that, honest. B, but like I said, we don't have T to have S sex. Realization suddenly came to him and he grabbed her by her upper arms, holding her at arm's length and peering deep into her eyes. He asked this once. Did you know I was classified a Class A threat? He saw genuine confusion overcome her face. A what? It was his turn to be confused. You didn't know? Not even a spark of guilt or a flash of dishonesty passed over Purple Orb's. Quite frankly, she was looked affronted. This is the first time in months since I've seen or heard about you, Naruto. Of course I don't know. What she didn't know for sure was what Kakashi told her, that Naruto had snubbed the Hokage's orders and fled the village with his nephew, Itachi, and that the Hokage feared that the legendary sniper would find a spot somewhere in the distance and begin picking them off. It was odd how Kakashi didn't say why Blue would turn on them. It was also strange how, despite knowing the Blue Uchiha for years, their group of friends immediately assumed the worst in him. That morning, she rushed to the Hokage's office and pleaded with her husband to stay his hand, to not brand Blue as a missing ninja until they were absolutely, positively sure he had run away from the village. Proof that the man hadn't betrayed Konoha stood right before her in the form of the Uchiha man himself. So she was right. Blue would never do something like that, not without good reason. Right. Kushina peered up at the man she liked, and her eyes dilated again, this time not with desire but a longing to return to his embrace, though she made do with him holding her upper arms in his hands as she told him what had happened in his absence, and how she begged for Minato to not think he was betraying Konoha. The Blue I know would never betray Konoha, and worse still would never put his nephew's life in danger, not unless you were sure either of you were going to be in danger. Naruto wondered then and there what else Minato had been telling Kushina about him and his mental state, as well as how strong of an impression he had left on the rambunctious redhead for her to not think otherwise of him. He had found another ally, he grasped with a start. The question now was why, of all the things Minato might have told her or the rumors she had definitely heard about him, was she not made aware of him being designated a Class A threat? Was her faith in him so solid that she didn't allow doubt shake the very foundations of their friendship? As dramatic as it sounded, it was the best explanation the former shinobi's sharp brain could concoct, until he had the chance to discuss with Kushina again. Staying over didn't sound so bad. The door to the main room opened and Blue removed his hands from Kushina's upper arms, not wanting it to look like he was imposing himself on the red-haired hostess. Kurenai's red eyes sparked pleasantly as she spotted Blue. She waved. "Hi, Naru." He nodded back to her. "Hey. Sorry about Dash." "Don't worry about it." He cut her off, not wanting to hear her pity him for losing his job. The illusionist's crimson eyes drifted to the ruffled redhead as the woman faced her, rubbing her nose with her thumb to hide her previous red flush. "We're running out of food. Chusa and the other guys thought it was a good idea to have an eating contest." Well, perfect timing." She picked up the blue cooler of food Naruto had brought with him, suspecting that the storage space inside was much larger than it looked. "Blue made some grilled boar hot pot." She bustled past the woman into the main room, again hiding the redness of her face and the wild thumping of her heart with her clenched fist, ready to bash in the skulls of any person that took part in the eating contest. She had prepared a whole feast and now it was gone. Hell stormed for the participants within the main room. "I'll go set it up." Surprised that Kushina was taking it so lightly, Kurenai opened the door wider for Naruto for him to enter. Once again, the conversations of the people in the main room reduced to muffled babble, glancing not so subtly at the newly arrived Uchiha man. Not for the first time that evening, the Blue Uchiha sighed. "Let's get this night over with." Chapter 4. Not many people knew it, but Naruto was rich. Rich enough for it to seem like being a ninja was a hobby. Rich enough to be comfortably set for the rest of his life, and the lives of any descendants he may have 5 times over. Losing his job wasn't such a bad thing for him, because as previously stated he didn't actually need it in the first place as soon as the Third War ended, but it was losing his ninja way that got under his skin, especially since it was the Yondaime Hokage that had taken it from him under the threat of being labeled a criminal. And yet it was the former that his sister berated him for. "How could you be so irresponsible?" she snapped, miffed at the calm way her younger brother sipped a glass of water, and the lazy way he wiped his lips with the back of his hand, leaning his back on the wall and half listening to her chew him out. "The Hokage has given you all the freedom you could ever want, and you repay him by disobeying an order. You should consider yourself lucky he didn't execute you on the spot." The woman was half a head shorter than her younger brother, but with the way she was breathing fire down on him, she might as well have been a giant, gnawing on his bones in her teeth. She stood before him, madly flapping her arms around in order to get some sort of reaction from him, and shouted tightly. "What are you going to do now? How are you going to pay your bills? How are you going to buy food or clothes? How, Naruto? How?" He rolled his eyes, less than interested, and the woman exploded. Don't you dare roll your eyes at me, Naruto! You're the one at fault here. You disobeyed the Hokage's orders and you put Itachi in danger. I swear, every time I hear your name, it's that you're in some sort of trouble. All I ever do is worry. The two siblings were standing at the back of the hall. The furniture of the room had been pushed all the way back to give way for a long buffet table in the center, stockpiled with food and drinks Kushina's shadow clones had rushed to buy on short notice, after the eating contest finished the first round of food. The hall was a quarter of the size of an average training ground, with a merrily burning fireplace on one side, a handful of paintings hung up on the walls, some statues of tailed beasts and humanoid beings, and finally a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. Naruto's blue eyes slid over the people milling about the Uzumaki princess's main room, serving themselves more food and chatting quietly. He spied their quick looks at them. At him. He caught sight of Yugao, unmindfully staring at a painting of a war general Kushina had acquired from hidden salt water, casually sending glances at him as she idly tapped her fork on her nearly empty place of grilled boar, the dish Naruto had brought with him. She turned back to the painting, obviously not paying attention to it anymore, devising how she would pull Blue away from his sister without incensing the Uchiha woman. Are you even listening to me? Mikoto barked, gnashing her teeth. Remember when we were kids and we would get into fights over every little thing? Anything went. Naruto would kick her on the crotch, she would jam her talons into his eyes, he would bite her arm, she would chase him with deadly sharp scissors, and so on. Being 5 years older than him didn't deter her in the least. Blue was a defiant child and Mikoto was stubborn in her ways, feeling that as the oldest sibling it was her sole duty to impose her will on her younger brother. Mikoto detested how different her brother was. Even if you were the one that started the fight, Father would always take your side. He wouldn't even give me the chance to defend myself. His eyes dipped down to hers and his lips screwed to the side. You were always Daddy's little princess. He frowned, holding his glass of water firmer. Daddy's little angel. Flashbacks came to them, of their father praising his daughter for executing a fireball at the expense of his son's wardrobe, or of Hamato Uchiha looking the other way as his daughter smashed his launchers underfoot, wrecking weeks and months of blood, sweat and tears in mere minutes. Want to know why I put all of that behind me? Mikoto narrowed her cold black eyes. No, and quite frankly I don't care. I put it all behind me. He smirked secretively when the woman turned away from him with her arms crossed and a terse look on her face. The general red of her body language was staunch disinterest. Because I knew you were jealous of me. She spun back to him, facing him with an astonished expression, stunned that he would think that. If I'm anything, little brother, I am not jealous. Lord Third called me a genius. A dark look crossed over her face, and that only made Blue's smirk rise higher. He was mistaken. Ah, sweet denial. Naruto chirped lightheartedly. You're like a children's book, sis, way too easy to read. He only said that because of your fancy launchers. You're nothing special, little brother. Naruto looked away and tapped his chin thoughtfully. If you paid any attention, you'd have seen I wasn't putting much mind for that title. Him calling me a genius meant nothing to our clan. I still had to prove my worth, like everyone else. I neither got nor wanted any special treatment. You should know this. Your existence was pain. He shook his head, seemingly almost sorry for what he was about to say. Despite all this, I thought you grew out of your petty jealousy, and we had what families call sibling loyalty. He air-quoted this ironically, like how his birth mother had air-quoted him having friends in Konoha. If you have something to say, then say it. The clan head's wife mumbled darkly, impatiently clenching her fist. The taller, though younger, sibling noticed the character trait they shared as children of Hamato Uchiha, hand clenching when they were either frustrated or enraged. Though divergently, Mikoto's own ire showed through the twitch of her right eyebrow and a flickering frown, while Naruto's face would light up sinisterly with an evil grin, like Orochimaru on an extremely bad day. A malevolent, ominous grin that seamlessly stretched from ear to ear. Any other day, Blue's face would be devoid of emotion. Like now. You told Minato I'm going for therapy. he stated easily, cocking his head to the side. Why? He needed to know. The woman fired back, no hesitation and no remorse. You are a threat to yourself and to us. He needed to know of your fragile state, or else one day everyone will be caught off guard when you'll flip out and endanger everyone's lives. Blue rubbed his forehead with the fingers of his right hand. Are you even listening to the shit you're hurling at my face? Do you even know how absurd you sound? I did it for the good of the clan and for your sake too. Can I also assume you're the one that persuaded Minato to make me a Class A? No. That was his decision. Really now. Yes, I only wanted him to put a few eyes on you. No one from our clan was going to do it, not willingly anyway. I didn't think he'd get all our friends involved. She narrowed her eyes at him. My question is, who told you? I was tipped off. That's not the answer to my question, Blue. She warned sternly. I'm not going to tell you, Mikoto. You'll run and tell Minato, and I've already had enough of a headache for 1 week. Let me tell you this, though. He fixed his sky-blue eyes on her cold black orbs and lowered his voice. The pointer finger of the hand holding his cup of water jutted out and pointed at her face. What you did behind my back makes you a blood traitor. For a split second, worry entered her eyes and she quickly looked around to make sure no one had heard him. Then she turned back to him, livid. Before she could open her mouth and rebuke his words, Naruto lifted his right hand and waved to a person a short distance away, chatting with Asuma, Kakashi, Genma and Hate. Yo, guy. He gestured down with the hand he used to wave, to his sister, saying, Miko says she's not feeling too youthful tonight. The whole hall inhaled at the same time. Oh. Blue escaped as the bowl-cut sporting, green spandex-wearing man sprinted over to Mikoto. Lady Mikoto, do not think so badly of yourself that your youthful youth should be dimmed. He placed a hand on his broad chest and proclaimed, I swear, tonight of all nights, your youthfully youthful youth is youthfully beaming, illuminating this hall of youthful youths with such light that even I, a man in his youthful prime, stagger back in shame. He dramatically stumbled back and blocked his eyes with the back of his hand, mimicking how one would do if they were to dare look directly at the sun. Lady Mikoto's youthfulness cannot be described with such unworthy, uncouth words as mine, but I assure you a woman of your youth can never be less youthful on such a youthful night in such a youthful event. Mikoto's ears rang and she searched around for someone to save her from Guy's youthful tirade, but everyone made it a point to not look at her, hiding their laughter at Guy's ranting and sweat dropping at the Uchiha woman's misfortune. Once Might Guy had sunk his claws into the flesh of a person he perceived to not be sufficiently youthful, he never let go until he was satisfied their youth had returned with a fury. Godspeed, Mikoto. Fugaku hung around a statue, wincing at the taijutsu master's loud words, and Naruto passed him, casually saying, How's the arm? A 19-year-old Blue caught Fugaku's right hand as the clawed strike surged towards his face and twisted, smashing his knee into the clan head's right elbow and yanking it downwards, dragging the fractured elbow further apart. Mikoto screamed as her younger brother rammed his other fist into Fugaku's upper arm. The bone snapped with a wet crunch. The man howled in agony. The clan head suddenly felt the two places on his right arm that had been broken by the Uchiha sniper throb painfully, and he grimaced foully at the back of her wife's younger brother as the blue-eyed man passed him. A few moments before he had put Itachi's father's arm in a cast, he had returned the boy home from the forest of death and entered a shouting match with the clan head on the appalling thing they had done to their child in leaving him in the very middle of the forest of death, alone with only a box of matches and a kunai. Fugaku attempted to strike and Blue shattered his arm in retaliation. He bellowed at the man inhumanly. Itachi had abandonment issues, and the infuriated uncle warned his sister to never make the mistake of putting his nephew in that sort of danger again. Back to what he told Mikoto before he left her at Guy's mercy. Blood traitor meant exactly that, a traitor of the blood. A traitor to the family. A traitor to the clan. Most clans had a different word for blood traitors, like the Hyuga called them sightless and the Aburame called them maggots. But the Uchiha clan being older stuck to the ancient name dubbed for traitors that betrayed the clan. Blood traders were people that leaked damaging secrets of the clan or individual members to outsiders, whether for a profit, scorn, or out of some sort loyalty to the village. The Uchiha clan weren't loyal to the village in the first place. They were loyal to themselves first before anyone else. That was the universal truth. Being an ancient clan, the Uchiha had refined how they defined blood traders and ensured that school-aged children were taught better than to leak clan secrets, as it would be their parents that would be punished for not teaching them properly, which was 50 strokes of a leather belt that had been soaked in oil. The parent of the trader's child could only wear 3 layers of clothes before their arms and legs were restrained by seals. In the case of adults that betrayed their blood, their punishment was on another level entirely. Blood traders had their eyes gouged out, chakra sealed, and stripped of all their clothing. A collar was placed around their necks and they would be led through the village by a leash as older members of the clan lashed them with leather belts, while the younger generation, anything from 16 downwards, would throw moldy fruits at them. Once the blood trader had gone through this shameful experience twice round the compound, they were left on their own in the outside world. The person the trader exposed had the privilege of saying where the trader was to be left, whether they wanted them in the forest of death at midnight, or in the center of the village, still stark naked and humiliated, or if it was of the clan that had been betrayed, then the clan head decided where the traitor was to be left. As it was Blue that had been betrayed, he could decide what would happen to his sister, if that is he informed the clan elders of Mikoto's treachery. To make sure he wasn't just lying, the use of a special Sharingan hypnosis was adopted on the accused in order to get to the bottom of the allegation, and if it was discovered that the claim was false, then the blood traitor punishment was met out on the fault finder swiftly and without mercy, as deceitfully accusing a person of being a blood traitor was in on itself a betrayal of the blood. The punishment might have seemed severe and old-fashioned, but that was the Uchiha way. Gender meant absolutely nothing. The Uchiha way was to show their unity and uniformity before the whole village, instead of exposing critical cracks within their ranks. Even if there was an internal quarrel, it would stay just that, an internal quarrel. They would deal with that among themselves. No outsider needed to know. The Hokage couldn't get involved in the proceedings, nor could any outsider be present, as outlined in Konoha's founding pact, else the Uchiha clan had all right to mass defect from the village. The blood traitor hiding from the clan with the village authority also gave the Sharingan-bearing clan right to defect as well. Blue's clan didn't respect authority, they respected power. Raw power. It was why they had opposed Hashirama Senju being named Shodaime Hokage instead of Madara Uchiha, for they simply didn't respect the soft-handed, kind-faced man as opposed to the ruthless, infamous shinobi that had come from their clan. Pride might have taken priority in their mindset, but it was steeped in some measure of reality. Naruto had said it before, it didn't matter in the least that Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, had proclaimed him to be a genius. Like every other child born into that clan, he had to claw tooth and nail to prove himself to everyone. Presently, news of him losing his status as a ninja of Konoha had spread all over the village, but that didn't matter in his clan. The Blue Uchiha didn't have authority, but he had power. Ninja or not, Naruto had earned his place in the clan. It was why, even though the other Uchiha didn't quite understand his way of life as a sniper, they rightfully kept quiet, respectfully averted their eyes from him, or politely greeted him as he passed. Blue snapping their clan head's arm was just the icing on the cake. Yes, the clan elders had raised their voices at his actions, though with time they simmered down. Fugaku wasn't of genin's strength, one of the reasons he was a certified clan head, and for Blue to break his arm in 2 places meant that he was stronger than the clan's presently strongest clan head. Blue's acknowledged power among his clan mates. That was why no Uchiha in their right minds would agree to spy on him. He was a respected member of the clan and a war veteran. The Uchiha in his generation saw him as an intimidating person, and like the elders of the clan, they kept their distance. Being the clan head's wife didn't exempt Mikoto from clan law, it only meant that she could argue her case for a marginally longer time frame, though outing her brother to the Hokage still made her a blood traitor. Sooner or later, he expected Mikoto to come to him, her dignity in shambles, begging him on her hands and knees to not report her betrayal to the clan elders. Naruto stopped by the food table and poured himself another glass of cold water, instinctively scanning the water in his cup with his Sharingan to ensure there were no poisons inside. Satisfied that no one in the hall full of people he no longer trusted was putting his life in danger, he went ahead and walked with clipped steps to a painting on the other side of the hall, far from his sister and Yugao, not paying much mind to the people that suspiciously stopped talking as he passed them. Not even when Kakashi, Tenzo, Shikaku and Chiza paused in their conversation. Their eyes followed him and he felt them bore into his back with each step, keeping on him even as he stared at the painting before him, one of a rail-thin tiger perched on an extra-thin branch that balanced precariously over a body of water. Beneath the reedy tiger was an inverted reflection. The white and orange stripes were switched and the tiger's reflection was a bulbous, gluttonous-looking tiger. The twig it was standing on looked like it had mere seconds left before it would snap. Blue didn't turn away from the painting when his therapist came beside him, holding a wine glass between his fingers and his other hand on his lower back. "I got that piece for Lady Kushina when I went to Iron Country with my wife Vito." He offhandedly reminded his friend of the name of his wife, and the blue-eyed Uchiha rolled his eyes, like he'd forget. Inoichi continued. "For a flower arranging class that was taking place in the historical village of Mahu. Ito wants us to open a flower shop, you see." Blue nodded idly, half listening to the Yamanaka speak and half aware that the entire hall was trying its best to not seem like they were staring at them. During a few sessions, his therapist had told him that Ito Yamanaka had a vested interest in flowers and flower arranging. Inoichi swirled the wine in his glass nonchalantly. "The artist said that it was meant to symbolize how the upper class constantly strive for more and view themselves as constantly emaciated when it comes to their wealth, while their honest reflections to the society are that of unneeded, unearned affluence. Or something like that. I wasn't really listening. Kushina is the art person. I thought it would be a good house-warming present." Blue tilted his head to the side and cocked an eyebrow, looking at the tiger painting from another angle. "I think I see it. I think." Inoichi chuckled at Naruto's confusion. It seemed that art wasn't his forte either. Blue was a marksman, a war veteran and an inventor. Art wasn't much of a concern for him. Mahu village of Iron Country was indeed historical. It was the site in which the first leader of Iron was born and the same place he was buried. Aptly named the Vale of Flowers, Mahu village was brought to the world's attention when the present leader of Iron Country, Mifune, proposed that the 5 Kages sign a non-aggression treaty in there that would serve to prevent such another war from happening, because seeing as technology was on the rise and shinobi training was becoming more refined, the Fourth War would certainly divide the continent, both figuratively and literally. The 5-way contract of ceaseless peace, as the treaty was called, was signed and marked the end of the war for hopefully eons to come. Before the signing, however, Mahu was also known for its colorful flowers and foliage, the peaceful scents and the presence of the oldest, largest, chakra-made and active volcano in the world. The signing was symbolic that peace would reign as long as the flowers kept their color, the wind didn't take the scents from the world and the volcano remained dormant. The volcano, by the way, had not been active for 10,000 years, so the world's prospects were looking up. Naruto's contact in the Iron Yakuza, the red-haired Ronin woman that was a high-ranked gang member of that infamous mafia, was born in Mahu, though seeing as she was wanted in Iron for murdering her father and her older sister, 2 prominent members of the Iron Country Council, she couldn't return to the village of her birth. "I can recommend you an exceptional therapist from my clan," Inoichi said suddenly. Blue quirked up an eyebrow, looking at the other blonde from the corner of his eyes. "Why?" "I'm assuming that your trust for me has reduced and trusting your therapist is a vital part of your recovery process." The Yamanaka clan head signed and shrugged tiredly, disappointed. "Too bad though, you were an exceptional patient." Naruto smirked a little at the last comment. He didn't want to think of himself as anything special. There were dozens of other ninjas that were being treated of the scars of the former war in Konoha's psych ward of the Konohagakure General Hospital. He was merely a single person in a mass of people. The thing Inoichi meant was that whenever Blue came in for a scheduled or unscheduled therapy session, he came with several boxes of muffins and shared them to the staff of the hospital. It was a nice gesture the doctors and nurses of the general hospital appreciated. Between him and Inoichi, though, Naruto was also open during their sessions, so as to better heal from his experiences. I'm not going to replace you, Inoichi. I know it was my sister that told Minato. Naruto waved flippantly. Besides, I think I'm making some real progress. You really are, Blue, the Mind Walker vouched honestly. You've done a lot of bad things and a lot of bad things have happened to you, but that doesn't make you a bad person, it makes you careful. It certainly doesn't make you crazy or a homeland threat. Inoichi finished his glass of wine and it left a bitter aftertaste in his mouth, one that wasn't related to the wine. I told Lord Yondaime this. Well, I tried to, but he already had his mind set. As you know, I am part of the Konoha Council, but I was excluded from participating in your surveillance. He cast a hard look at his friend and added, Not that I would have, of course. You have an incredibly complex mind, Blue. That is what I've been able to gather from all our sessions. Interested, Naruto turned to Inoichi a little more and masked his words so that his lips couldn't be read. What do you mean? Take your present situation now. You immediately knew it was your sister that revealed our sessions to Minato, instead of trusting in your own family and assuming I was the one. I can only guess that mind of yours ran through all the possible scenarios and concluded that it would be vastly difficult for me, given that my profession thrives on doctor-patient confidence, to be the one to have betrayed you, while your sister, though being family, had less reason to keep your secret. He crossed his arms, managing not to drop his wine glass. You're smart enough to know that your sister hates you, yet you still told her. Call it a moment of naivety. Inoichi waited for the younger male to continue, but Naruto didn't, instead turning to the tiger painting and sipping his glass of water. The Mind Walker cleared his throat. Naruto, referring to him by his name. I hope you don't misunderstand what I'm about to say, and I hope you don't think of me as an enemy, but... He fully faced the Blue Uchiha, and Naruto did the same, staring right into the Uchiha's sky-blue eyes with his teal orbs. I cannot turn on my village. Naruto laughed a little, a humorless exhale of air. I'm not asking you to. He placed a hand on the clan head's shoulder, keeping eye contact and sincerely saying, Between me and Minato, don't oppose your Hokage. You have your clan, your position in the village, and your wife. Unlike me, you have too much to lose. The Yamanaka clan smiled appreciatively. Thank you for understanding, Naruto. I'll send you the contact info for that therapist I'm recommending later. No need to rush. The Mind Walker wasn't going to open his file for the Hokage to read, though at the same time if there was a dispute between him and the village leader, he would take Minato's side. Blue could understand that Inoichi had a life that he couldn't, and should compromise for his sake. The only person Naruto would worry for at his absence was Itachi, but even then he was certain that before he met any unfortunate situation he would have already given the boy all the necessary tools he needed to take the world by storm. Kushina also came to mind, but that was a muddle of confusing thoughts. He needed to know for sure if she was truly oblivious to the order Minato had made barely 6 months after the end of the war that designated him a Class A threat. Returning back to himself, the hand on Inoichi's shoulder dropped, and he asked, Anything new happening with you? The Yamanaka furrowed his eyebrows, then his eyes lit up as he remembered. Yes, me and Ito are going to start trying for a baby. If it's a boy, we're going for Inogen, and if it's a girl, then we'll call her Ino. Blue chuckled, this time warmly, and his eyes closed with amusement. The kid isn't even there yet, and you two already have a name. Inoichi laughed with Naruto, scratching the back of his head bashfully. With planning the flower shop and us not taking missions anymore, we're spending a lot more time together. One thing led to another, and we started drawing out names. One thing I don't get is your fixation with the letter I. Inoichi waved off Blue's mild look. It's a running gag that ran for too long. Ito and I tried to come up with other names, but the ones with I, and preferably anything with Ino in it, sounded much better. He saw that Blue still was less than convinced, so he scoffed. Humor us, okay? You two really are soulmates. He raised his glass of water, and Inoichi clinked his empty wine glass against Blue's own. I'm glad you found her, or she found you, whichever it is. The therapist lifted an eyebrow, confused. I thought you didn't believe in soulmates. Naruto smirked and turned to the painting once more. I don't. I'm humoring you too. The sniper then grunted as a body launched into his own, slinging her arm over his shoulder, though having to stand a bit on her toes to do so. Mitarashi Enko, clad in only a fishnet body, a bright orange miniskirt and a light brown trench coat, grinned slyly. Sis up, horsey! Blue blinked twice, then he face-palmed. This party's borin'. There's this nightclub I want to show you. Titties, lap dances and dango. The perfect combination. Blue rubbed the sides of his temples and groused, speaking quietly. Oh no. If people weren't looking at them before, they were staring at them now, their jaws hung open and the brains trying to comprehend how unfiltered the snake lady was, and also at how Naruto was keeping a firm cap on himself, restraining his reaction to a muffled hiss. You're drunk. The woman closed her eyes and her grin broadened as she showed the jug of rice wine held in her strong grasp. Just a lil, horsey. Exaggerating the last word, and she made the gesture with her pointer finger and thumb, cackling at the Uchiha's heavy sigh. Don't worry, I can hold my liquor. She was slurring, though only a little, but Blue could feel how unsteady she was on her feet. She would clatter bonelessly to the ground if he moved away. Enko swayed and giggled again, saying, And I know you're worried, though with all the titties around I'd be left out. There are some men stripping their dash. She belched into her jug-holding fist. 2. Naruto looked over his shoulder and called. Kurenai! The red-eyed genjutsu mistress exhaled in frustration, just about to take a bite of Naruto's grilled boar hot pot, formally deciding to ignore how her friend was making a fool of herself. She dropped her plate begrudgingly and ambled to the blue-eyed Uchiha. Yeah, I got her. She reached the mate-shortling Inoichi, invisibly irked Naruto and a shit-faced Enko and placed her hands on the snake lady, doing so gently so as not to alarm the drunk Kunoichi, speaking like how a horse trainer would so as not to spook a horse. Come on, Enko. Let's get you some water. The arm over Blue's shoulder tightened and Enko shook her head. No. I want to ride horsey. Knowing how to deal with her friend when she was drunk, Kurenai slid her arm around Enko's waist and nodded sympathetically, gradually taking Blue's place in Enko's arm hold. I know, me too. We'll get him later, okay? She ran her fingers down Enko's hair and shushed her as the snake lady grumbled. We'll get him later. The red-eyed woman was glad that Asuma was too far away to hear her. Kushina joined them as they steadily walked to the kitchen, wondering how Enko got her hands on her prime sake without raising some sort of fuss from their friends. Conflicted, Yugao didn't know whether to go and see if Enko was going to be okay, or to stay and pounce on Blue once he was alone. Her decision was made for her when Shiro Aburame, Shibi Aburame's wife, snagged her by the elbow and silently pulled her along into Kushina Uzumaki's large kitchen. Inoichi's cheeks puffed up and his face reddened with withheld laughter, until... Pfft! The whole hall tumbled into resounding hilarity. Horsey? The man snorted, tears streaming down his eyes. What does that even mean? It's a fun little name she calls me. Blue explained cryptically, not willing to indulge why exactly Enko calls him Horsey. Understanding dawned on Inoichi a moment later. Oh! Blue scratched his cheek and laughed. Don't even start. The noise gradually reduced, but the attention on him didn't drop, and it was starting to get on Blue's nerves. I have to ask, Inoichi, he said all of a sudden. He fully faced the Yamanaka. He didn't mask his words and he didn't speak too lowly, allowing his voice to carry over to the many watchers of the party. What did Minato say that has them thinking I've lost my mind? The blond man's lips twisted into a frown and he looked around, seeing that the others were gauging how he was going to respond. I'm not yet authorized to tell you. Blue didn't seem to like that answer. He narrowed his eyes and his cerulean orbs turned frosty, terrifyingly cold. He was now more than annoyed, and it took a great amount of restraint to not shatter the glass cup in his left hand. He didn't mince his words. One way or the other, I will find out. Kushina might not know anything about the matter, but he did know someone that, with a little nudge, would spill out everything to him, just like when they were kids. Blue was only giving her time to gather her thoughts and her courage before she approached him. Until he got tired of waiting. Calmly, the Uchiha man walked out of the main room in search of a bathroom. Shikaku approached Inoichi, sleepily nibbling on a cookie. He leaned to his close friend and muttered, "Troublesome, what were you two talking about?" Before Anko came, the Nara clan had clarified with a lazy lift of an eyebrow. Everyone had heard him deny providing classified knowledge to Blue, but they wanted to know the muffled conversation they were having from the very beginning. It was difficult to read someone's lips when the person was masking his words and speaking in a marginally quieter voice. Inoichi's frown had not left his face. He looked down, feeling disappointment seep into his soul again and not having the guts to go against the yondaime, like the Blue Uchiha. Self-deprivation and resentment overlapped his regret, and it took a grunt from the sleepy Nara to remind him of the previously asked question. The blonde glanced at his friend. "Nothing. Don't worry about it." Troublesome. At the same time. Hokage's office. Hokage's tower. Minato Namikaze, the yondaime Hokage of Konohagaku no Sato, didn't like Naruto Uchiha very much. Blue was his rival. It wasn't the hilariously campy, one-sided rivalry Guy had with Kakashi or the friendly rivalry history books said Hashirama Senju had with Madara Uchiha, before it culminated at the Valley of End. The yondaime was fairly sure that Blue wasn't aware of his rivalry with Minato, or he didn't think much of it. Most days felt like it was the latter, further enraging the yellow-haired Kage. He first noticed Naruto's existence when the Uchiha was 7 and he was 12. It was early in the morning and Jiraiya had gotten permission from his academy teacher to excuse him from class almost as soon as their sensei had started teaching. They went to the park and crouched in a bush. Flashback, 14 years ago. "What are we doing here, sensei?" Minato wondered aloud, peeking out of the bush and sweeping his eyes around the nearly empty park. Since the Kumo Iwa coalition had launched that attack a year ago, leading to the Third War, people didn't feel secured enough to leave the safety of their homes, and the Hokage too didn't encourage people to come out unless the reason was essential for their survival. Academy students and ninjas of the village were allowed outside, though it was to safeguard the village or to be shipped out to support the war effort. Minato spotted two kids far on the other side of the park, to the left where they could see a forest in the distance. Minato's eyebrow twitched, and he whipped to his teacher. "You're spying on kids now?" Aghast, the Toad Sage gaped at his student. "Of course not. Then why are we hiding here? We look like perverts." He looked back out of the bush again, and his brow furrowed questionably. "And aren't they supposed to be in school?" In times of war, the village needed all the ninjas it could get, so the fee for children to school was dropped and schooling was made free. The two children looked familiar too. One wore jean overalls and a dark orange shirt underneath. The kid had purple hair that was tucked into a black baseball cap. The cap had two cat ears peeking out from the top. The child also had on a pair of worn-out sandals. Minato made the mistake of thinking that child was a boy, though it wasn't his fault. The overall-wearing kid had boyish features, dressed like a boy and in no way acted like a girl, or any girl he knew for that matter. The tomboy was lying on her back and propped her school bag under her head, using it as a cushion against the park bench's cold iron arm. Her ankles were crossed, her hands were behind her head and her eyes were peacefully closed, enjoying the cool wind blowing in from the west. She was a short kid, from what he could see, but she took up her half of the bench. There was also a katana leaning on her side of the bench, one with a red and purple handle with a circular guard, like a full moon cut in half. The sheath was a featureless black color, so the blonde prodigy couldn't see the blade. Minato wouldn't find out the purple-haired kid was a girl for another few years. The other child sat upright with his legs crossed and a drawing book on his crossed legs. His own school bag was to his left, close to the overall kid's feet, and since this child was facing forward, Minato and Jiraiya could see the side of his face from their place in the bush. The boy had stormy blue eyes, a marginally deeper shade than Minato's, though he had messy, uncombable midnight black hair with a yellow streak running down from the center of his head to the front right. though this one seemed to be a brighter shade than the Namikaze. He was wearing a white t-shirt with a large red Uchiha clan symbol stamped on his back, which the two watchers couldn't see. What they could see that notified him that the person they were spying on was a child of the Uchiha clan was the smaller-sized red clan symbol on his left chest. The Uchiha boy had on a pair of black shorts, which noticeably had a pair of bright red gloves in the front right pocket, and also dark Converse on his feet. His right hand flowed over the drawing pad and his brow was lowered ever so slightly, his eyes narrowed with concentration. He wasn't looking up, so that meant he wasn't drawing his surroundings. Minato was curious. "They're skipping school?" he asked in a hushed voice, suddenly feeling uncomfortable at how comfortable the two kids looked. 7-year-olds, he guessed, and it looked like they didn't have a care in the world. It looked like any reprimand from their teacher, if they were caught, would fly right over their heads. Minato tuned his blue eyes to his teacher. "You want us to retrieve them and take them back to class?" Also not aware that Yugao was a girl, Jiraiya said. "That one, the one with the cap, is a sword prodigy. He's already surpassed his teachers, but that's not why I brought you here." He motioned with his chin to the other one, sitting back in the bush and scratching the top of his head. "The one he's with, the Uchiha, his classmates call him Blue, and he is a genius." Minato was bewildered that the kid skipping class to draw was a genius. Smart kids attended classes and displayed their smarts to the world. It's what he was doing. He was a prodigy after all. The purple-haired child lying on her back and snoozing grumbled and turned onto her side, mumbling something that looked like, "Naru, I'm hungry." The one drawing flicked his cerulean eyes to his friend, then nudged his bag to her. "You can have a bento from my bag." Sitting up with wide, elated and apprehensive eyes, the overalls-wearing child hesitated, not sure if she should take her best friend's hospitality. "Are you sure? What are you gonna eat?" "I knew you weren't going to bring lunch, so I bought 2 bentos. Because heaven knows neither his big sister nor his father would prepare food for him." The boy paused from his sketching when he saw that Yugao still hadn't reached her hands into his most precious and most private school bag. "It's fine." "Really? Didn't you say you ran out of money? You're broke too, you know." "That's not the point." The Uchiha gave a lopsided smile, not saying anything to her exclamation. What if you want more? And I've already eaten your other bento?" Yugao questioned, her stomach objected traitorously. Blue rolled his eyes and went back to drawing. "I'll drink lots of water. Sensei said that if food isn't enough, we can fill up on water." Minato was more than confused at this point. How is that one a genius? On a scale of preference, geniuses were of a touch higher importance than prodigies, because the latter were extremely good at what they were doing, so good that it was comparable to adults several years their senior, while the former geniuses were innovators, creators and/or inventors, that could think of and create concepts and weapons that would propel their home village far ahead of others. What they both had in common was that the two things were extremely rare, though geniuses were the rarer of the two. Konoha was blessed to have a handful of prodigies in its history. The first that came to mind was Tsukumo Hatake. And though the man was dead, he truly deserved his moniker, the White Fang. There were sword prodigies, genjutsu prodigies and several more, but before Orochimaru of the Sannin, there was only 2 recorded geniuses. The Naidame Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the Mad Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, both of whom were dead. Though referred to as the Professor, the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was not born a genius. Over the years he became a genius, and that in on itself was a difficult feat. Minato was lucky enough to be a taijutsu and fuinjutsu prodigy, and being prodigious in seal work was something only seen in the now semi-extinct Uzumaki clan. That boy Blue invented a weapon that can take out multiple targets from up to 500 kilometers away. Jiraiya filled in, pushing aside a leaf that had entered his line of sight, and squinted at the boy sketching on his drawing pad. And that weapon is still yet a prototype. He has told Sarutobi-sensei that over time, he will improve that weapon and increase the distance. He plans on taking out targets from up to 1,000 kilometers away. I can name 10 jutsus that can do that. Can any of those jutsus kill multiple targets silently? Minato remained silent. Do those jutsus leave behind a chakra signature? The Namikaze's jaw tightened and his blue eyes hardened. Do they take much of your chakra? Jiraiya grunted. Those jutsus, do they affect the terrain? Minato couldn't respond, for any jutsu that could reach 1,000 kilometers away was certain to reshape the earth in one way or the other. The only real change in the terrain after Blue had fired his weapon was the blood spattering onto the ground after he had felled his target. That's it. The Uchiha boy's weapon, crystalline, can do all of that. No. Minato shook his head, feeling some sort of jealousy grow in his gut. An uncomfortable bubble of spite, one he wasn't accustomed to feeling, for his classmates, even the Nara, didn't pose this sort of competition for him. He shook his head harder. I cannot believe that. Really? He sat back in the bush and crossed his arms. Remember last week, when that Uzumaki girl was kidnapped during the Kumo Iwa Coalition ambush? The Kumo Iwa Coalition ambush on Konoha's territory, the single action that had sparked the Third Great Shinobi War, had occurred just a week before, on what was supposed to be an ordinary Thursday. Hundreds of shinobi stormed Konoha's walls and hundreds of Leaf citizens had lost their lives in their attempts at running for safety, or defending their village. One of the notable things that happened during the ambush was that the holder of the nine-tailed fox, Kushina Uzumaki, was taken from her home in the Senju clan compound by Kumo's shinobi. Minato was assigned to improve the integrity of the security seals on the wall but had given chase as soon as he heard Kushina's foul cursing. They had entered a dense forest, packed with trees and bushes, and Minato had all intention of fighting to retrieve his classmate. As the Kyubi Jinchuriki, she was the village's precious asset, so it was his duty to get her back to safety. During his chase, he passed by a few of the Kumo kidnappers, dead Vienne needles rammed into the sides of their heads. Ultimately, the Namikaze was the one that tore into the lower back of the single lightning shinobi that was holding Kushina with an unfinished Rasengan. He caught Kushina's airborne body after he had shredded that Kumo ninja's spine, and the rest was history. The question of who killed those enemy shinobi lingered in his mind. His eyes widened and he whirled to his teacher. It can't be him. Jiraiya simply nodded. But the trees, the forest was too dense. He tried not to raise his voice at the hilarity and impossibility of what the Toad Sage was trying to make him believe. Weapon or not, that couldn't possibly have been him. I wouldn't have sensed him. The Uchiha boy was firing from the roof of the Hokage's tower, exactly 400 kilometers from where you were. The white-haired sage explained. He found a way to ricochet the projectiles he was firing needles, if you can believe it, against trees, branches, and small rocks. He bobbed his head at Minato's incredulous look. I know, I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't seen it for myself. The Namikaze scratched his chin. He might be taking credit for someone else's kill. Did you hear me? I said I saw it with my own eyes. He motioned at both of his eyes with his pointer finger. When I was defending Konoha's east gate, Sarutobi-sensei called me to the roof of the Hokage's tower. Orochimaru and Tsunade were there. He scoffed deridingly. He said, it was to witness the Uchiha boy's genius. Exactly 17 Kumo ninjas, a mix of Chunin and Jounin, were brought down by a 7-year-old boy with a long-range weapon. A mental image then came to the 12-year-old Fuinjutsu prodigy, one of the Blue Uchiha lying on his abdomen on the Hokage's tower, his blue Sharingan whirring in its sockets and squeezing out shot after shot at the Kumo kidnappers, each one dinging and bouncing against tree trunks before impaling their targets. Each bolt a complicated calculation of variables spiraling in the young boy's head, though at the same time each needle was delivered a split second after the other, giving no room for the Kumo shinobi to gather their wits. Blue's Sharingan would aid very well in anticipating the movement of the people he was striking down, though a majority of the calculations and implementation of those calculations laid on the Blue Uchiha's shoulders. No. Minato shook his head. The intellectual skills needed to accomplish such a feat had not been seen in a presently living person since the Orochimaru of the Sannin, and even then the Snake Lady's calculations went along the lines of science and experimentation, not the finer details of body mechanics and unseen technology. Impossible. That one word rang in Minato's head over and over again. You can't expect me to believe that, even if you say you were there. Minato squawked indignantly, motioning to the boy drawing on the bench. He's just a kid. Jiraiya saw it in his student's eyes, buried under heaps and piles of disbelief. Envy. For the Hokage to speak so highly of someone much younger than himself, when the professor hadn't even seen Minato in action yet. You'd best not underestimate him. He's much smarter than his age. He exhaled haggardly. He rebels almost on instinct, makes me wonder what the situation is in his home. Still, I feel like Sarutobi-sensei is giving him too much freedom. Freedom? What do you mean? The boy isn't respectful to him. He lets the Uchiha boy get away with anything. On the contrary, Hiruzen Sarutobi might be the only authority figure that the Blue Uchiha respected. He's heading out to the field by this time next year, Jiraiya said begrudgingly. His skills would be essential to the war effort, and him staying back here is a waste. Minato didn't want to, but he too saw the benefit of getting a long-range user like Blue out onto the war front, sniping down enemy commanders while they were in the comfort and safety of their own enemy base, providing overwatch and cover fire, as well as the perfect person to want as a rear guard / long-range support. But I haven't been deployed yet, Minato stammered, pointing at Blue. He's my junior. It can't be helped. The Sannin shrugged. Worst part is that kid with him, the one with the katana, is going to be his teammate. A two-man cell with no definite team sensei. The man answered the question before Minato could utter it. Before anyone can be added, they need to be absolutely sure that they won't slow them down. They're both very smart, and the only other person as smart isn't ready for the war. Minato's face still showed he had a question, and Jiraiya finished by saying, Kakashi Hatake? The boy was still reeling from his father's suicide. If they are to have a team sensei, then the person has to be a genius or a high-ranking prodigy as well, or else any lesson might seem to be a waste of Blue or his friend's intellect, in turn lowering their morale. What if I steal that weapon, and master it for myself? Will I surpass Blue? He asked himself in his head. Jiraiya's eyebrows shot up into his hairline, surprised at the dark tone in the young boy's voice. As terrible as that sounds, the Uchiha boy has shown that he is not willing to part ways with his weapon. The spiky-haired man sighed. I don't know why Sarutobi-sensei won't just order him to hand it over. Mass-producing that weapon will guarantee us winning the war. Isn't that betraying the leaf? He does not want to protect his own home? The 12-year-old boy argued, mustering up a reason to hate the Blue Uchiha all the more. And why do they call him Blue anyway? Is it 'cause of his eyes? I've got blue eyes too. The man grunted, feeling out of place at the growing envy and hatred Minato had within him. As a teacher, he wanted to quell the boy's jealousy, but he didn't. Let that toxic feeling make him stronger. Let it boost his determination. You better step up your game, kid. They both peeked out of the bush again and were startled when they saw that Blue was staring right back at them, his two tomo digits spiraling in his sockets slowly. His facial expression as even, more so when his eyes identified Minato Namake's, Kushina's supposed crush, as well as the toad sage, Jiraiya. He dropped his pencil and lifted his right hand, closing it into a fist. He pointed out his thumb, index and middle fingers at Minato and closed his left eye, as if aiming the finger gun him. His thumb bent a little and the Uchiha boy mouthed. Bang. Flashback end. Until the end of the war, Blue had something no single person had, not since Madara Uchiha defected, the respect of the Uchiha clan. Not even the clan head or Uchiha elders had the complete respect of their clan mates. As previously stated, the clan of Sharingan users didn't respect authority, they respected power, and even though his title of genius meant nothing to his clan mates, he had shown time and time again that despite being a long-range expert, he was not be trifled with. Uchiha respect came in the form of deference, lowering of the eyes and bowing, though a little, whenever the person passed by them. That respect went outside of the clan, not in the form of deference but as reverence. The Blue Uchiha was a legend among people of the village and amongst allies. The other reason for Minato's disdain for the Blue Uchiha was that he felt threatened by him. Yes, people feared him, but people also feared Blue more than him. Like back when Minato had issued the order for Blue to remain within Konoha and Tiger Yamato Tenzo and his ANBU team had been commanded to implement that order, but the wood release user had been unable to put his hands on Blue after the legendary sniper gave the black operative one look over his shoulder. Blue stopped being human when he was pissed off. There was a story behind that. And that concludes part 1 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed killing off the Blue Uchiha, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Foy the Snooze Button, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.